Chapter. Acceptable Losses. Valindra Shadowmantle's green eyes opened wide as she noted the approaching mob. She turned to rush to Arklam chambers, but found the Lich standing behind her, wearing a wicked grin. "They come," Valindra gasped. "All of them." Arklam shrugged as if he was hardly concerned. Gripped by her fear, the Archmage's casual reaction served only to anger Valindra. "You have underestimated our enemies at every turn," she screamed, and several lesser wizards nearby sucked in their breath and turned away, pretending not to have heard. Arklam laughed at her. "You find this amusing?" she replied. "I find it predictable," Greeth answered. "Sadly so, but alas, the cards were played long ago. A watered Havian lord and the hero of the Sword Coast, the hero of Luskan, aligned against us. People are so fickle and easy to sway, it's no wonder that they rally to the empty platitudes of an idiot like Captain Dudermont." "Because you raised the undead against them," Valindra accused. The Lich laughed again. "Our options were limited from the beginning. The High Captains, cowards all, did little to hold back the mounting tide of invasion. I feared we could never depend upon those fools, those thieves, but again alas, you accept what you have and make the best of it." Valindra stared at her master, wondering if had lost his mind. "The whole of the city is rallied against us," she cried. "Thousands. They gather on closeguard, and will fight their way across. We have good wizards guarding our bridge. And they have powerful spellcasters among their ranks, as well," said Valindra. "If Dudermont wanted, he could send the least of his warriors against us, and our wizards would expend their energies long before he ran out of fodder." "It will be amusing to watch," Arklam said, grinning all the wider. "You have gone mad," Valindra stated, and beyond Arklam several lesser wizards shuffled nervously as they went about their assigned tasks, or at least, feigned going about them. "Valindra, my friend," Greeth said, and he took her by the arm and walked her deeper into the structure of the host tower, away from the disquieting sights in the east. "If you play this correctly, you will find great entertainment, a fine practice experience, and little loss," the Archmage Arcane explained when they were alone. "Dudermont wants my head, not yours. The traitor Arabeth is with him, and she is no ally of mine." The Lich waved the notion away. "A minor inconvenience and nothing more. Let them lay the blame fully upon Arklam I welcome the prestige of such notoriety." "You seem to care little about anything at the moment, Archmage," the over-wizard replied. "The host tower itself is in dire peril. It will fall to utter ruin," Arklam predicted with continuing calm. Valindra held out her hands and stuttered repeatedly, unable to fashion a response. "All things fall, and all things can be rebuilt from the rubble," the Lich explained. "Surely they're not going to destroy me or you, if you're sufficiently cunning. Am nimble enough to survive the likes of Dudermont, and will take great enjoyment in watching the reconstruction of Luskan when he proclaims his victory. Why did we ever allow it to come to such a state as this?" Arklam shrugged. "Mistakes," he admitted. "My own, as well. I struck out for the Silver Marches at precisely the worst time, it would seem, though by coincidence and bad luck, or more devious coordination on the part of my enemies, I cannot know. Mirabar turned against us, as have even the Orcs and their fledgling king. Dudermont and Brambleberry on their own would prove to be formidable opponents, I don't doubt, but with such an alignment of enemies mounting against us, it would do us ill to remain in Luskan. Here we are immobile, an easy target. How can you say such things?" "Because they are true." "Aha! I know not all of the conspirators behind this uprising, but surely there are traitors among the ranks of those I thought allies." "The High Captains." Arklam shrugged again. "Our enemies are vast, it would seem even more so than the few thousand who flocked to Dudermont's side. They are merely fodder, as you said, while the real power behind this usurpation lays hidden and in wait. We could fight them hard and stubbornly, I expect, but in the end, that would prove to be the more dangerous course for those of us who really matter." "We are to just run away?" "Oh no," Greeth assured her. "Not just run away. Nay, my friend, we're going to inflict such pain upon the people of Luskan this day that they will long remember it, and while they may call my abdication a victory, that notion will prove short-lived when winter blows in mercilessly on the many households missing a father or mother. And their victory will not claim the most coveted prize, rest assured, for I have long anticipated this eventuality, and long prepared." Valindra relaxed a bit at that assurance. "Their victory will reveal the conspirators," said Greeth, "and I will find my way back." "You put too much value in this one place, Valindra, this host tower of the Arcane. Have I not taught you that the Arcane Brotherhood is much greater than what you see in Luskan?" "Yes, my master," the elf wizard replied. "So take heart," said Arklam He cupped her chin in his cold, dead fingers and made her look up into his soulless eyes. "Enjoy the excitement." "I surely will." Use your wiles, use your magic, use your cunning to survive and escape or to surrender. Surrender? She echoed. I don't understand. Surrender in a manner that exonerates you enough so that they don't execute you, of course. Arklam Greeth laughed. Blame me, oh, please do. Find your way out of this, or trust in me to come and retrieve you. I surely will. And from the ashes we too will find enjoyment and opportunity, I promise. And more excitement than we have known in decades. Valindra stared at him for a few moments then nodded. Now be gone from this multi-limbed target, said Greeth. Get to the coast and our wizards set in defense, and take your shots as you find them. Make them hurt, Valindra, all of them, and hold faith in your heart and in your magnificent mind that this is a temporary setback, one intended to lead to ultimate and enduring victory. When? The simple question rocked Arklam Greeth back on his heels a bit, for Valindra's tone had made it clear that she understood that her timetable and that of a lich might not be one and the same. Go, he bade her, and nodded toward the door. Make them hurt. Half-dazed with confusion, Valindra Shadowmantle, over-wizard of the North Tower, in many eyes the second-ranking wizard of the Great Host Tower of the Arcane of Luskan, ambled toward the door of the mighty structure, fully believing that when she left it, she would never again enter. It was all too overwhelming, these dramatic and dangerous changes. They crossed the bridge from closeguard to cutlass in full charge, banners flying, swords banging against shields, voices raised in hearty cheers. On the other side of the bridge loomed the eastern wall of the host tower's courtyard, ground unblemished by the naval bombardment, and atop that wall, 20 wizards crouched and waited, accompanied by 100 apprentices armed with bows and spears. They unleashed their fury as one, with the leading edge of Brambleberry's forces barely a dozen running strides from the wall. Men and ladders went up in flames, or flew away under the jolt of lightning bolts. Spears and arrows banged against shields and armor, or found a seam and sent an enemy writhing and screaming to the ground. But Lord Brambleberry had brought wizards of his own, mages who had enacted wards on shield and man alike, who had brought forth watery elementals to quickly defeat the fireball's flames. Men and women died or fell to grave wounds, to be sure, but not nearly to the devastating effect the host tower's front line of defense had hoped and needed. Volleys of arrows skipped in off the battlements, and concentrations of lightning blasts shook the wall, chipping and cracking the stone. The front row of Brambleberry's forces parted, and through the gap ran a concentration of strong men wielding heavy hammers and picks. Lightning blasts led them to specific points on the wall, where they went to work, smashing away, further weakening the integrity of the structure. Pressure the top! Lord Brambleberry yelled, and his archers and wizards let fly a steady stream of devastation, keeping the host tower defenders low. What ho! One hammer team commander cried, and his group fell back as some of the watered Havian wizards heard the beckon and sent a trio of powerful blasts at the indicated spot. The first rebounded off the broken stone and sent the commander himself flying to the ground. The second bolt, though, broke through, sending stone ships flying into the courtyard, and the third blew out the section's support, dropping blocks and creating an opening through which a man could easily pass. What ho! Another team leader called from another spot, and a different trio of wizards was ready to finish the work of the sledges. At the same time, far to the left and right, ladders went up against the walls. Initial resistance from the defenders fast gave way to calls for retreat. The host tower's first line of defense had killed Brambleberry's men 12 to 1 or more, but the swarm of Lusker, following Brambleberry and Dudermont, enraged by the ghouls sent by Arklam Greeth, and excited by the smell of blood in battle, rolled through. As soon as the charge across the bridge had begun, the warships, too, went into swift action. Knowing that the host tower's focus had to be on the eastern wall, 6 vessels weighed anchor and filled their sails, crashing in against the current. They let fly long and far, over the western wall and courtyard to the host tower itself, or even beyond it to the eastern courtyard. Crewed by a bare minimum of sailors and gunners, they knew their role as one of diversion and pressure, to keep the defenders outside of the host tower confused and frightened, and perhaps even to score a lucky throw and kill a few in the process. To the south of them, another 6 ships led by sea sprites sailed for the battered surrounds of Sea Tower, leading their assault with pitch and arrows, littering the rocky shore with destruction in case any of the host tower's wizards lay in wait there. More than one such defender showed himself, either lashing out with a lightning bolt, or trying to flee back to the north. Robillard and Arabeth welcomed such moments, and though both hoped to hold their greatest energies for the confrontation with Arklam Greeth and the main tower, neither could resist the temptation to reply to magic with greater evocations of their own. Hold and lower! Ordered Robillard, who remained in command of Sea Sprite while Dudermont rode at Brambleberry's side. The ship dropped her sails and the anchor splashed into the dark waters as other crewmen ran to the smaller boats she carried and put them over the side. Taking their cues from Sea Sprite, the other 5 ships acted in concert. Sail south! The man in the crow's nest shouted down to Robillard. Eyes wide, the wizard ran aft and grabbed the rail hard, leaning out to get a better view of the leading craft, then of another 2 ships sailing hard their way. Thrice lucky, Arabeth said, coming up beside the wizard. That's Maymun's ship. And what side does he choose? Robillard wondered. He murmured through a quick spell and tapped thumb and forefinger against his temples, imbuing his eyes with the sight of an eagle. It was indeed Maimon leading the way, the man standing forward at the prow of Thrice Lucky, his crew readying boats behind him. More tellingly, the ship's catapult was neither armed nor manned, and no archers stood ready. The boy chose well, Robillard said. He sails with us. How can you know? Arabeth asked. How can you be certain enough to continue the landing? Because I know Maimon. His heart? His purse, Robillard clarified. He knows the force arrayed against Arklamgreath and understands that the host tower cannot win this day. A fool he would be to stand back and let the city move on without his help, and Maimon is many things, but a fool is not among them. 3 ships, Arabeth warned, looking at the trio expertly navigating the familiar waters under full sail, and closing with great speed. As our crews disembark, they could do profound damage. We should hold 3 at full strength to meet them if they attack. Robillard shook his head. Maimon chose well, he said. He is a vulture seeking to pick the bones of the dead, and he understands which bones will be meatier this day. He turned and strode back amidships, waving and calling for his crew to continue. He enacted another spell as he neared the gangplank and gingerly hopped down onto the water onto and not into, for he didn't sink beneath the waves. Arabeth copied his movements and stood beside him on the rolling sea. Side by side, they walked swiftly toward the rocky shore, small boats overcrowded with warriors bobbing all around them. 2 of the newcomers dropped sail near the fleet and sea sprite, their crews similarly manning the smaller boats. But one, Thrice Lucky, sailed past, weaving in through the narrow, rocky channel. The young pirate knows his craft, Valindra marveled. He learned from Dudermont himself, said Robillard. A pity that's all he learned. The wall had fallen in short order, but Lord Brambleberry's forces quickly came to realize that the defenders of the host tower had fallen back by design. The wall defense had been set only so the tower's wizards could have time to prepare. As the fierce folk of Luskan crashed into the courtyard, the full fury of the host tower of the arcane fell upon them. Such a barrage of fire, lightning, magical bolts, and conical blasts of frost so intense they froze a man's blood solid fell over them. That of the first several hundred who crossed the wall, 9 of 10 died within a few heartbeats. Among those survivors, though, were Dudermont and Brambleberry, protected from the intense barrage by powerful watered Havian wizards. Because the pennants of their leaders still stood, the rest of the army continued its charge undeterred. The second volley didn't match the first in intensity or duration, and the warriors pushed on. Undead rose from the ground before them, ghouls, skeletons, and rotting corpses given a grim semblance of life. And from the tower came golems and gargoyles, magical animations sent to turn back the tide. The folk of Luskan didn't turn in fear, didn't run in horror, with the undead monsters only bitterly reminding them of why they joined the fight in the first place. And while Lord Brambleberry was there astride a large roan stallion, a spectacular figure of strength, 2 others inspired them even more. First was Dudermont, sitting tall on a blue-eyed paint mare. Though he was no great rider, his mere presence brought hope to the heart of every commoner in the city. And there was the other, the friend of Dudermont. As the explosions lessened and the host tower's melee force came out to meet the charge, so it became the time of Drizzt. With quickness that mocked allies and foes alike, with anger solidly grounded in the image of his halfling friend lying injured on a bed, the drow burst through the leading ranks and met the enemy monsters head-on. He whirled and twirled, leaped and spun through a line of ghouls and skeletons, leaving piles of torn flesh and shattered bones in his wake. A gargoyle leaped off a balcony from above, swooping down at him, leathery wings wide, clawed hands and feet raking wildly. The drow dived into a roll, somehow maneuvered out to the side when the gargoyle angled its wings to intercept, and came back to his feet with such force that he sprang high into the air, his blades working in short and devastating strokes. So completely did he overwhelm the creature that it actually hit the ground before he did, already dead. Huzzah for Drizzt Do'Urden! Cried a voice above all the cheering, a voice that Drizzt surely knew, and he took heart that Aram Gardpeck, proprietor of the Cutlass, was among the ranks. Magical anklets enhancing his speed, Drizzt sprinted for the central tower of the great structure in short, angled bursts, and often with long, diving rolls. He held only one scimitar then, his other hand clutching an onyx figurine. I need you, he called to Genovar, and the weary panther, home on the astral plane, heard. Lightning and fire rained down around Drizzt as he continued his desperate run, but every blast came a little farther behind him. He moves as if time itself has slowed around him, Lord Brambleberry remarked to Dudermont when they, like everyone else on the field, took note of the dark elf's spectacular charge. It has and it does, Dudermont replied, wearing a perfectly smug expression. Lord Brambleberry hadn't taken well to hearing that a drow was joining his ranks, but Dudermont hoped Drizzt's exploits would earn him some inroads into the previously unwelcoming city of Waterdeep. He'd be making quite an impression on the minions of Arklamgreath in short order, as well, by Dudermont's calculations. If he hadn't already. Even more importantly, Drizzt's charge had emboldened his comrades, and the line moved inexorably for the tower, accepting the blasts and assaults from wizards, smashing the reaching arms of skeletons and ghouls, shooting gargoyles from the air with so many arrows they darkened the sky. Many will die, Brambleberry said, but the day is ours. Watching the progress of the insurgent army, Dudermont couldn't really disagree, but he knew, too, that they were battling mighty wizards, and any proclamations of victory were surely premature. Drizzt came around the side of the main structure, skidding to a fast stop, his face a mask of horror, for he found himself wide open to a balcony on which stood a trio of wizards, all frantically waving their arms in the midst of some powerful spellcasting. Drizzt couldn't turn, couldn't dodge, and had no apparent or plausible defense. Resistance at the sea tower proved almost non-existent, and the force of Robillard, Arabeth, and the sailors quickly secured the southern end of Cutlass Island. To the north, fireballs and lightning bolts boomed, cheers rose in combination with agonized screams, and horns blew. Valindra Shadowmantle watched it all from concealment in a cubby formed of sea tower's fallen blocks. "Come on, then, Lich," she whispered, for though the magical display seemed impressive, it was nothing of the sort that could result in the explosive ending Arklemgreith had promised her. Which made her doubt his other promise to her, that all would be put aright in short order. Valindra was no novice to the ways and depths of the art. Her lightning bolts didn't drop men shaking to the ground, but sent their souls to the fugue plane and their bodies to the ground in smoldering heaps. She looked to the beach, where the sailors were putting up their boats and preparing to march north to join the battle. Valindra knew she could kill many of them, then and there, and when she noted the wretched Arabeth Roram among their ranks, her desire to do so multiplied many times over, though the sight of the mighty Robillard beside the wretched Mirabaron which tempered that somewhat. But she held her spells in check and looked to the north, where the sound of battle and the horns of Brambleberry and the Lusker insurgents grew ever stronger. Would Arklemgreith be able to save her if she struck against Arabeth and Robillard? Would he even try? Her doubts holding her back, Valindra stared and pictured Arabeth lying dead on the ground, no, not dead, but writhing in the agony of a slow, burning, mortal wound. "You surprise me," said a voice behind her, and the over-wizard froze in place, eyes going wide. Her thoughts whirled as she tried to discern the speaker, for she knew that she had heard that voice before. "Your judgment, I mean," the speaker added, and Valindra recognized him then, and spun around to face the pirate Maymun, or more specifically, to face the tip of his extended blade. "You have thrown in with them?" Valindra asked incredulously. "With Dudermont?" Maimon shrugged. "Seemed better than the alternative. You should have stayed at sea." "Ah, yes, to then sail in and claim allegiance with whichever side won the day." "That is the way you would play it, isn't it?" The Moon Elf mage narrowed her eyes. "You reserve your magic when so many targets present themselves," Maimon added. "Prudence is not a fault." "Perhaps not," said the grinning young pirate captain. "But 'tis better to join in the fight with the apparent winner than to claim allegiance when the deed is done. People, even celebratory victors, resent hangers-on, you know. Have you ever been anything but?" "By the seas," a vicious retort. Maimon replied with a laugh. "Vicious and desperate." Valindra moved to brush the blade away from her face, but Maimon deftly flipped it past her waving hand and poked her on the tip of her nose. "Vicious, but ridiculous," the pirate added. "There were times when I found that trait endearing in you. Now it's simply annoying. Because it reeks of truth." "Ah, but dear, beautiful, wicked Valindra, I can hardly be called an opportunist now. I have an over-wizard in my grasp to prove my worth. A prisoner I suspect a certain Lady Roran will greatly covet." Valindra's gaze threw daggers at the slender man. "You claim me as a prisoner?" she asked, her voice low and threatening. Maimon shrugged. "So it would seem." Valindra's face softened, a smile appearing. "Maimon, foolish child, for all your steel and all your bluster, I know you won't kill me." She stepped aside and reached for the blade. And it jumped back from her hand and came forward with sudden brutality, stabbing her hard in the chest, drawing a gasp and a whimper of pain. Maimon pulled the stroke up short, but his words cut deeper. "Mithril, not steel," he corrected. "Mithril through your pretty little breast before the next beat of your pretty little heart." "You have chosen," Valindra warned. "And chosen well, my prisoner." Genuavar leaped past Drizzt to shield him from the slings and arrows of enemies, from blasts magical and mundane. Lightning bolts reached down from the balcony as Genuavar soared up toward it, and though they stung her, they didn't deter her. On the scarred field below, Drizzt stumbled forward and regained his balance and looked on with admiration and deep love for his most trusted friend who had, yet again, saved him. Saved him and vanquished his enemies all at once, the drow noted with a wince, as flailing arms and horrified expressions appeared to him every so often from around the ball of black fury. He had no time to dwell on the scene, though, for more undead creatures approached him, and more gargoyles swooped down from above. And lightning roared and his allies died in their charge behind him. But they kept coming, outraged at the Lich and his ghoulish emissaries. 100 died, 200 died, 500 died, but the wave rolled for the beach and wouldn't be deterred. In the middle of it all rode Dudermont and Brambleberry, urging their charges on, seeking battle side by side wherever it could be found. Drizzt spotted their banners, and whenever he found a moment's reprieve, he glanced back at them, knowing they would eventually lead him to the most coveted prize of all, to the Lich whose defeat would end the carnage. It was to Drizzt's complete surprise, then, that Arklum did indeed come upon the field to face his foes, but not straightaway to Dudermont and Brambleberry, but straightaway to Drizzt Do'Urden. He appeared as no more than a thin black line at first, which widened and flattened to a two-dimensional image of the Archmage Arcane, then filled out to become Arklum in person. "They are always full of surprises," the Archmage said, considering the drow from about 5 strides away. Grinning wickedly, he lifted his hands and waggled his fingers. Drizzt sprinted at him with blinding speed, intent on taking him down before he could complete the spell. He dived at the powerful wizard, scimitars leading, and driving right through the image of the Lich. It was just an Imagean image masking a magical gate through which tumbled the surprised dark elf. He tried to stop, skidding along the ground, and when it was obvious that he was caught, on pure instinct and a combination of desperate hope and the responsibility of friendship, he tore free his belt pouch and threw it back behind him. Then he was tumbling in the darkness, a wretched, sulfuric smell thickening around him, great dark shapes moving through the smoky shadows of a vast, dark field of sharp-edged rocks and steaming lines of blood-red lava. Gehenna the Nine Hellser the Abyssor Tartarus. He didn't know, but it was one of the lower planes, one of the homes of the devils and demons and other wicked creatures, a place in which he could not long survive. He didn't even have his bearings or his feet back under him when a black beast, dark as the shadows, leaped upon him from behind. "Pathetic," Arklum said, shaking his head, almost disappointed that the champion of the lords who had come against him had been so easily dispatched. Staying close to the central tower, the Archmage Arcane moved along and spotted the banners of his principal enemies, the invading Lord Brambleberry, so far from home, and the fool Dudermont, who had turned the city against him. He studied the field for a short while, mentally measuring the distance with supernatural precision. The tumult all around him, the screaming, dying, and explosions, seemed distant and unremarkable. A spear flew his way and struck solidly, except that his magical protections simply flattened its metal tip and dropped it harmlessly to the ground before it got near to his undead flesh. He didn't even wince. His focus remained on his principal enemies. Arklum rubbed his hands together eagerly, preparing his spells. In a flash he was gone, and when he stepped through the other side of the dimensional portal in the midst of a fighting throng, he tapped his thumbs together before him and brought forth a fan of fire, driving away friend and foe alike. Then he thrust his hands out wide to his sides, and from each came a mighty forked lightning bolt, angled down to thump into the ground with such force that men and zombies, dwarves and ghouls went bouncing wildly away, leaving Arklum alone in his own little field of calm. Everyone noticed him, how could they not, for his display of power and fury was so far beyond anything that had been brought to the field thus far, by either Brambleberry or the host tower. Barely controlling their mounts at that point, both Brambleberry and Dudermont turned to regard their foe. "Kill him!" Brambleberry cried, and even as the words left his mouth, so too came the next of Arklum magical barrages. All around the two leaders, the ground churned and broke apart, soil spraying, rocks flying, roots tearing. Down they tumbled side by side, their horses twisting and breaking around them. Brambleberries landed atop him with a sickening cracking of bones, and though he was luckier to fall aside from his thrashing and terrified horse, Dudermont still found himself at the bottom of a 10-foot hole, thick with mud and water. Up above, Arklum wasn't finished. He ignored the sudden reversal his assault on Brambleberry, and particularly upon beloved Dudermont, had wrought in the army around them, their fear quickly turning to outrage aimed at Greeth alone. Like the one point of calm in a world gone mad, Arklum followed his earth-shaking spell with an earthquake that had all around him stumbling and falling. The line of the tremor was aimed perfectly for the loose mounds at the sides of the chasm he had created. He meant to bury the watered Havian lord and the good captain alive. All around them realized it, though, and came at Greeth with fury, a roiling throng of outrage closing in on him from every side, throwing spears and rocks, even swords, anything to distract or wound that being of ultimate evil. "Fools, all," the Archmage Arcane muttered under his breath. With one last burst of power that broke apart one side of the deep hole, Greeth fell back into his wraith form, flattening to 2 dimensions. He narrowed to a black line and slipped down into the ground, running swiftly through narrow cracks until he stood again in his own chamber in the host tower of the Arcane. Exhaustion followed him there, for the Lich had not utilized such a sudden and potent barrage of magic in many, many years. He heard the continuing roar outside his window and didn't need to go there to understand that any gains had made would prove temporary. Dropping the leaders had not turned the mob, but had only incensed it further. There were simply too many. Too many fools, too much fodder. "Fools all," he said again, and he thought of Valindra out along the southern rocks of Cutlass Island. He hoped she was dead already. With a heavy sigh that crackled across the collection of hardened mucus in Arklemgreith's unbreathing lungs, the Lich went to his private stash of potent drinks he had created himself, fashioned mostly of blood and living things. Drinks that, like the Lich himself, transcended death. He took a long, deep sip of one potent mixture. He thought of his decades at the host tower, a place he had so long called home. He knew that was over, for the time being at least, but he could wait. And he could make it hurt. The chamber would come with him had fashioned it with magic for just such a sudden and violent transportation, for he had known from the moment Head achieved lichdom that the day would surely befall him when Head have to abandon his tower home. But he, and the part he most coveted, would be saved. The rest would be lost. Arklemgreith moved through a small trapdoor, down a ladder to a tiny secret room where he kept one of his most prized possessions, a staff of incredible power. With that staff, a younger, living Arklemgreith had waged great battles, his fireballs and lightning bolts greater in number and intensity. With that staff, full of its own power to taste of Mistress Weave, he had escaped certain doom many times on those occasions when his own magical reservoir had been drained. He rubbed a hand over its burnished wood, considering it as he would an old friend. It was set in a strange contraption of Greith's design. The staff itself was laid across a pyramid-shaped stone, the very center of the 6-foot-long staff right at the narrow tip of the great block. Hanging from chains at either end of the staff were 2 large metal bowls, and up above those bowls, over the staff and on stout stands of thick iron, sat 2 tanks of dense silver liquid. With another sigh, Greith reached up and pulled a central cord, one that uncorked plugs from the mercury-filled reservoirs, and dropped out chutes directly over the corresponding bowls. The heavy fluid metal began to flow, slowly and teasingly dripping into the bowls, like the sands of an hourglass counting down the end of the world. Such staves as that, so full of magical energy, could not be broken without a cataclysmic release. Arklemgreith went back to his secure but mobile chamber with confidence that the explosion would send him exactly where he wanted to go. They were winning the field, but the Luskar and their watered Havian allies didn't feel victorious, not with their leaders Brambleberry and Dudermont buried. They set a defensive perimeter around the churned area, and many fell over the loose dirt, digging with sword and dagger, or bare hands. A torn fingernail elicited no more than a grimace among the determined, frantic group. One man inadvertently drove his dagger through his own hand, but merely growled as he went back to tearing at the ground for his beloved Captain Dudermont. Fury reigned upon the field, fire and lightning, monsters undead and magically created. The Luskar matched that fury, they were fighting for their very lives, for their families. There could be no retreat, no withdrawal, and to a man and woman they knew it. So they fought, and fired their arrows at the wizards on the balconies, and though they died 10 to 1, perhaps more, it seemed that their advance could not be halted. But then it was, with the snap of a magical staff. Someone tugged hard at his arm, and Dudermont gasped his first breath in far too long a time as another hand scraped the dirt away from his face. Through bleary eyes, he sought his rescuers, a woman brushing his face, a strong man yanking at his one extended arm, and with such force that Dudermont feared he would pull his shoulder right out of its socket. His thoughts went to Brambleberry, who had fallen beside him, and he took heart to see so many clawing at the ground, so much commotion to rescue the watered Havian lord. Though he was still fully immersed in the soil, other than that one extended arm, Dudermont somehow managed to nod, and even smile at the woman cleaning off his face. Then she was gone. A wave of multicolored energy rolled out like a ripple on a pond, crossing over Dudermont with the sound of a cyclone. The sleeve burned from his extended arm, his face flushed with stinging warmth. It seemed to go on for many, many heartbeats, then came the sound of crashing, like trees falling. Dudermont felt the ground rumble 3 or 4 times too close together for him to accurately take account. His arm fell limp to the ground. As he regained his sensibilities, Dudermont saw the boots of the man who had been tugging at his arm. The captain couldn't turn his head enough to follow up the legs, but he knew the man was dead. He knew that the field was dead. Too still. And too quiet, so suddenly, as if all the world had ended. Robillard kept his forces tight and organized as they made their way north along Cutlass Island. He was fairly certain that they'd meet no resistance until they got within the host tower's compound, but he wanted the first response from his force to be coordinated and devastating. He assured those around him that they would clear every window, every balcony, every doorway on the north spire with their first barrage. Behind Robillard came Belindra, her arms tightly bound behind her back, flanked by Maimon and Arabeth. The Archmage Arcane falls this day, Robillard remarked quietly, so that only those close to him could hear. Arklemgreith is more than ready for you, Belindra retorted. Arabeth reacted with a suddenness that shocked the others, spinning a left hook into the face of their moon elf captive. Belindra's head jolted back and came forward, blood showing below her thin, pretty nose. You will pay for, Belindra warned, or started to, until Arabeth hit her again, just as viciously. Robillard and Maimon looked to each other incredulously, but then both just grinned at Arabeth's initiative. They could clearly see the years of enmity between the two over-wizards, and separately reasoned that the taller and more classically beautiful Valindra had often been a thorn in Arabeth's side. Each man made a mental note to not anger the Lady Roram. Valindra seemed to get the message as well, for she said no more. Robillard led them up a tumble of boulders to get a view over the wall. The fighting was thick and vicious all around the five-spired tower. The ship's wizard quickly formulated an approach to best come onto the field, and was about to relay it to his charges when the staff broke. The world seemed to fall apart. Maimon saved Robillard that day, the young pirate reacting with amazing agility to pull the older wizard down behind the rocks beside him. Similarly, Arabeth rescued Valindra, albeit inadvertently, for as she, too, dived back, she brushed the captive enough to send her tumbling down as well. The wave of energy rolled over them. Rocks went flying and several of Robillard's force fell hard, more than one mortally wounded. They were on the outer edge of the blast and so it passed quickly. Robillard, Maimon, and Arabeth all scrambled to their feet quickly enough to peer over and witness the fall of the host tower itself. The largest, central pillar, Grieth's own, was gone, as if it had either been blown to dust or had simply vanished, and in truth, it was a bit of both. The four arm-like spires, the once graceful limbs, tumbled down, crashing in burning heaps and billowing clouds of angry grey dust. The warriors on the field, man and monster alike, had fallen in neat rows, like cut timber, and though groans and cries told Robillard and the others that some had survived, none of the three believed for a heartbeat that number to be large. "By the gods, Grieth, what have you done?" Robillard asked into the empty and suddenly still morning air. Arabeth gave a sudden cry of dismay and fell back, and neither Maimon nor Robillard considered her quickly enough to stop her as she leaped down at the facedown and battered Valindra and drove a dagger deep into the captured wizard's back. "No!" Robillard cried at her when he realized her action. He stopped and grimaced as Arabeth retracted the blade and struck again, and Valindra's screams became muffled with blood. Maimon finally got to Arabeth and pulled her back. Robillard called for a priest. He waved back the first of the clerics that came forward, though, knowing that it was too late, and that others would need his healing prayers. "What have you done?" Robillard asked Arabeth, who sobbed, but looked at the devastated field, not at her gruesome handiwork. "It was better than she deserved," Arabeth replied. Glancing over his shoulder at the utter devastation of the host tower of the Arcane, and the men and women who had gone against it, Robillard found it hard to disagree. Chapter Consequence. The irony of pulling a battered, but very much alive Dudermont from the ground was not lost on Maimon, who considered how many others they were all around him on the devastated field would soon be put into the ground, and because of the decisions of that very same captain. "Don't kick a man who's lying flat, I've been told," Maimon muttered, and Robillard and Arabeth turned to regard him, as well as the half-conscious Dudermont. "But you're an idiot, good captain." "Watch your tongue, young one," Robillard warned. "Better to remain silent than speak the truth and offend the powerful, yes, Robillard?" Maimon replied with a sour and knowing grin. "Remind me why Sea Sprite didn't sink thrice lucky on the many occasions we've seen you at sea," the wizard threatened. "I seem to forget." "My charm, no doubt." "Enough, you two," Arabeth scolded, her voice trembling with every syllable. "Look around you. Is this travesty all about you? About your petty rivalry? About placing blame? How can it not be about who's to blame?" Maimon started to argue, but Arabeth cut him short with a vicious scowl. "It's about those scattered on this field, nothing more," she said, her voice even. "Alive and dead in the host tower and without." Maimon swallowed hard and glanced at Robillard, who seemed equally out of venom, and indeed, Arabeth's argument was difficult to counter given the carnage around them. They finished extracting Dudermont at the same time that another rescue team called out that they had located Lord Brambleberry. The ground covering him had saved him from the explosion, but had smothered him in the process. The young watered Havian lord, so full of ambition and vision, and the desire to earn his way, was dead. There would be no cheering that day, and even if there had been, it would have been drowned out by the cries of anguish and agony. Work went on through the night and into the next day, separating dead from wounded, tending to those who could be helped. Guided by Robillard, assault teams went into each of the four fallen spires of the destroyed host tower, and more than a few of Arklam Grieth's minions were pulled from the rubble, all surrendering without a struggle, no fight left in them, not after seeing the unbridled evil of the man they'd once called the Archmage Arcane. The cost had been horrific. More than a third of the population of the once teeming city of Luskan was dead. But the war was over. Captain Dudermont shook his head solemnly. "What does that mean?" Regis yelled at him. "You can't just say he's gone." "Many are just gone, my friend," Dudermont explained. "The blast that took the host tower released all manner of magical power, destructive and altering. Men were burned and blasted, others transformed, and others, many others, vanished from this world. Some were utterly destroyed, I'm told, their very souls disintegrated into nothingness." "And what happened to Drizzt?" Regis demanded. We cannot know. He is not to be found. Like so many. I'm sorry. I feel this loss as keenly as. Shut up. Regis yelled at him. You don't know anything. Robillard tried to warn you when he did. You don't know anything. You chose this fight and look at what it has gotten you, what it has gotten us all. Enough. Robillard growled at the halfling, and he moved threateningly at Regis. Dudermont held him back, though, understanding that Regis' tirade was wrought of utter grief. How could it not be? Why should it not be? The loss of Drizzt Do'Urden was no small thing, after all, particularly not to the halfling that had spent the better part of the last decades by the Dark Elf's side. We could not know the desperation of Auclam Greith, or that he was capable of such wanton devastation, Dudermont said, his voice quiet and humble. But the fact that he was capable of it, and willing to do it, only proves that he had to be removed, by whatever means the people of Luskan could muster. He would have rained his devastation upon them sooner or later, and in more malicious forms, no doubt. Whether freeing the undead from the magical bindings of Ilisk or using his wizards to slowly bleed the city into submission, he was no man worthy of being the leader of this city. You act as if this city is worthy of having a leader, Regis said. They stood arm in arm to win, Dudermont scolded, growing excited so much so that the priest attending him grabbed him by the shoulders to remind him that he had to stay calm. Every family in Luskan feels grief as keen as your own. Doubt that not at all. The price of their freedom has been high indeed. Their freedom, their fight, the halfling spat. Drizzt marched with me willingly, Dudermont reminded Regis. That was the last of it, though, as the priest forcibly guided the captain out of the room. You throw guilt on the shoulders of a man already bent low by its great weight, Robillard said. He made his choices. As did you, as did I, and as did Drizzt. I understand your pain. Drizzt Do'Urden was my friend, as well, but does your anger at Captain Dudermont do anything to alleviate it? Regis started to answer, started to protest, but stopped and fell back on his bed. What was the point? Of anything? He thought of Mithril Hall and felt that it was past time for him to go home. He couldn't even make out their physical shapes, as they seemed no more than extensions of the endless shadows that surrounded him. Nor could he distinguish the many natural weapons that each of the demonic creatures seemed to possess, and so all of his fighting was purely on instinct, purely on reaction. There was no victory to be found. He would stay alive only as long as his reactions and reflexes remained fast enough to fend off the gathering cloud of monsters, only as long as his arms held the strength to keep his scimitars high enough to block a serpentine head from tearing out his throat, or a club-like fist from bashing in the side of his skull. He needed a reprieve, but there was none. He needed to escape, but knew that was just as unlikely. So he fought, blades and growls denying his own mortality. Drizzt fought and fought some more and ran some more, always seeking a place of refuge. And finding only more battle. A large black shape rose before him, 6 arms coming at him in an overwhelming barrage, and with overwhelming strength. Knowing better than to try to stand against it, Drizzt dived to the ground to the side, thinking to roll to his feet and rush around to attack the creature from another angle. But it had prepared for him, and when he hit the ground, he found his momentum stolen by a thick puddle of sticky mucus. The creature rushed over to him, rising to its full height, twice that of a tall man. It lifted all 6 of its thunderous arms out wide and high, and bellowed in anticipation of victory. Drizzt wriggled an arm free and stabbed it hard in the leg, but that would hardly slow the beast. When Genhuavar crashed into the side of its lupin head, though, all thoughts of finishing off the drow fled, as both panther and demon flew away. Drizzt wasted no time in extracting himself from the muck, muttering thanks to Genhuavar all the while. How lifted his spirits had been when Head realized the identity of his first encounter in that hellish place, when Head realized that Genhuavar had followed him through Auclam Greith's gate. Together they had defeated every foe thus far, and as Drizzt closed in on the fallen behemoth, scimitars swinging, another demon found its premature victory cries muffled by its own blood. Drizzt paused to crouch beside Genhuavar, though he knew they had to move along, and quickly. He had been so pleased to see her, so hopeful that his rescue was at hand by his dearest of companions, but he had come to regret that Genhuavar had come through, for she was as trapped as he, and surely as doomed. Well, now, there's a good one, Queezer said to Scarret through a mouth half full of twisted yellow teeth. He'll get us a good bit for this, I'd be guessin'. What ye find then, ye dirty cow? Scarret replied with an equally wretched grin, and one made worse since he was between bites of some rancid meat he had found in the pocket of a dead soldier. Queezer motioned for Scarret to come closer. The field was full of looting thugs, after all, and showed him an onyx figurine beautifully crafted into the likeness of a great black cat. Heh, but we should be thanking Dudermont for bringing so much opportunity our way, I'm thinking, said a very pleased Scarret. 3 Hans'll give us a purse o' gold for that one. Queezer laughed and stuffed the figurine into a pouch under his dirty and ragged vest, instead of the large, bulging sack where he and Scarret had placed the more mundane booty. Let's get away, Queezer reasoned. If they're to catch us with the coin and the belts, that's our loss, but I'm not for wanting this treasure tucked into the pocket of a Lusker guard. Get her sold, Scarrett agreed. There'll be more to find on the field tomorrow night, and the night after that, and after that again. The two wretches shuffled across the dark field. Somewhere in the darkness, a wounded woman, not yet found by the rescue teams, moaned pitifully, but they ignored the plea and went on their profitable way. Chapter Ascension and Salvation. You are recovering well, Robillard said to Dudermont the next morning, a brilliantly sunny one, quite rare in Luskan that time of year. In response, the captain held up his injured arm, clenched his hand, and nodded. Or would be, if we could quiet the din, Robillard added. He moved to the room's large window, which overlooked a wide square, and pulled aside a corner of the heavy curtain. Out in the square, a great cheer arose. Robillard shook his head inside, then turned back to see Dudermont sitting up on the edge of his bed. My waistcoat, if you would, Dudermont said. You should not, Robillard replied, but without much conviction, for he knew the captain would never heed his warning. The resigned wizard went from the window to the dresser and retrieved his friend's clothes. Dudermont followed him, albeit shakily. You're sure you're ready for this? The wizard asked, helping with the sleeves of a puffy white shirt. How many days has it been? Only 3. Do we know the count of the dead? Has Drizzt been found? 2,000, at least, Robillard answered. Perhaps half again that number. Dudermont winced from more than pain as Robillard slid the waistcoat along his injured arm. And no, I fear that Arklemgreith's treachery marked the end of our drow friend, Robillard added. We haven't found as much as a dark-skinned finger. He was right near the tower when it exploded, I'm told. Quick and without pain, then, said Dudermont. That's something we all hope for. He nodded and shuffled to the window. I expect Drizzt hoped for it to come several centuries from now, Robillard had to jab as he followed. Propelled as much by anger as determination, Dudermont grabbed the heavy curtain and pulled it wide. Still using only his uninjured arm, he tugged the window open and stepped into clear view of the throng gathered in the square. Below him on the street, the people of Luskan, so battered and bereaved, so weary of battle, oppression, thieves, murderers, and all the rest, cheered wildly. More than one of the gathering fainted, overcome by emotion. Dudermont is alive! Someone cried. Huzzah for Dudermont! Another cheered. A third of them dead and they cheer for me, Dudermont said over his shoulder, his expression grim. It shows how much they hated Arklemgreith, I expect, Robillard replied. But look past the square, past the hopeful faces, and you will see that we haven't much time. Dudermont did just that, and took in the ruin of Cutlass Island. Even Closguard had not escaped the weight of the blast, with many of the houses on the western side of the island flattened and still smoldering. Beyond Closguard, in the harbor, a quartet of masts protruded from the dark waves. 4 ships had been damaged, and 2 fully lost. All across the city signs of devastation remained, the fallen bridge, the burned buildings, the heavy pall of smoke. Hopeful faces, Dudermont remarked of the crowd. Not satisfied, not victorious, just hopeful. Hope is the back of hate's coin, Robillard warned, and the captain nodded, knowing all too well that it was past time for him to get out of his bed and get to work. He waved to the crowd and moved back into his room, followed by the frenzied cheers of desperate folk. It's worth 1,000 gold if it's worth a plug copper, Queezer argued, shaking the figurine in front of the unimpressed expression of Roderick Fenn, the most famous pawnbroker in Luskan. Languishing beside the many others who dealt with the minor rogues and pirates of the city, Roderick had only recently come into prominence, mostly because of the vast array of exotic goods he'd somehow managed to wrangle. A large bounty had been offered for information regarding Roderick's new source. "I'll give ye 3 gold, and ye'll be glad to get it," Roderick said. Queezer and Scarrett exchanged sour looks, both shaking their heads. "You should pay him to take it from you," said another in the store, who seemed an unassuming enough patron. In fact, he had been invited by Roderick for just such a transaction, since Scarrett had tipped off Roderick the night before regarding the onyx figurine. "What do I know of it?" Scarrett demanded. "I know that it was Drizzt Do'Urden's," Morik the rogue replied. "I know that you hold a drow item, and one the dark elves will want returned. I wouldn't wish to be the person caught with it, to be sure." Queezer and Scarrett looked at each other again, then Queezer scoffed and waved a hand dismissively at the rogue. "Think, you fools," said Morik. "Consider Hohatran beside Drizzt into that last battle." Morik gave a little laugh. "You've managed to place yourself between legions of drow and Captain Dudermonto, and King Bruiner of Mithril Hall, as well, who will no doubt seek that figurine out. Congratulations are in order." He ended his sarcastic stream with a mocking laugh, and made his way toward the door. 20 pieces of gold, and be glad for it," Roderick said. And he'll be turning it over to Dudermont, don't you doubt, and hoping hell repay me if I'm in a good mood. I might tell him that the two of you came to me so that I could give it back to him. Queezer looked as if he was trying to say something, but no words came out. Or he'll just go to Dudermont and make his search a bit easier, and you'll be glad that I sent him and that I had no way to tell any dark elves instead. You're bluffing, Scarrett insisted. Call it, then, Roderick said with a wry grin. Scarrett turned to Queezer, but the suddenly pale man was already handing the figurine over. The two left quickly, passing Morik, who was outside leaning against the wall beside the door. You chose well, the rogue assured them. Scarrett got in his face. Shut your mouth, and if you're ever for telling anyone other than what Roderick's telling them, then know where to find ye first and do ye under. Morik shrugged, an exaggerated movement that perfectly covered the slide of his hand. He went back into Roderick's shop as the two hustled away. He'll be wanting my gold back, Roderick greeted him, but the smiling Morik was already tossing the pouch the pawnbroker's way. Morik walked over to the counter and Roderick handed him the statue. Worth more than 1,000, Roderick muttered as Morik took it. If it keeps the bosses happy, it's worth our very lives, the rogue replied, and he tipped his hat and departed. Governor, Baram spat with disgust. They're wanting him to be governor, and he's to take the call, by all accounts. And well he should, Kensidon replied. And this don't bother ye? Baram asked. He said we'd be finding power when Greeth was gone, and now Greeth's gone and all I'm finding are widows and brats needing food. I'll be emptying half of me coffers to keep the folk of ship Baram in line. Consider it the best investment of your life, High Captain Kurth answered before Kensidon could. No ship lost more than my own. I lost most of me guards, Tarl put in. Ye lost 100 common folk and a score of houses, but I lost fighters. How many of yours marched alongside Dudermont? His bluster couldn't hold though, as Kurth fixed him with a perfectly vicious glare. Dudermont's ascension was predictable and desirable, Kensidon said to them all to get the meeting of the five back on track. We survived the war. Our ships remain intact, though battered, as Luskan herself is battered. That will mend, and this time, we will not have the smothering strength of the host tower holding us in check at every turn. Be at ease, my friends, for this has gone splendidly. True, we could not fully anticipate the devastation Greeth wrought, and true, we have many more dead than we expected, but the war was mercifully short and favorably concluded. We could not ask for a better stooge than Captain Dudermont to serve as the new puppet governor of Luskan. Don't underestimate him, Kurth warned. He is a hero to the people, even to those fighters who serve in our ranks. Then we must make sure that the next few 10 days shine a different light upon him, said Kensidon. As he finished, he looked at his closest ally, Suljak, and saw the man frowning and shaking his head. Kensidon wasn't quite sure what that might mean, for in truth, Suljak had lost the most soldiers in the battle, with nearly all of his ship marching beside Dudermont and a good many of them killed at the host tower. Well enough to get out of bed, I would say, a voice accosted Regis. He lay in his bed, half asleep, feeling perfectly miserable both emotionally and physically. He could deal with his wounds a lot easier than with the loss of Drizzt. How was he going to go back to Mithril Hall and face Bruenor? And Catti Bree? I feel better, he lied. Then do sit up, little one, the voice replied, and that gave Regis pause, for he didn't recognize the speaker and saw no one when he looked around the room. He sat up quickly then, and immediately focused on a darkened corner of the room. Magically darkened, he knew. Who are you? He asked. An old friend. Regis shook his head. Farewell on your journey. The voice said, and the last notes of the sentence faded away to nothingness, taking the magical darkness with it. Leaving a revelation that had Regis gawking with surprise and trepidation. He knew that he was nearing the end, and that there was no way out. Genoavar, too, would perish, and Drizzt could only pray that her death on that alien plane, removed from the figurine, wouldn't be permanent, that she would, as she had on the prime material plane, simply revert to her astral home. The drow cursed himself for leaving the statuette behind. And he fought, not for himself, for he knew that he was doomed, but for Genoavar, his beloved friend. Perhaps she would find her way home through sheer exhaustion, as long as he could keep her alive long enough. He didn't know how many hours, days, had passed. He had found bitter nourishment in giant mushrooms and in the flesh of some of the strange beasts that had come against him, but both had left him sickly and weak. He knew he was nearing the end, but the fighting was not. He faced a 6-armed monstrosity, every lumbering swing from its thick arms heavy enough to decapitate him. Drizzt was too quick for those swipes, of course, and had he been less weary, his foe would have been an easy kill. But the drow could hardly hold his scimitars aloft, and his focus kept slipping. Several times, he managed to duck away just in time to avoid a heavy punch. Come on, Gwen, he whispered under his breath, having set the fiendish beast up for a sidelong strike from the panther's position on a rocky outcropping to the right. Drizzt heard a growl, and grinned, expecting Genoavar to fly in for the kill. But Drizzt got hit, and hard, instead, a flying tackle that flung him away from the beast and left him rolling in a tangle with another powerful creature. He didn't understand it was all he could do to hold on to his scimitars, let alone try to bring them to bear. But then the muddy ground beneath him became more solid, and a stinging light blinded him, and though his eyes could not adjust to see anything, he realized from another familiar growl that it was Genoavar who had tackled him. He heard a friendly voice, a welcomed voice, a cry of glee. He got hit with another flying tackle almost as soon as Head extricated himself from the jumble with Gwen. How? He asked Regis. I don't know and I don't care. The halfling responded, hugging Drizzt all the tighter. Kurth is right, High Captain Refner warned his son. Underestimate Captain Dudermont, Governor Dudermont, at our peril. He is a man of actions, not words. You were never at sea, and so you don't understand the horror that filled men's eyes when the sails of Sea Sprite were spotted. I have heard the tales, but this is not the sea, Kensidin replied. You have it all figured out, Refner said, his mocking tone unmistakable. I remain agile in my ability to adapt to whatever comes our way. But for now? For now, I allow Kurth to run rampant on Closeguard and Cutlass, and even in the market area. He and I will dominate the streets easily enough, with Suljak playing my fool. Dudermont may disband Prisoners' Carnival, but he will raise a strong militia to enforce the laws. His laws, Kensidin replied, not Luskan's. They are one and the same now. No, not yet, and not ever if we properly pressure the streets, said Kensidin. Turmoil is Dudermont's enemy, and lack of order will eventually turn the people against him. If he pushes too hard, he will find all of Luskan against him, as Arklam Greith realized. It's a fight you want? Refner said after a contemplative pause. It's a fight I insist upon, his conniving son answered. For now, Dudermont makes a fine target for the anger of others, while Ship Kurth and Ship Refner rule the streets. When the breaking point is reached, a second war will erupt in Luskan, and when it's done. A free port, said Refner. A sanctuary for merchant ships. With ready trade in exotic goods that will find their way to the homes of Waterhavian lords and to the shops of Baldur's Gate, said Kensidin. That alone will keep Waterdeep from organizing an invasion of the new Luskan, for the self-serving bastard nobles will not threaten their own playthings. We'll have our port, our city, and all pretense of law and subservience to the lords of Waterdeep be damned. Lofty goals, said Refner. My father, I only seek to make you proud, Kensidin said with such obvious sarcasm that old Refner could only laugh, and heartily. I'm not easy with this disembodied voice arriving in the darkness, Dudermont said. But pleased I am, beyond anything, to see you alive and well. Well is a relative term, the drow replied. But am recovering though if you ever happen to travel to the plane of my imprisonment, take care to avoid the mushrooms. Dudermont and Robillard laughed at that, as did Regis, who was standing at Drizzt's side, both of them carrying their packs for the road. I have acquaintances on Luskan's streets, Drizzt reasoned. Some not even of my knowing, but friends of a friend. Wolfgar, said Dudermont. Perhaps it was that Moric character he ran beside though he's not supposed to be in Luskan, on pain of death. Drizzt shrugged. Whatever good fortune brought Genhwyvar's statue to Regis, it's good fortune I will accept. True enough, said the captain. And now you are bound for Icewind Dale. Are you sure that you cannot stay the winter, for I've much to do, and your help would serve me well. If we hurry, we can beat the snows to 10 towns, said Drizzt. And you will return to Luskan in the spring? We would be sorry friends indeed if we didn't, Regis answered. We will return, Drizzt promised. With handshakes and bows, the pair left Sea Sprite, which served as the governor's palace until the devastation in the city could be sorted out and a new location, formerly the Red Dragon Inn on the northern bank of the Mirror, could be properly secured and readied. The enormity of the rebuilding task ahead of Luskan was not lost on Drizzt and Regis as they walked through the city's streets. Much of the place had been gutted by flames and so many had died, leaving one empty structure after another. Many of the larger homes and taverns had been confiscated by order of Governor Dudermont and set up as hospitals for the many, many wounded, or as often as not as morgues to hold the bodies until they could be properly identified and buried. The Lusker will do little through the winter, other than to try to find food and warmth, Regis remarked as they passed a group of haggard women huddled in a doorway. It will be a long road, Drizzt agreed. Was it worth the cost? The halfling asked. We can't yet know. A lot of folk would disagree with you on that, Regis remarked, nodding in the direction of the new graveyard north of the city. Arklam Greith was intolerable, Drizzt reminded his friend. If the city can withstand the next few months, a year perhaps, with the rebuilding in the summer, then Dudermont will do well by them, do not doubt. He will call in every favor from every Waterhavian lord, and goods and supplies will flow fast to Luskan. Will it be enough, though? Regis asked. With so many of the healthy adults dead, how many of their families will even stay? Drizzt shrugged helplessly. Perhaps we should stay and help through the winter, said Regis, but Drizzt was shaking his head. Not everyone in Luskan accepts me, Dudermont's friend or not, the drow replied. We didn't instigate their fight, but we helped the correct side win it. Now we must trust them to do what's right. There's little we can do here now. Besides, I want to see Wulfgar again, and Icewind Dale. It's been too long since I've looked upon my first true home. But Luskan Regis started. Drizzt interrupted with an upraised hand. Was it really worth it? Regis pressed anyway. I have no answers, nor do you. They passed out of the city's northern gate then, to the half-hearted cheers of the few guardsmen along the wall and towers. Maybe we could get them all to march to Longsaddle next, Regis remarked, and Drizzt laughed, almost as helplessly as he had shrugged. Harmony. I am often struck by the parallel courses I find in the wide world. My life's road has led me to many places, back and forth from Mithril Hall to the Sword Coast, to Icewind Dale and the Snowflake Mountains, to Callanport and to the Underdark. I have come to know the truth of the old saying that the only constant is change, but what strikes me most profoundly is the similarity of direction in that change, a concordance of mood, from place to place, in towns and among people who have no, or at least only cursory, knowledge of each other. I find unrest and I find hope. I find contentment and I find anger. And always, it seems, am met with the same general set of emotions among the people from place to place. I understand there is a rationality to it all, for even peoples remote from each other will share common influences, a difficult winter, a war in one land that affects commerce in another, whispers of a spreading plague, the rise of a new king whose message resonates among the populace and brings hope and joy even to those far removed from his growing legend. But still, I often feel as though there is another realm of the senses. As a cold winter might spread through Icewind Dale and Luskan, and all the way to the Silver Marches, so too, it seems, does mood spiderweb the paths and roads of the realms. It's almost as if there is a second layer of weather, an emotional wave that rolls and roils its way across Fair. There is trepidation and hopeful change in Mithril Hall and the rest of the Silver Marches, a collective holding of breath where the coin of true peace and all-out war spins on its edge, and not dwarf nor elf nor human nor orc knows on which side it will land. There is a powerful emotional battle waging between the status quo and the desire to embrace great and promising change. And so I found this same unsettling dynamic in Longsaddle, where the Harples are engaged in a similar state of near disaster with the rival factions of their community. They hold the coin fast, locked in spells to conserve what is, but the stress and strain are obvious to all who view. And so I found the same dynamic in Luskan, where the potential change is no less profound than the possible and none too popular acceptance of an orc kingdom as a viable partner in the League of Nations that comprise the Silver Marches. A wave of unrest and edginess has gripped the land, from Mithril Hall to the Sword Coast, palpably so. It's as if the people and races of the world have all at once declared the unacceptability of their current lot in life, as if the sentient beings have finished their collective exhale and are now taking in a new breath. I head to Icewind Dale, a land of tradition that extends beyond the people who live there, a land of constance and of constant pressure. A land not unaccustomed to war, a land that knows death intimately. If the same breath that brought a boot from his hole, that brought out ancient hatreds among the priests of Longsaddle, that led to the rise of Dudermont and the fall of Arklamgreath, has filled the unending winds of Icewind Dale, then I truly fear what I may find there, in a place where the smoke of a gutted homestead is almost as common as the smoke of a campfire, and where the howl of the wolf is no less threatening than the war cry of a barbarian, or the battle call of an orc, or the roar of a white dragon. Under the constant struggle to simply survive, Icewind Dale is on edge even in those times when the world is in a place of peace and contentment. What might I find there now, when my road has passed through lands of strife and battle? I wonder sometimes if there is a god, or gods, who play with the emotions of the collective of sentient beings as an artist colors a canvas. Might there be supernatural beings watching and taking amusement at our toils and tribulations? Do these gods wave giant wands of envy or greed or contentment or love over us all, that they can then watch at their pleasure, perhaps even gamble on the outcome? Or do they, too, battle amongst themselves, reflections of our own failures, and their victories and failures similarly extend to us, their insignificant minions? Or am I simply taking the easier route of reasoning, and ascribing what I cannot know to some irrationally defined being or beings for the sake of my own comfort? This trail, I fear, may be no more than warm porridge on a wintry morning. Whatever it is, the weather or the rise of a great foe, folk demanding to partake of advancements in comfort or the sweep of a plague, or some unseen and nefarious god or gods at play, or whether, perhaps, the collective I view is no more than an extension of my own inner turmoil or contentment, a projection of Drizzt upon the people he views, whatever it may be, this collective emotion seems to me a palpable thing, a real and true motion of shared breath. Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. The wind in their ears. It happened imperceptibly, a delicate transition that touched the memories and souls of the companions as profoundly as it reverberated in their physical senses. For as the endless and mournful wind of Icewind Dale filled their ears, as the smell of the tundra filled their noses, as the cold northern air tickled their skin, and as the sheet of wintry white dazzled their eyes, so too did the aura of the place, the primal savagery, the pristine beauty, fill their thoughts, so too did the edge of catastrophe awaken their conflicting fears. That was the true power of the Dale, exemplified by the wind, always the wind, the constant reminder of the paradox of existence, that one was always alone and never alone, that communion ended at sense's edge and yet that the same communion never truly ended. They walked side by side, without speaking, but not in silence. They were joined by the wind of Icewind Dale, in the same place and same time, and whatever thoughts they each entertained separately could not fully escape the bond of awareness forced by Icewind Dale itself upon all who ventured there. They crossed out of the pass through the spine of the world and onto the wider tundra one bright and shining morning, and found that the snows were not yet too deep, and the wind not yet too cold. In a few days, if the weather held, they would arrive in 10 towns, the 10 settlements around the 3 deep lakes to the north. There, Regis had once found sanctuary from the relentless pursuit of Pasha Puk, a former employer, from whom he had stolen the magical ruby pendant he still wore. There, the beleaguered and weary Dris Duerden had at last found a place to call home, and the friends he continued to hold most dear. For the next few days, they held wistfulness in their eyes and fullness in their hearts. Around their small campfire each night they spoke of times past, of fishing Mare Dualdan, the largest of the lakes, of nights on Kelvin's cairn, the lone mountain above the caves where Bruinner's clan had lived in exile, where the stars seemed so close that one could grasp them, and questions of immortality seemed crystalline clear. For one could not stand on Bruinner's climb on Kelvin's cairn, amidst the stars on a cold and crisp Icewind Dale night and not feel a profound connection to eternity. The trail, known simply as the caravan route, ran almost directly northeast to Bryn Shander, the largest of the 10 settlements, the accepted seat of power for the region and the common marketplace. Bryn Shander was favorably located within the meager protection of a series of rolling hillocks and nearly equidistant to the 3 lakes, Mare Dualdan to the northwest, Redwaters to the southeast and Lac Dinishir, the easternmost of the lakes. Along the same line as the caravan route, just half a day's walk northeast of Bryn Shander, loomed the dormant volcano Kelvin's cairn, and before it, the valley and tunnels that once, and for more than a century, had housed Clan Battlehammer. Nearly 10,000 hardy souls lived in those 10 settlements, all but those in Bryn Shander on the banks of one of the 3 lakes. The approach of a dark elf and a halfling elicited excitement and alarm in the young guards manning Bryn Shander's main gate. To see anyone coming up the caravan route at such a late date was a surprise, but to have one of those approaching be an elf with skin as black as midnight. The gates closed fast and hard, and Driss laughed aloud loud enough to be heard, though he and Regis were still many yards away. "I told you to keep your hood up," Regis scolded. "Better they see me for what I am before we're in range of a longbow." Regis took a step away from the drow, and Driss laughed again, and so did the halfling. "Halt and be recognized." A guard shouted at them in a voice too shaky to truly be threatening. "Recognize me, then, and be done with this foolishness," Driss called back, and he stopped in the middle of the road barely 20 strides from the wooden stockade wall. How many years must one live among the folk of 10 towns before the lapse of a few short years so erases the memory of men? A long pause ensued before a different guard called out, "What is your name?" "Dris Duerden, you fool." Regis yelled back. "And I am Regis of Lonelywood, who serves King Bruinner in Mithril Hall." "Can it be?" Yet another voice cried out. The gates swung open as quickly and as forcefully as they had closed. "Apparently their memories are not as short as you feared," Regis remarked. "It's good to be home," the drow replied. The snow-covered trees muffled the wind's mournful song as Regis silently padded through them down to the banks of the partially frozen lake a few days later. Mare Dualdan spread out wide before him, grey ice, black ice, and blue water. One boat bobbed at the town of Lonelywood's longest wharf, not yet caught fast by the winter. From dozens of small houses nestled in the woods, single lines of smoke wafted into the morning air. Regis was at peace. He moved to the water's edge, where a small patch remained unfrozen, and dropped a tiny chunk of ice into the lake, then watched as the ripples rolled out from the impact, washing little bits of water onto the surrounding ice. His mind took him through those ripples and into the past. He thought of fishing. This had been his favorite spot. He told himself it would be a good thing to come back one summer and again set his bobber in the waters of Mare Dualdan. Hardly thinking of the action, he reached into a small sack he had tied to his belt and produced a palm-sized piece of white bone, the famous skull that gave the trout of Icewind Dale their name. From his other hip pouch, he produced his carving knife, and never looking down at the bone, his eyes gazing across the empty lake, he went to work. Shavings fell as the halfling worked to free that which he knew to be in the bone, for that was the true secret of Scrimshaw. His art wasn't to carve the bone into some definable shape, but to free the shape that was already in there, waiting for skilled and delicate fingers to show it to the world. Regis looked down and smiled as he came to understand the image he was freeing, one so fitting for him at that moment of reflection on what had once been, of good times spent among good friends in a land so beautiful and so deadly all at once. He lost track of time as he stood there reminiscing and sculpting, and soaking in the beauty and the refreshing chill. Half in a daze, half in the past, Regis nearly jumped out of his furry boots when he glanced down again and saw the head of a gigantic cat beside his hip. His little squeak became a call of, "Genhuavar!" as the startled halfling tried to catch his breath. "She likes it here, too," Driz said from the trees behind him, and he turned to watch his drow friends approach. "You could have called out a warning," Regis said, and he noted that in his startled jump, had nicked his thumb with the sharp knife. He brought it up to suck on the wound, and was greatly relieved to learn that his scrimshaw had not been damaged. "I did," Drizzt replied. "Twice. You've the wind in your ears. It's not so breezy here." "Then the winds of time," said Drizzt. Regis smiled and nodded. "It's hard to come here and not want to stay." "It's a more difficult place than Mithril Hall," said Drizzt. "But a more simple one," Regis answered, and it was Drizzt's turn to smile and nod. "You met with the spokesman of Bryn Shander?" Drizzt shook his head. "There was no need," he explained. "Proprietor Failferrel knew well of Wulfgar's journey through 10 towns 4 years ago. I learned everything we need from the innkeeper. And it saved you the trouble of the fanfare you knew would accompany your return. As you avoided it by jumping a wagon north to Lonely Wood," Drizzt retorted. "I wanted to see it again. It was my home, after all, and for many, many years." "Did fat old Failferrel mention any subsequent visits by Wulfgar?" Drizzt shook his head. "Our friend came through, Praise Tempest, but very briefly before going straight away out to the tundra, to rejoin his people. The folk of Bryn Shander heard one other mention of him, just one, a short time after that, but nothing definitive and nothing that Failferrel remembers well. Then he is out there," Regis said, nodding to the northeast, "the open lands where the barbarians roamed. I'd wager he's the king of them all by now." Drizzt's expression showed he didn't agree. "Where he went, where he is not known in Bryn Shander, and perhaps Wulfgar has become chieftain of the tribe of the Elk, his people. But the tribes are no longer united, and have not been for years. They have only occasional and very minor dealings with the folk of 10 towns at all, and Failferrel assured me that were it not for the occasional campfire seen in the distance, the folk of 10 towns wouldn't even know that they were constantly surrounded by wandering barbarians." Regis furrowed his brow in consternation. "But neither do they fear the tribes, as they once did," Drizzt said. "They coexist, and there is relative peace, and that is no small legacy of our friend Wulfgar." "Do you think he's still out there?" "I know he is. And we're going to find him," said Regis. "Poor friends we would be if we didn't." "It's getting cold," the halfling warned. "Not as cold as the ice cave of a white dragon." Regis rubbed Genhuibar's strong neck and chuckled helplessly. "You'll get me there, too, before this is all done," he said, "or I'm an unbearded gnome." "Unbearded?" Drizzt asked and Regis shrugged. "Works for Bruenor the other way," he said. "A furry-footed gnome, then," Drizzt offered. "A hungry halfling," Regis corrected. "If we're going out there, we'll need ample supplies. Buy some saddlebags for your cat, or bend your back, elf." Laughing, Drizzt walked over and draped his arm around Regis' sturdy shoulders, and started turning the halfling to leave. Regis resisted, though, and instead forced Drizzt to pause and take a good long look at Maer Dualdan. He heard the drow sigh deeply, and knew had been taken by the same nostalgic trance, by memories of the years they had known in the simple, beautiful, and deadly splendors of Icewind Dale. "What are you carving?" Drizzt asked after a long while. "Well, both know when it reveals itself," Regis answered, and Drizzt accepted that inescapable truth with a nod. They went out that very afternoon, packs heavy with food and extra clothing. They made the base of Kelvin's cairn as twilight descended, and found shelter in a shallow cave, one that Drizzt knew very well. "In going up tonight," Drizzt informed Regis over supper. "To Bruenor's climb?" "To where it was before the collapse, yes. I will stoke the fire well before I go, I promise, and leave Genhuibar beside you until I return. Let it burn low, and keep or release the cat as she needs," Regis answered. "I'm going with you." Surprised, but pleasantly so, Drizzt nodded. He kept Genhuibar by his side as he and Regis made a silent ascent to the top of Kelvin's cairn. It was a difficult climb, with few trails, and those along icy rocks, but less than an hour later, the companions stepped out from behind one overhang to find that they had reached the peak. The tundra spread wide before them, and stars twinkled all around them. The three of them stood there in communion with Icewind Dale, in harmony with the cycles of life and death, in contemplation of eternity and a oneness of being with all the great universe, for a long time. They took great comfort in feeling so much a part of something larger than themselves. And somewhere in the north, a campfire flared to life, seeming like another star. They each wondered silently if Wulfgar might be sitting beside it, rubbing the coal from his strong hands. A wolf howled from somewhere unseen, and another answered, then still more took up the nighttime song of Icewind Dale. Genwavar growled softly, not angered, excited, or uneasy, but simply to speak to the heavens and the wind. Drizzt crouched beside her and looked across her back to meet Regis' stare. Each knew well what the other was thinking and feeling and remembering, and there was no need at all for words, so none were spoken. It was a night that they, all three, would remember for the rest of their lives. Chapter: The Better Natures of Men. This was not my intent, Captain Dudermont told the gathered Lusker, his strong voice reaching out through the driving rain. My life was the sea, and perhaps will be again, but for now I accept your call to serve as governor of Luskan. The cheering overwhelmed the drumbeat of raindrops. Marvelous, Robillard muttered from the back of the stage built for prisoners' carnival, the brutal face of Lusker justice. I have sailed to many lands and seen many ways, Dudermont went on, and many in the crowd demanded quiet of their peers, for they wanted to savor the man's every word. I have known Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate, Memnon and faraway Kalimport, and every port in between. I have seen far better leaders than Arklam Greith. The mere mention of the name brought a long hiss from the thousands gathered, but never have I witnessed a people stronger in courage and character than those I see before me now, the governor went on, and the cheering erupted anew. Would that they would shut up, that we might be done with this, and out of the miserable rain, Robillard grumbled. Today I make my first decree, the governor declared, that this abomination known as Prisoners' Carnival, is now and forever ended. The response: some wild cheering, many curious stares, and more than a few sour expressions reminded Dudermont of the enormity of the task before him. The carnival was among the most barbaric circuses Dudermont had ever witnessed, where men and women, some guilty, some probably not, were publicly tortured, humiliated, even gruesomely murdered. In Luskan, many called it entertainment. I will work with the high captains, who will leave our long-ago battles out to sea, I'm sure. Dudermont moved along. Together we will forge from Luskan a shining example of what can be, when the greater and common good is the goal, and the voices of the least are heard as strongly as those of the nobility. More cheering made Dudermont pause yet again. He is an optimistic sort, muttered Robillard. And why not? Asked Suljak, who sat beside him, the lone high captain who had accepted the invitation to sit on the dais behind Dudermont, and had only committed to do so at the insistence of Kensidon. Being out there, listening to Dudermont, and to the cheers coming back at the dais from the throng of Lusker, had Suljak sitting taller and leaning this way and that with some enthusiasm. Robillard ignored him and leaned forward. Captain, he called, getting Dudermont's attention. Would you have half your subjects fall ill from the wet and cold? Dudermont smiled at the not-so-subtle hint. Go to your homes, now, and take heart, Dudermont bade the crowd. Be warm, and be filled with hope. The day has turned, and though Talos the Storm Lord has not yet heard, the skies are brighter in Luskan. That brought the loudest cheering of all. 3 times he put me to the bottom, Baram growled, watching with Tarl from a balcony across the way. 3 times the dog Dudermont and his fancy sea sprite, curse your name, dropped me ship out from under me, and one of them times, he got me landed in Prisoner's Carnival. He pulled up his sleeve, showing a series of burned scars where had been prodded with a hot poker. Cost me more to brag me way out than it cost for a new ship. Dudermont's a dog, to be sure, Tarl agreed. He smiled as he finished, nudged his partner, and pointed down to the back of the square, where most of the city's magistrates huddled under an awning. Not a one o' them's happy at the call for the end o' their fun. Baram snorted as he considered the grim expressions on the faces of the torturers. They reveled in their duties, they called Prisoners' Carnival a necessary evil for the administration of justice. But Baram, who had sat in the cells of the limestone holding caves, who had been paraded across that stage, who had paid 2 of them handsomely to get his reduced sentence, he should have been drawn and quartered for the pirate he was, knew they had all profited from bribes, as well. In thinking that the rain's fitting for the day's events, Baram remarked. Lots o' storm clouds in Luskan's coming days. Yet not be thinking that, looking at the fool Suljak, sitting there all a titter at the dog Dudermont's every word, Tarl said, and Baram issued a low growl. He's looking for a way to up himself on Dudermont's sleeve, Tarl went on. He knows he's the least among us, and now's thinking himself to be the cleverest. Too clever by half, Baram said, and there was no missing the threatening tone in his voice. Chaos, Tarl agreed. Kensidon wanted chaos, and claimed we 5 would be better for it, eh? So let's us be better, I say. As gently as a father lifting an injured daughter, the Lich scooped the weathered body of Valindra Shadowmantle into his arms. He cradled her close, that dark and rainy evening, the same day Dudermont had made his I am your god speech to the idiot peasants of Luskan. He didn't use the bridge to cross from blasted Cutlass Island to Closguard, but simply walked into the water. He didn't need air, nor did Valindra, after all. He moved into an underwater cave beneath the rim of Closguard, then to the sewer system that took him to the mainland, under his new home, Ilisk, where he placed Valindra gently in a curtained bed of soft satin and velvet. When he poured an elixir down her throat a short while later, the woman coughed out the rain, blood, and seawater. Groggily, she sat up and found that her breathing was hard to come by. She forced the air in and out of her lungs, taking in the many unfamiliar and curious smells as she did. She finally settled and glanced through a crack in the canopy. The host tower, she rasped, straining with every word. We survived. I thought the witch had killed. The host tower is gone, Arklam Greith told her. Valindra looked at him curiously, then struggled to the edge of the bed and parted the canopy, glancing around in confusion at what looked like the Archmage Arcane's bedchamber in the host tower. She ended by turning her puzzled expression to the Lich. Boom, he said with a grin. It's gone, destroyed wholly and utterly, and many of Luskan with it, cursed their rotting corpses. But this is your room. Which was never actually in the host tower, of course, Arklam Greith sort of explained. I entered it 1,000 times. Extra-dimensional travel, there is magic in the world, you know. Valindra smirked at his sarcasm. I expected it would come to this one day, Arklam Greith explained with a chuckle. In fact, I hoped for it. He looked up at Valindra's stunned expression and laughed all the louder before adding, people are so fickle. It comes from living so short and miserable a life. So then where are we? Under Ilisk, our new home. Valindra shook her head at every word. This is no place for me. Find me another assignment within the Arcane Brotherhood. It was Arklam Greith's turn to shake his head. This is your place, as surely as it is my own. Ilisk? The Moon Elf asked with obvious consternation and dismay. You haven't yet noted that you're not drawing breath, except to give sound to your voice, said the Lich, and Valindra looked at him curiously. Then she looked down at her own pale and unmoving breast, then back to him with alarm. What have you done? She barely managed to whisper. Not I, but Arabeth, Arklam Greith replied. Her dagger was well placed. You died before the host tower exploded. But you resurrected. Greith was still shaking his head. I am no wretched priest who grovels before a fool god. Then what? Valindra asked, but she knew. He had expected the terrorized reaction that followed, of course, for few people welcome lichdom in so sudden and unbedina manner. He returned her horror with a smile, knowing that Valindra's shadow mantle, his beloved, would get past the shock and recognize the blessing. Events moved quickly. Tanalai, one of Luskan's most prestigious guards, warned Dudermont. The governor had invited Tanalai and many other prominent guards and citizens to meet with him in his quarters, and had bade them to speak honestly and forthrightly. The governor was certainly getting what had asked for, to the continual groaning of Robillard, who sat at the window at the back of the spacious room. As well they must, Dudermont replied. Winter will be fast upon us, and many are without homes. I will not have my people, our people, starving and freezing in the streets. Of course not, Tanalai agreed. I didn't mean to suggest. He means other events, said Magistrate Jerem Bull, formerly a leading adjudicator of the defunct prisoners' carnival. People will think to loot and scavenge, Tanalai clarified. Dudermont nodded. They will. They will scavenge for food, so that they won't starve and die. And for that, what? Would you have me serve them up to prisoners' carnival for the delight of other starving people? You risk the breakdown of order, Magistrate Jerem Bull warned. Prisoners' carnival epitomized the lack of order. Dudermont shot back, raising his voice for the first time in the long and often contentious discussion. Don't sneer at my observation. I witnessed Luskan's meting out of justice for much of my adult life, and know of more than a few who met a grisly and undeserved fate at the hands of the magistrates. And yet, under that blanket, the city thrived, said Jerem Bull. Thrived? Who is it that thrived, magistrate? Those with enough coin to buy their way free of your carnival? Those with enough influence that the magistrates dare not touch them, however heinous their affronts? You should take care how you refer to those people, Jerem Bull replied, his voice going low. You speak of the core of Luskan's power, of the men who allowed their folk to join in your impetuous march to tear down the most glorious structure that this city, nay, the most glorious structure that any city in the north has ever known. A glorious structure ruled by a lich who loosed undead monsters randomly about the streets, Dudermont reminded him. Would there have been a seat at Prisoners' Carnival for Arklam Greith, I wonder? Other than a position of oversight, I mean. Jerem Bull narrowed his gaze, but didn't respond, and on that sour note, the meeting was adjourned. What? Dudermont asked of the surly-faced Robillard when they were alone. You don't agree? When have I ever, True enough, Dudermont admitted. Luskan must start anew, and quickly. Forgiveness is the order of the day, it has to be. I will issue a blanket pardon to everyone not directly affiliated with the Arcane Brotherhood who fought against us on the side of the host tower. Confusion and fear, not malice, drove their resistance. And even for those who threw in their lot with the Brotherhood, we will adjudicate with an even hand. Robillard chuckled. I doubt many knew the truth of Auckland Greeth, and probably, and justifiably, saw Lord Brambleberry and me as invaders. In a sense, said the wizard. Dudermont shook his head at the dry and unending sarcasm, and wondered again why he kept Robillard at his side for all those years. He knew the answer, of course, and it came more from exactly that willingness to disagree than the wizard's formidable skill in the art. The life of the typical Lusker was no more than a prison sentence, Dudermont said, awaiting the formality of prisoner's carnival, or joining in with one of the many street gangs. Gangs, or ships? Dudermont nodded. He knew the wizard was right, and that the thuggery of Luskan had emanated from 6 distinct locations. One was down now, with Auckland Greeth blown away, but the other 5, the ships of the high captains, remained. And though they fought with you, or not against you at least, are you to doubt that some Baram comes to Mindhaven quite forgiving you for past meetings? If he decides to act upon that old score, let us hope that he's as poor a fighter on land as he was at sea, said Dudermont, and even Robillard cracked a smile at that. Do you even understand the level of risk you're taking herein in the name of the folk you claim to serve? Robillard asked after a short pause. These Lusker have known only iron rule for decades. Under the fist of Auckland Greeth and the high captains, their little wars remained little wars, their crimes both petty and murderous were rewarded with harsh retribution, either by a blade in the alley or, yes, by prisoner's carnival. The sword was always drawn, ready to slash anyone who got too far out of the boundaries of acceptable behavior, even if that behavior was never acceptable to you. Now you retract that sword and show them a better way, Dudermont insisted. We have seen commoners leading better lives across the wide world, in Waterdeep and even in the wilder cities to the south. Are there any so ill-structured as the Luskan of Auckland Greeth? Waterdeep has its own iron fists, Captain, Robillard reminded him. The power of the lords, both secret and open, backed by the Blackstaff, is so overwhelming as to afford them nearly complete control of day-to-day life in the City of Splendors. You cannot compare cities south of here to Luskan. This place has only commerce. Its entire existence settles on its ability to attract merchants, including unsavory types, from 10 towns in Icewind Dale to the dwarves of Irnspa to Mirabar and the Silver Marches to the ships that put into her harbors, and yes, to Waterdeep as well. Luskan is not a town of noble families, but of rogues. She is not a town of farmers, but of pirates. Do I truly need to explain these truths to you? You speak of old Luskan, the stubborn Dudermont replied. These rogues and pirates have taken homes, have taken wives and husbands, have brought forth children. The transition began long before Brambleberry and I sailed north from Waterdeep. That is why the people so readily joined in against the drawn sword, as you put it. Their days in the darkness are ended. Only one high captain accepted the invitation to sit with you for your acceptance speech, and he, Suljak, is considered the least among them. The least, or the wisest? Robillard laughed. Wisdom is not something Suljak has oft been accused of, I'm sure. If he sees the future of Luskan united, then it's a mantle he will wear more often, Dudermont insisted. So says the governor. So he does. Dudermont insisted. Have you no faith in the spirit of humanity? Robillard scoffed loudly at that. I've sailed the same seas you have, Captain. I saw the same murderers and pirates. I've seen the nature of men, indeed. The spirit of humanity? I believe in it. Optimism, good man. Shake off your surliness and take heart and take hope. Optimism trumps pessimism, and reality slaughters one and justifies the other. Problems are not often simply matters of perception. True enough, Dudermont conceded, but we can shape that reality if we're clever enough and strong enough. And optimistic enough, Robillard said dryly. Indeed, the captain, the governor, beamed against that unending sarcasm. The spirit of humanity and brotherhood, came another dry remark. Indeed, ... And wise Robillard rolled his eyes. Chapter. The unforgiving Icewind Dale. The rocks provided only meager shelter from the relentlessly howling wind. North of Kelvin's Cairn, out on the open tundra, Drizzt and Regis appreciated having found any shelter at all. Somehow the drow managed to get a fire started, though the flames engaged in so fierce a battle with the wind that they seemed to have little heat left over for the companions. Regis sat uncomplaining, working his little knife fast over a piece of knucklehead bone. A cold night indeed, Drizzt remarked. Regis looked up to see his friend staring at him curiously, as if expecting that Regis would launch into a series of complaints, as, he had to admit, had often been his nature. For some reason even he didn't understand, perhaps it was the feeling of homecoming, or maybe the hope that he would soon see Wulfgar again. Regis wasn't miserable in the wind and certainly didn't feel like grumbling. It's the North Sea wind come calling, the halfling said absently, still focused on his scrimshaw. And it's here for the season, of course. He looked up at the sky and confirmed his observation. Far fewer stars shone, and the black shapes of clouds moved swiftly from the northwest. Then even if we find Wolfgar's tribe in the morning as we had hoped, we'll not likely get out of Icewind Dale in time to beat the first deep snows, said Drizzt. We're stuck here for the duration of the winter. Regis shrugged, strangely unbothered by the thought, and went on with his carving. A few moments later, Drizzt chuckled, drawing the halfling's eyes up to see the drow staring at him. What? You feel it, too, said Drizzt. Regis paused in his carving and let the drow's words sink in. A lot of years, a lot of memories. And most of them grand. And even the bad ones, like Akar Kessel and the Crystal Shard, worth retelling, Regis agreed. So when we're all gone, even Bruenor dead of old age, will you return to Icewind Dale? The question had Drizzt blinking and leaning back from the fire, his expression caught somewhere between confusion and alarm. It's not something I prefer to think about, he replied. I'm asking you to do that very thing. Drizzt shrugged and seemed lost, seemed almost as if he were drowning. With all the battles ahead of us, what makes you believe he'll outlive you all? It's the way of things, or could well be Elf. And if I'm cut down in battle, and the rest with me, would you return to Icewind Dale? Bruenor would likely bind me to Mithril Hall to serve the next king, or to serve as steward until a king might be found. You'll not escape that easily, my little friend. But I asked first. But I demand of you an answer before I offer my own. Drizzt started to settle in stubbornly, crossing his arms over his chest, and Regis blurted out, yes. Before he could assume his defiant posture. Yes, the halfling said again. I would return if I had no duties elsewhere. I cannot think of a better place in all the world to live. You don't much sound like the Regis who used to button up tight against the winter's chill and complain at the turn of the first leaf of Lonelywood. My complaining was extortion, Drizzt finished. A way to ensure that Regis' hearth was never short of logs, for those around you could not suffer your whining. Regis considered the playful insult for a moment, then shrugged in acceptance, not about to disagree. And the complaints were born of fear, he explained. I couldn't believe this was my home. I couldn't appreciate that this was my home. I came here fleeing Pasha Pook and Artemis Entreri, and had no idea I would remain here for so long. In my mind, Icewind Dale was a waypoint and nothing more, a place to set that devilish assassin off my trail. He gave a little laugh and shake of his head as he looked back down at the small statue taking shape in his hand. Somewhere along the way, I came to know Icewind Dale as my home, he said, his voice growing somber. I don't think I understood that until I came back here just now. It might be you're just weary of the battles and tribulations of Mithril Hall, said Drizzt, with Abood so close and Bruenor in constant worry. Perhaps, Regis conceded, but he didn't seem convinced. He looked back up at Drizzt and offered a sincere smile. Whatever the reason, I'm glad we're here, we two together. On a cold winter's night. So be it. Drizzt looked at Regis with friendship and admiration, amazed at how much the halfling had grown over the last few years, ever since he had taken a spear in battle several years before. That wound, that near-death experience, had brought a palpable change over Drizzt's halfling friend. Before that fight on the river, far to the south, Regis had always shied from trouble, and had been very good at fleeing, but from that point on, when Head recognized, admitted, and was horrified to see that he had become a dangerous burden to his heroic friends, the halfling had faced, met, and conquered every challenge put before him. I think it'll snow tonight, Regis said, looking up at the lowering and thickening clouds. So be it, Drizzt replied with an infectious grin. Surprisingly, the wind let up before dawn, and though Regis' prediction of snow proved accurate, it was not a driving and unpleasant storm. Thick flakes drifted down from above, lazily pirouetting, dodging and darting on their way to the whitened ground. The companions had barely started on their way when they saw again the smoke of campfires, and as they neared the camp, still before midday, Drizzt recognized the standards and knew that they had indeed found the tribe of the Elk, Wulfgar's people. Just the Elk? Regis remarked, and cast a concerned look up at Drizzt at the apparent confirmation of what they had been told in Bryn Shander. When they'd left for Mithril Hall, the barbarians of Icewind Dale had been united, all tribes in one. That seemed not to be the case anymore, both from the small size of the encampment and from the fact of that one, and only one, distinguished banner. They approached slowly, side by side, hands up, palms out in an unthreatening manner. Smiles and nods came back at them from the men sitting watch on the perimeter. They were recognized still in that place, and accepted as friends. The vigilant sentries didn't leave their positions to go over and greet them, but did wave, and motion them through. And somehow signaled ahead to the people in the camp, Drizzt and Regis realized from the movements of the main area. It was set in the shelter of a shallow dell, so there was no way they had been spotted from within the collection of tents before they'd crested the surrounding hillock, and yet the camp was all astir, with people rushing about excitedly. A large figure, a huge man with corded muscles and wisdom in his seasoned eyes, stood in the center of all the commotion, flanked by warriors and priests. He wore the headdress of leadership, elf-horned and decorated, and he was well known to Drizzt and Regis. But to their surprise, it was not Wulfgar. "You stopped the wind, Drizzt Do'Urden," Berkhgar the Bold said in his strong voice. "Your legend is without end." Drizzt accepted the compliment with a polite bow. "You are well, Berkhgar, and that gladdens my heart," the drow said. "The seasons have been difficult," the barbarian admitted. "Winter has been the strongest, and the filthy goblins and giants ever present. We have suffered many losses, but my people have fared best among the tribes." Both Regis and Drizzt stiffened at that admission, particularly of the losses, and particularly in light of the fact that it was not Wulfgar standing before them, and that he was nowhere to be seen. "We survive and we go on," Berkhgar added. "That is our heritage and our way." Drizzt nodded solemnly. He wanted to ask the pressing question, but he held his tongue and let the barbarian continue. "How fares Bruenor in Mithril Hall?" Berkhgar asked. "I pray to the spirits that you didn't come to tell me that this foul orc king has won the day." "Nay, not," the Drizzt started to say, but he bit it off and looked at Berkhgar with curiosity. "How do you know of King Abood and his minions?" "Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar, returned to us with many tales to share." "Then where is he?" Regis blurted, unable to contain himself. "Out hunting?" "None are out hunting." "Then where?" the halfling demanded, and such a voice came out of his diminutive form as to startle Berkhgar and all the others, even Drizzt. "Wulfgar came to us 4 winters ago, and for 3 winters, he remained among the people," Berkhgar replied. "He hunted with the tribe of the Elk, as he always should have. He shared in our food and our drink. He danced and sang with the people who were once his own, but no more. He tried to take your crown, but you wouldn't let him," Regis said, trying futilely to keep any level of accusation out of his voice. He knew had failed miserably at that, however, when Drizzt elbowed him in the shoulder. "Wulfgar never challenged me," Berkhgar replied. "He had no place to challenge my leadership, and no right. He was once your leader." "Once." The simple answer set the halfling back on his heels. "Wulfgar forgot the ways of Icewind Dale, the ways of our people," Berkhgar said, addressing Drizzt directly and not even glancing down at the upset halfling. "Icewind Dale is unforgiving. Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar, didn't need to be told that. He offered no challenge." Drizzt nodded his understanding and acceptance. "He left us in the first draw of light and dark," the barbarian explained. "The spring equinox," Drizzt explained to Regis. "When day and night are equal." He turned to Berkhgar and asked directly, was it demanded of him that he leave? The chieftain shook his head. "Too long are the tales of Wulfgar. Great sorrow, it is, for us to know that he is of us no more." "He thought he was coming home," said Regis. "This was not his home." "Then where is he?" the halfling demanded, and Berkhgar shook his head solemnly, having no answer. "He didn't go back to Ten Towns," Regis said, growing more animated as he became more alarmed. "He didn't go back to Luskan. He couldn't have without stopping through 10. The son of Bjornigar is dead," Berkhgar interrupted. "We're not pleased that it came to this, but Icewind Dale wins over us all. Wulfgar forgot who he was, and forgot where he came from. Icewind Dale does not forgive. He left us in the first draw of light and dark, and we found signs of him for many 10 days. But they are gone, and he is gone." "Are you certain?" Drizzt asked, trying to keep the tremor out of his pained voice. Berkhgar slowly blinked. "Our words with the people of the 3 lakes are few," he explained. "But when sign of Wulfgar faded from the tundra of Icewind Dale, we asked of him among them." "The little one is right. Wulfgar did not go back to Ten Towns." "Our mourning is past," came a voice from behind Berkhgar, and the barbarian leader turned to regard the man who had disregarded custom by speaking out. A nod from Berkhgar showed forgiveness for that, and when they saw the speaker, Drizzt and Regis understood the sympathy, for Kierstad, grown into a strong man, had ever been a devout champion of the son of Bjornigar. No doubt for Kierstad, the loss of Wulfgar was akin to the loss of his father. None of that pain showed in his voice or his stance, however. He had proclaimed the mourning of Wulfgar past, and so it simply was. "You don't know that he's dead," Regis protested, and both Berkhgar and Kierstad, and many others, scowled at him. Drizzt hushed him with a little tap on the shoulder. "You know the comforts of a hearth and a bed of down," Berkhgar said to Regis. "We know Icewind Dale. Icewind Dale does not forgive." Regis started to protest again, but Drizzt held him back, understanding well that resignation and acceptance was the way of the barbarians. They accepted death without remorse because death was all too near, always. Not a man or woman there had not known the specter of death, a lover, a parent, a child, or a friend. And so the drow tried to show the same stoicism when he and Regis took their leave of the tribe of the Elk soon after, walking the same path that had brought them so far out from 10 towns. The facade couldn't hold though, and the drow couldn't hide his wince of pain. He didn't know where to turn, where to look, who to ask. Wulfgar was gone, lost to him, and the taste proved bitter indeed. Black wings of guilt fluttered around him as he walked, images of the look on Wulfgar's face when first had learned that Catti-brie was lost to him, betrothed to the drow he called his best friend. It had been no one's fault, not Drist's, nor Catti-brie's, nor Wulfgar's, for Wulfgar had been lost to them for years, trapped in the abyss by the Baelor heir too. In that time, Drist and Catti-brie had fallen in love, or had at last admitted the love they had known for years, but had muted because of their obvious differences. When Wulfgar had returned from the dead, there was nothing they could do, though Catti-brie had surely tried. And so it was circumstance that had driven Wulfgar from the companions of the hall. Blameless circumstance, Drist tried hard to tell himself as he and Regis walked without speaking through the continuing gentle snowfall. He wasn't about to convince himself, but it hardly mattered anyway. All that mattered was that Wulfgar was lost to him forever, that his beloved friend was no more and his world had diminished. Beside him, the muffling aspect of the snow and breeze did little to hide Regis' sniffles. Chapter Para Adelaide. Ah, but you're a thief. The man accused, poking his finger into the chest of the one who he believed had just pocketed the wares. Speak on your own. The other shouted back. The merchant Harry's pointin' to your vest and not me own. And he's wrong, because yourself took it. Says a fool. The first man retracted his finger, balled up his fist, and let fly a heavy punch for the second's face. The other was more than ready, though, dropping low beneath the awkward swing and coming up fast and hard to hit his opponent in the gut. And not with just a fist. The man staggered back, clutching at his spilling entrails. Ah, but he sticked me! He cried. The knife wielder came up straight and grinned, then stabbed his opponent again, then a third time for good measure. Though screams erupted all across the open market of Luskan, with guards scrambling every which way, the attacker very calmly stepped over and wiped his blade on the shirt of the bent-over man. Fall down and die then, like a good fellow, he said to his victim. One less idiot walking the streets with the name of Captain Suljak on his sputtering lips. Murderer! A woman screamed at the knife man as his victim fell to the street at his feet. Bah! But other one struck first. A man in the crowd shouted. Nay, but just a fist. Another one of Suljak's men protested, and the shouting man replied by punching him in the face. As if on cue, and indeed it was though only those working for Baram and Tarl understood that cue, the market exploded into violent chaos. Fights broke out at every kiosk and wagon. Women screamed and children ran to better vantage points, so they could watch the fun. From every corner, the city guards swooped in to restore order. Some shouted orders, but others countermanded those with opposing commands, and the fighting only widened. One furious guard captain ran into the midst of an opposing group, whose leader had just negated his call for a group of ruffians to stand down. And who are you with, then? The leader of that group demanded of the guard captain. With Luskan, ye fool, he retorted. Bah, there ain't no Luskan, the thug retorted. Luskan's dead, there's just the 5 ships. What nonsense escapes your flapping lips? The guard captain demanded, but the man didn't relent. You're a Suljak man, ain't ye? He accused. The guard captain, who was indeed affiliated with Ship Suljak, stared at him incredulously. The man slugged him in the chest, and before he could respond, 2 others pulled back his arms so that the thug could continue the beating uninterrupted. The melee went on for a long while, until a sharp boom of thunder, a resounding and reverberating blast of explosive magic, drew everyone's attention to the eastern edge of the market. There stood Governor Dudermont, with Robillard, who had thrown the lightning signal, right beside him. All the crew of Sea Sprite and the remainder of Lord Brambleberry's men stood shoulder to shoulder behind them. We've no time for this. The governor shouted. We stand together against the winter, or we fall. A rock flew at Dudermont's head, but Robillard caught it with a spell that gracefully and harmlessly moved it aside. The fighting broke out anew. From a balcony at Turl's castle, Baram and Tarl watched it all with great amusement. He wants to be the ruler, does he? Baram spat over the rail as he leaned on it and stared intently out at the hated Dudermont. A wish he's to come to regret. Note the guards, Tarl added. As soon as the fighting started, they moved to groups of their own ship. Their loyalty's not to Dudermont or Luskan, but to a high captain. It's our town, Baram insisted. And I've had enough of Governor Dudermont already. Tarl nodded his agreement and watched the continuing fracas, one that he and Baram had incited with well-paid, well-fed, and well-liquored proxies. Chaos, he whispered, smiling all the wider. "Oh, it's you," Suljak said as the tough dwarf moved through his door and into his private chambers. "What news from Ship Rethner?" "A great fight in the market," the dwarf replied. Suljak sighed and wearily rubbed a hand over his face. "Fools," he said. "They'll not give Dudermont a chance. The man will do great things for Luskan, and for our trade." The dwarf shrugged as though he hardly cared. "Now's not the time for us to be fighting among ourselves," Suljak remarked, and paced the room, still rubbing at his face. He stopped and turned on the dwarf. "It's just as Kensidon predicted. We've been battered, but we'll come out all the better. Some will. Some won't." Suljak looked at Kensidon's bodyguard curiously at that remark. "Why are you here?" he asked. "That fight in the market weren't random," said the dwarf. "You're to be finding more than a few. Oh, your boys hurt and might be a few dead, too." "My boys? Slow on the upkeep, eh?" asked the dwarf. Again Suljak stared at him with a thoroughly puzzled expression and asked, "Why are you here?" "To keep ye alive." The question set the High Captain back on his heels. "I'm a High Captain of Luskan," he protested. "I have a guard of my. And you're needing more help than Mezelfell bring ye if you're still thinking the fight in the market to be a random brawl. Are you saying that my men were targeted?" "Said it twice, if ye was smart enough to hear." "And Kensidon sent you here to protect me?" The dwarf threw him an exaggerated wink. "Preposterous!" Suljak yelled. "You're welcome," said the dwarf, and he plopped down in a seat facing the room's only door and stared at it without blinking. "They found 3 bodies this morning," Robillard reported to Dudermont at the next sunrise. They sat in the front guest hall of the Red Dragon Inn, which had come to serve as the official governor's palace. The room boasted wide, strong windows, reinforced with intricate ironwork, which looked out to the south, to the river Mirar and the main section of Luskan across it. "Only 3 today, so I suppose that's a good thing. Unless, of course, the Mirar swept 10 times that number out into the bay." "Your sarcasm knows no end." "It's an easy thing to criticize," Robillard replied. "Because what I try to do here is a difficult thing. Or a foolish thing, and one that will end badly." Dudermont got up from the breakfast table and walked across the room. "I'll not argue the same point with you every morning." "And still, every morning will be just like this or worse," Robillard replied. He moved to the window and looked out into the distance of Luskan's market. "Do you think the merchants will come out today? Or will they just cancel the next 10 days' work and pack up their wagons for Waterdeep? They've still much to sell. Or to have pilfered in the next fight, which should be in a few hours, I would guess. The guards will be thick about the market this day." "Whose? Baram's? Suljak's? Luskan's?" "Of course, foolish of me to think otherwise," said Robillard. "You cannot deny that High Captain Suljak sat on the dais," Dudermont reminded. "Or that his men shouldered up to us when the market fighting died away." "Because his men were getting clobbered," Robillard replied with a chuckle. "Which might be due to his sitting on that dais." "Have you thought of that?" Dudermont sighed and waved his hand at the cynical wizard. "Have Sea Sprite's crew visible in the market as well," he instructed. "Order them to stay close to each other, but to be a very obvious presence. The show of force will help." "And Brambleberry's men?" "For tomorrow," Dudermont replied. "They may be gone by then," Robillard said. The captain looked at him with surprise. "Oh, have you not heard?" the wizard asked. "Lord Brambleberry's veteran and cultured warriors have had quite enough of this uncouth city of sails and intend to head back to their own city of splendors before the winter closes the boat lanes. I don't know when they'll go, but I've heard some remark that the next favorable tide wouldn't be soon enough." Dudermont sighed and dropped his head in his hand. "Offer them bonuses if they will remain through the winter," he said. "Bonuses?" "Largesse as much as we can afford." "I see. You will spend all our gold on your folly before you admit you were wrong." Dudermont's head snapped up and around so he could glare at the wizard. "Our gold?" "Yours, my captain," Robillard said with a deep bow. "I was not wrong," said Dudermont. "Time is our ally." "You will need more tangible allies than that." "The Mira Barons," Dudermont said. "They have closed their gates," Robillard replied. "Our merchant friends from Mirabar suffered greatly when the host tower exploded. Many dwarves went straight to Moradin's halls. You'll not see them on the wall with Luskan City Guard anytime soon." Dudermont felt and looked old indeed at that moment of great trial. He sighed again and muttered, "The High Captains." "You will need them," Robillard agreed. "We already have Suljak. The one least respected by the other 4, of course." "It's a start," Dudermont insisted. And the others will surely come along to our side, since you know some of them so well already, Robillard said with mock enthusiasm. Even Dudermont couldn't help but chuckle at that quip. Oh yes, he knew them. He had sunk the ships of at least 2 of the remaining 4 beneath them. My crew has never let me down, Dudermont said. Your crew fights pirates, not cities, came the reminder, stealing any comfort the already beleaguered governor might have garnered from his last remark. Even Robillard recognized the man's despair and showed him some sympathy. The remnants of the host tower. Dudermont looked at him curiously. Arabeth and the others, Robillard explained. I will put them in and around the crew in the market square, in their full host tower regalia. There is great bitterness against those insignias, Dudermont warned. A calculated risk, the wizard admitted. Surely there are many in Luskan who would see any and all members of the host tower destroyed, but surely, too, there are many who recognize the role that Arabeth played in securing the victory we achieved, however great the cost. I wouldn't send her and her lesser sout alone, to be sure, but among our crew, with your approval bolstering them, she and hers will serve us well. You trust her? No, but I trust in her judgment, and now she knows that her existence here is predicated on the victory of Captain off Governor Dudermont. Dudermont considered the reasoning for a moment, then nodded his agreement. Send for her. Arabeth Roram left Dudermont's palace later that same day, pulling her cloak tight against the driving rain. She padded down the puddle-filled street, sweeping up attendants from every corner and alley until the full contingent of 11 former host tower wizards marched as a group. It wouldn't do for any of them to be out alone, with so many of Luskan's folk nursing fresh wounds at the hands of their previous comrades. Not a person in Luskan spoke of the host tower of the Arcane with anything but venom, it seemed. She gave her orders as they walked, and as soon as they linked up with Sea Sprite's crew, just north of Ilisk, Arabeth took her leave. She cast an enchantment upon herself, reducing her size, making her look like a small girl, and moved southeast into the city, heading straight for 10 Oaks. To her relief, she was not recognized or bothered, and soon stood before the seated Kensidon, taking note that his newest and reputedly strongest bodyguard, that curious and annoying dwarf, was nowhere to be seen. Robillard understands the precarious perch upon which Dudermont stands, she reported. They will not be caught unawares. How can they not understand when half the city is in conflict, or burning? Blame Tarl and Baram, Arabeth reminded him. Blame them, or credit them. You wanted Dudermont as a figurehead, to give credibility and bona fides to Luskan, the overwizard said. If Baram and Tarl decide to openly oppose Dudermont, all the better for those wise enough to pick up the pieces, Kensidon replied. Whichever side proves victorious. You don't sound like you hold any doubts. I wouldn't bet against the captain of Sea Sprite. Of course, the battleground has changed quite dramatically. I wouldn't bet against whichever side ships Kurth and Rethner join. Join? The son of Ship Rethner asked. Arabeth nodded, smiling as if she knew something Kensidon hadn't yet deduced. You wish to remain neutral in this fight, and savor the opportunities, Arabeth explained. But one side Dudermont's, I predict, will not grow weaker in the conflict. Nay, he will strengthen his hand, and dangerously so. I have considered that possibility. And if you allow it, will Dudermont's reign be any different than that of Arklam Greith? He isn't a lich. That's a start. Arabeth folded her arms over her chest at the snide comment. We will see how it plays out, Kensidon said. We will allow them, all 3 of them, their play, as long as it doesn't interfere with my own. Your shield guard is with Suljak? I applaud your skill at deduction. Good, Arabeth said. Tarl and Baram are not in good spirits toward Suljak, not after he sat behind Dudermont on the stage. I didn't think they would be, hence. You put him there? Surely you knew that Baram would go out of his mind with rage at the thought of Duder. She paused and a smile widened across her fair face as she sorted it all out. Kurth could threaten you, but you don't think that likely, not, at least, until the rest of the city has sorted under the new hierarchy. With that confidence, the only threats to your gains would be Dudermont, who is now far too busy in simply trying to maintain some semblance of order, and an alliance of the lesser high captains, particularly Baram and Tarl, neither of whom have been fond of Ship Rethner. I'm sure that Kurth is as pleased as I am that Baram and Tarl have revealed such anger at Suljak. Poor Suljak, Kensidon remarked. You've been saying you intended to profit from the chaos, Arabeth replied with obvious admiration. I didn't know that you meant to control that chaos. If I did control it, it wouldn't truly be chaos, now would it? Herd it, then, if not control it. I would be a sorry high captain if I didn't work to ensure that the situation would lean in favor of my ship. Arabeth assumed a pose that was as much one of seduction as of petulance, with one hand on a hip thrust forward and a wicked little grin on her face. But you are not a high captain, she said. Yes, Kensidon replied, seeming distant and unmoved. Let us make sure that everyone understands the truth of that statement. I'm just the son of Ship Rethner. Arabeth stepped forward and knelt on the chair, straddling Kensiden's legs. She put a hand on each of his shoulders and drove him back under her weight as she pressed forward. You're going to rule Luskan even as you pretend that you don't, she whispered, and Kensiden didn't respond, though his expression certainly didn't disagree. Kensiden the Pirate King. You find that alluring, he started to say, until Arabeth buried him in a passionate kiss. Chapter. Becoming one. He stood against the snow. It was not a gentle tumble of flakes, as with the previous storm, but a wind-whipped blizzard of stinging ice and bitter cold. He didn't fight it. He accepted it. He took it into himself, into his very being, as if becoming one with the brutal surroundings. His muscles tensed and clenched, forcing blood into whitened limbs. He squinted, but refused to shut his eyes against the blow, refused to turn any of his senses off to the truth of Icewind Dale and the deadly elements deadly to strangers, to foreigners, to weak southerners, to those who could not become one with the tundra, one with the frozen north wind. He had defeated the spring, the muddy melt, when a man could disappear into a bog without a trace. He had defeated the summer, the gentlest weather, but the time when the beasts of Icewind Dale came out in force, seeking food in human flesh was a delicacy to Mosto feed their young. His defeat of autumn neared completion, with the first cold winds and first brutal blizzards. He had survived the brown bears, seeking to fatten their bellies before settling into their caves. He had survived the goblins, orcs, and orogs that challenged him for the meager pickings on the last hunt of the caribou. And he would defeat the blizzard, the wind that could freeze a man's blood solid in his limbs. But not this man. His heritage wouldn't allow it. His strength and determination wouldn't allow it. Like his father's father before him, he was of Icewind Dale. He didn't fight the northwestern wind. He didn't deny the ice and the snow. He took them in as a part of himself, for he was greater than a man. He was a son of the tundra. For hours he stood unmoving on a high rock, muscles braced against the wind, snow piling around his feet, then his ankles, then his long legs. The whole world became a dreamlike haze as ice covered his eyes. His hair and beard glistened with icicles, his heavy breath filled the air before him with fog, the cloud fast smashed apart by the driving pellets of ice and snow. When he at last moved, even the howl of the wind could not muffle the sound of crunching and cracking. A deep, deep breath broke him free of the frozen natural shirt of ice, and he extended his arms out to his sides, hands clenching powerfully as if he were grasping and crushing the storm around him. He threw his head back, staring up into the gray ceiling of heavy clouds, and let out a long, low roar, a primal grumble that came from his belly and denied Icewind Dale its prize. He was alive. He had beaten the storm. He had beaten 3 seasons and knew that he was ready for the 4th and most trying. Though piled to his thighs, the snow slowed him hardly at all as his powerful muscles drove him along. He stalked down the trails of the rocky hill, stepping sure-footed across patches bare of snow but thick with ice, and pounding right through the drifts, some taller than his nearly 7-foot frame, as easily as a sword slashing a sheet of dried old parchment. He came to the ledge above the entrance to a cave he had entered once, long, long ago. He knew it was inhabited again, for he had seen goblins, and the greater beast they named as their chieftain. But still the cave was to be his winter home. He dropped down lightly to a large stone that had been placed to partially cover the entrance. A dozen creatures with levers had moved it into place, but he alone, using nothing but his muscles made hard by the wind and the cold, braced himself and easily shoved the rock aside. A pair of goblins began to whoop and holler at the intrusion, their cries of warning turning fast to terror as the icy giant stepped into their doorway, blocking the meager daylight. Like a beast out of nightmares, he strode in, slapping aside their small and insignificant spears. He caught one goblin by the face and easily hoisted it from the ground with one arm. He shook it violently, all the while fending off the pathetic stabs of its companion, and when it at last stopped resisting, he smashed it hard into the wall of rock. The second creature squealed and fled, but he threw the first into it, taking it down in a heap. He stalked past, crushing the life out of the second goblin with a single heavy stomp to the back of its skinny neck. Several of the creatures, females, too, presented themselves in the next room, some cowering, but they would find no mercy from the giant. A trio of small spears flew at him, only one connecting, striking him right in the chest, right in the thick of the curious gray fur cape he wore. The spear hit bone the skull of the creature from which the cape had been fashioned, an unrecognizable thing under a layer of ice and snow. The spear had not the weight, nor the weight behind the throw, to penetrate, and it hung there, stuck in the folds and slowing the enraged giant not at all. He caught a goblin in his huge hand, lifted it easily, and flung it across the chamber. It smashed into stone and fell still. Others tried to run away, and he caught one and threw it. Then another went flying. With their backs to the wall, a pair of goblins found courage and turned to meet him, thrusting their spears to fend him off. The giant tugged the spear from his cape, brought it up and bit it mid-shaft, tearing it in two, and advanced. With his batons, he slapped aside the spears, furiously, wildly, with speed and agility that seemed out of place in a man of his size and strength. Again and again, he pushed the spears aside and closed, and he moved suddenly, swiftly, bashing the spears out wide and reversing his hands as he lurched forward, stabbing the batons into the chest of the respective goblins. He rolled his hands under and lifted the squealing creatures on the end of those batons, and slammed them together once and again, as one fell squirming and shrieking to the floor. The other, stabbed by the sharp end of the spear, hung there in agony, and the giant dropped it low and suddenly reversed, shoving it straight up as the spear slid deeper into its chest. He tossed the dying thing aside and stomped down on its fallen companion. He stalked off in pursuit of the chieftain, the champion. It was larger than he, a Verbeeg, a true giant and not a man. It carried a heavy, spiked club and he held nothing in his hands. But he didn't hesitate. He barreled right in, lowering his shoulder, accepting the hit of the club with the confidence that his charge would steal the energy from the swing. His powerful legs drove on with fury, with the rage of the storm, the strength of Icewind Dale. He drove the Verbeeg backward several strides and only the wall stopped his progress. The spiked club fell aside and the Verbeeg began slamming him with its mighty fists. One blew the air from his lungs, but he ignored the pain as he had ignored the bite of the cold wind. The man leaped back and straightened, his balled fists exploding upward before him, slamming the Verbeeg hard and breaking the grapple. Giant and man reset immediately and crashed together like rutting caribou. The crack of bone against bone echoed through the cave, and the few goblins who stayed around to watch, perplexed by the titanic battle, gasped to realize that had any of them been caught between those crashing behemoths, it would surely have been crushed to death. Shins on shoulders, giant and man each clasped the other around the back and pressed with all his might. No punches or kicks mattered anymore. It was no contest of agility, but of sheer strength. And in that, the goblins took heart, and believed that their Verbeeg leader could not be beaten. Indeed, the giant, 2 feet taller, hundreds of pounds heavier, seemed to gain an advantage, and the man started to bend under the press, his legs began to tremble. On the giant pushed, the timbre of its growl going from determination to victory as the mighty man bent. But he was of the tundra, he was Icewind Dale. By birth and by heritage, he was Icewind Dale, indomitable, indefatigable, timeless, and unbending. His legs locked, as sturdy as young oaks, and the Verbeeg could press no more. Ianthus enough, he began, driving the giant back to even, and after a grunt and a renewed push that had him gaining more ground, he finished, Icewind Dale. He roared and drove on. I am the son of Icewind Dale. He cried, and roared and forced his arms downward, bending the stubborn Verbeeg to a more upright, less powerful stance. I am the son of Icewind Dale. He yelled again, and the goblins yelped and fled, and the Verbeeg groaned. He growled and pushed on with more fury and stunning strength. He bent the Verbeeg awkwardly and it tried to twist away, but he had it and he pressed relentlessly. Bones started to crack. I am the son of Icewind Dale. He cried, and his legs churned as he twisted and bent the giant. He had it down to its knees, bending it backward, shoulders leaning. A sudden and violent thrust and roar ended the resistance, shattering the Verbeeg's spine. Still the man drove on. I am the son of Icewind Dale. He proclaimed again. He stepped back and grabbed the groaning, dying giant by the throat and the crotch and lifted it above him as he stood, as easily as if it weighed no more than one of its goblin minions. I am the son of Bjorniger. The victor cried, and he threw the Verbeeg against the wall. Chapter. An advisor no more. You're keeping Suljak alive? Old Rethner asked Kensidon as they walked together along the decorated halls of the palace of Ship Rethner. I gave him the dwarf, Kensidon replied. I was beginning to find the little beast annoying anyway. He was starting to speak in rhyme, something his former master warned me about. Former master? The old man said with a wry grin. Yes, father, I agree, the crow replied with a self-deprecating chuckle. I trust them only because I know that our best interests converge and lead us to the same place. Rethner nodded. But I cannot allow Baram and Tarl to kill Suljak, and I believe they want to do that very thing after seeing him on the dais with Dudermont. Sitting behind Dudermont has angered them so? No, but it has presented the two with an opportunity they shan't pass up, Kensidon explained. Kurth has bottled up his forces on Closeguard Island, riding out the storm. I've no doubt that he is instigating many of the fights on the mainland, but he wants the corpse of Luskan a bit more dead before he swoops upon her like a hungry vulture. Baram and Tarl believe that I'm wounded at present, because I was so strongly in Dudermont's court, and also, of course, because there has been no formal transition of power from you to me. To their thinking, the destruction of the host tower caused such devastation across the city that even my own followers are reeling and unsure, and so won't follow my commands into battle. Now why would Baram and Tarl think such a thing about the loyal foot soldiers of Ship Rethner? The High Captain asked. Why indeed? replied the coy Kensidon, and Rethner nodded again, smiling widely, the grin revealing that he thought his son played it perfectly. So you and Kurth have closed up, Rethner said. You didn't even appear at Dudermont's inauguration. Any gains to be made on the street by the other 3 lesser high captains have to be made now, and quickly, before either of you two, or Dudermont, comes out and crushes it all. Just to add a bit of fire to that smoke powder, you put Suljak on the stage with Dudermont, all the excuse that Tarl and Baram need. Something like that, yes. But don't let them get to him, Rethner warned. You'll be needing Suljak before this mess has ended. He's a fool, but a useful one. The dwarf will keep him safe. For now. They came to the intersection of hallways leading to their respective rooms then, and parted ways, but not before Rethner leaned over and kissed Kensidon on the forehead, a sign of great respect. The old man shuffled down the corridor and through his bedroom door. My son, he whispered, full of contentment. He knew then, without doubt, that he had chosen right in turning Ship Rethner over to Kensidon, instead of his other son, Bronwyn, who was hardly ever in the city of late. Bronwyn had been a disappointment to Rethner, for he never seemed to be able to look beyond his most immediate needs, for treasure or for women, nor did he show any capacity for patience in satiating his many hungers. But Kensidon, the one they called the Crow, had more than made up for Bronwyn's failings. Kensidon was every bit as cunning as his father, indeed, and probably even more so. Rethner lay down with that thought in mind, and it was a good last thought. For he never awakened. He hustled her along the rain-soaked dark streets, taking great pains to keep the large cloak wrapped about her. He constantly glanced around left, right, behind the man, more than once put a hand to the dagger at his belt. Lightning split the sky and revealed many other people out in the torrent, huddled in alleyways and under awnings, or, pathetically, in the jamb of a doorway, as if trying to draw comfort out of mere proximity to a house. The couple finally got to the dock section, leaving the houses behind, but that was even more dangerous terrain, Morik knew, for though fewer potential assailants watched their passage, so too did fewer potential witnesses. He went out. All the boats went out to moor so they wouldn't get cracked against the wharves, Bellany said to him, her voice muffled by the wet cloak. Stupid plan. He didn't, and he wouldn't, Morik replied. He's my coin and I've his word. A pirate's word. An honorable man's word, Morik corrected, and he felt vindicated indeed when he and Bellany turned a corner of a rather large storehouse to see one ship still in tight against the docks, bucking the breakers that rolled in on the front of the gathering storm. One after another, those storms assaulted Luskan, a sure sign that the wind had changed and winter was soon to jump the spine of the world and bring her fury to the city of sails. The couple hustled down to the wharves, resisting the urge to sprint in the open across the boardwalk. Morik kept them to the shadows until they reached the nearest point to Thrice-Lucky's berth. They waited in the deep shadows of the inner harbor storehouses until another lightning strike creased the sky and lit the area, and they looked left and right. Seeing no one, Morik grabbed Bellany's arm and sprinted straight for the ship, feeling vulnerable indeed as he and his beloved ran along the open pier. When they got to the boarding plank, they found Captain Maimon himself, lantern in hand, waiting for them. Be quick, then, he said. We're out now, or we're riding it out against the dock. Morik let Bellany lead the way up the narrow wooden ramp, and went with her onto the deck and into Maimon's personal quarters. A drink? The captain asked, but Morik held up his hand, begging off. I haven't the time. You're not coming out to mooring with us? Kensidon won't have it, Morik explained. I don't know what's going on, but he's pulling us all into 10 Oaks this night. You'd trust your beautiful lady to a rogue like me? Maimon asked. Should I be offended? As he spoke of her, both he and Maimon turned to Bellany, and she fit that description indeed at that moment. Bathed in the light of many candles, her black hair soaked, her skin sparkling with raindrops, there was no other way to describe the woman as she pulled herself out of her heavy woolen weather cloak. She tossed her wet hair out of her face casually, a movement that had both men fully entranced, and looked to them curiously, surprised to see them staring at her. Is there a problem? She asked, and Maimon and Morik both laughed, which only confused the woman even more. Maimon motioned toward her with the bottle and Bellany eagerly nodded. It must be very difficult out there if you're willing to sit aboard a ship in a storm, Maimon remarked as he handed her a glass of whiskey. Bellany drained it in a single gulp and handed the glass back for a refill. I'm not with Dudermont and won't be, Bellany explained as Maimon poured. Arabeth Roram won the fight with Valindra, and Arabeth is no matron of mine. And if a former inhabitant of the host tower of the Arcane is not with Dudermont, then she's surely dead, Morik added. Some have found refuge with Kurth on Closeguard Island. Mostly those who worked closely with him over the years, and I hardly know the man, Bellany said. I thought Dudermont had granted amnesty to all who fought with Arklam Greith. Maimon asked. For what it's worth, he did, said Morik. And it's worth a lot to the many attendants and non-practitioners who came out of the rubble of the host tower, said Bellany. But for we who wove spells under the direction of Audiobooks Greeth, who are seen as members of the Arcane Brotherhood and not just the Host Tower, there is no amnesty, not with the common Lusker, at least. Maimon handed her back her refilled glass, which she sipped instead of gulping. Order has broken down across the city, the young captain said. This was the fear of many when Deutermont and Brambleberry's intent became apparent. Audiobooks Greeth was a beast, and it was precisely that inhumanity and viciousness that kept the 5 high captains, and their men below them, in line. When the city rallied to Deutermont that day in the square, even I came to think that maybe, just maybe, the noble captain was strong enough of character and reputation to pull it off. He's running out of time, said Morik. You'll find them murdered in every alley. What of Rethner? Maimon asked. You work for him. Not by choice, said Bellany, and Morik's scowl at her was quite revealing to the perceptive young pirate captain. I'm not for knowing what Rethner intends, Morik admitted. I do as I'm told to do, and don't poke my nose into places it doesn't belong. That's not the Morik I know and love, said Maimon. Truth be told, Bellany agreed. But Morik continued to shake his head. I know what Rethner's got behind him, and knowing that, I'm smart enough to just do as I'm told to do. A call from the deck informed them that the last lines were about to be cast off. And you were told to return to ship Rethner this night, Maimon reminded Morik, leading him to the door. The rogue paused long enough to give Bellany a kiss and a hug. Maimon will keep you safe, he promised her, and he looked at his friend, who nodded and held up his glass in response. And you? Bellany replied. Why don't you just stay out here? Because then Maimon couldn't keep any of us safe, Morik replied. It'll be all right. If there's one thing I know is truth in all of this chaos, it's that ship Rethner will survive, however the fates weigh on Captain Deutermont. He kissed her again, bundled up his cloak against the deepening storm, and rushed from Thrice Lucky. Morik waited at the docks just long enough to see the crew expertly push and row the ship far enough from the wharves to safely moor, then he ran off into the rainy night. When he returned to ship Rethner, Morik learned that the High Captain had quietly passed away, and Kensidon the Crow was fully at the helm. They entered from the continuing rain in a single and solemn line, moving through the entry rooms of Rethner's palace to the large ballroom where the High Captain lay in state. All of the remaining 4 High Captains attended, with Suljak the first to arrive, Kurth the last, and Baram and Tarl, tellingly, entering together. Kensidon had assembled them, all 4, in his private audience chamber when word arrived that the governor of Luskan had come to pay his respects. Bring him, Kensidon said to his attendant. He is not alone, the woman replied. Robillard? And some others of Sea Sprite's crew, the attendant explained. Kensidon waved her away as if it didn't matter. I tell you for now, before Deutermont joins us, that ship Rethner is mine. It was given to me before my father passed on, with all his blessings. Ye changing the name, are ye? Ship Crow? Baram joked, but Kensidon stared at him hard and elicited a nervous cough. Any of you who think that perhaps ship Rethner is vulnerable now would be wise to think otherwise, Kensidon said, biting off the last word as the door opened and Governor Deutermont walked in, the ever-vigilant and ever-dangerous Robillard close behind. The others of Sea Sprite didn't enter, but were likely very close nearby. You have met Luskan's newest High Captain? Kurth asked him, motioning toward Kensidon. I didn't know it to be an inherited position, Deutermont said. It is, was Kensidon's curt response. So if the good Captain Deutermont passes on, I get Luskan then? Robillard quipped, and he shrugged as Deutermont cast him an unappreciative look for the sentiment. Doubtin' that, said Baram. If you are to be the 5 High Captains of Luskan, then so be it, said Deutermont. I care not how you manage the titles as of now. What I care about is Luskan, and her people, and I expect the same from you all, as well. The 5 men, and used to being spoken to in that manner and tone, all grew more attentive up, Baram and Tarl bristling openly. I ask for peace and calm, that the city can rebound from a trying struggle, said Deutermont. One yourself started, and who asked ye? Baram replied. The people asked me, Deutermont retorted. Your people, among them your people who marched with Lord Brambleberry and I to the gates of the Host Tower. Baram had no answer. But Suljak did, enthusiastically. Aye, and Captain Deutermont's given us a chance to make Luskan the envy of the Sword Coast, he declared, surprising even Deutermont with his energy. But not surprising Kensidon, who had bid him to do that very thing, and not surprising Kurth, who offered a sly grin at Kensidon as the fool Suljak rambled on. My people are tiring and hurting bad, he said. The war was tough on them, on us all, and now's the time for hoping for better and working together to get better. Know that ship Suljak's with you, Governor, and we won't be fighting unless it's to save our own lives. My appreciation, Deutermont replied with a bow, his expression showing as much suspicion as gratitude, which was not lost on the perceptive Kensidon. If you will pardon me, Governor, I'm here to bury my father, not to discuss politics, said Kensidon, and he motioned to the door. With a bow, Dudermont and Robillard departed, joining some others of their crew who had been stationed right outside the door. Suljak went next, then Baram and Tarl together, as they had entered, both grumbling unhappily. This passing changes nothing, Kurth paused to remark to the crow as he moved to leave. Except that you have lost a valuable advisor. He gave a little knowing laugh and left the room. I'm not much liking that one, the dwarf behind Kensidon's chair remarked a moment later. Kensidon shrugged. Be quick to Suljak, he ordered. Baram and Tarl will be even more angry with him after he so openly pledged with Dudermont. What Kurth? He won't move against me. He sees where this is leading, and he awaits the destination. Ye sure? Sure enough to tell you again to get to Suljak's side. The dwarf gave an exaggerated sigh and thumped past the chair. Getting a little tired being told what to do, he mumbled under his breath, drawing a grin from Kensidon. A few moments later, half the room where Kensidon sat alone darkened. You heard it all? He stated as much as asked. Enough to know that you continue to put your friend in dire peril. And that displeases you, It encourages us, said the voice of the unseen, the never-seen, speaker. This is bigger than one alliance, of course. The dwarf will protect him, Kensidon replied, just to show that maybe it wasn't bigger than his alliance with Suljak. Don't doubt that, the voice assured him. Half of Luskan's garrison would be killed trying to get past that one. And if more than that come, and Suljak is killed? Kensidon asked. Then he will be dead. That is not the question. The question is what will Kensidon then do if his ally is lost? I have many inroads to Suljak's followers, the head of Ship Rethnir replied. None of them will form allegiance to Baram or Tarl, nor will I let them forgive those two for killing Suljak. The fighting will continue, then? Beware, for Kurth understands the depth of your trickery here. The dwarf walked back into the room at that moment, his eyes widening at the darkness, at the unexpected visitation by his true masters. Kensidon watched him just long enough to gauge his reaction, then answered, the chaos is Dudermont's worst enemy. My city guards don't report to their posts, nor do many others. Dudermont can give great speeches and make wonderful promises, but he cannot control the streets. He cannot keep the peasants safe. But I can keep mine safe, and Kurth his, and so on. Beside him, the dwarf laughed, though he bit it off when Kensidon turned to regard him. True enough, the head of Ship Rethnir admitted. 'Tis the trap of competitive humanity, you see. Few men are content if others have more to be content about. How long will you let it proceed? Asked the voice in the darkness. Kensidon shrugged. That is up to Dudermont. He's stubborn to the end. Good enough, Kensidon said with a shrug. The dwarf laughed again as he moved behind the chair to retrieve his forgotten weather cloak. I hope you live up to your reputation, Kensidon said to him as he passed by again. Been looking for something to hit for a long time, the dwarf replied. Might even have a rhyme or two ready for me first battle. Someone in the darkness groaned, and the dwarf laughed even louder and all but skipped from the room. Chapter Vision of the Past. We soon have to turn to Ten Towns, Drizzt informed Regis one morning. They were out on the tundra, and had been for a 10 days since their departure from Berkgar and the tribe of the Elk. They both knew they should have gone back to one of the towns with winter coming in so fast and hard. Prudence demanded such, for Icewind Dale winters were indeed deadly. But they had stayed out, roaming from the sea of moving ice to the south, and the foothills of the spine of the world. They had encountered 2 other tribes, and had been greeted cordially, if not warmly, by both. Neither had any word of Wulfgar, however, and indeed had counted him dead. He's not out here, Regis said after a while. He must have gone south, out of the dale. Drizzt nodded, or tried to, but so unconvincing was he that his motion seemed more a headshake of denial. Wulfgar was too upset at the revelation, embarrassed even, and so he went right past Ten Towns, Regis went on stubbornly. When he lost his past, he lost his home, and so he could not bear to remain here. And he traveled past Luskan? We don't know that Wulfgar avoided Luskan. He might have gone in, perhaps he signed on with a ship and is sailing the southern Sword Coast, out by Memnon or even Kalimport. Wouldn't he be amused to see us huddled in a snowstorm looking for him? Drizzt shrugged. It's possible, he admitted, but again, his tone and posture conveyed no confidence. Whatever happened, we've seen no sign that he's out here, alone, or with anyone else, said Regis. He left Icewind Dale. He walked right past Ten Towns last spring and moved south through the Dale, or maybe he's back in that little fiefdom, Orkney was its name, with Coulson. Yes, that's. Drizzt held up his hand to stop the rambling halfling. They had no idea what had happened to Wolfgar, or to Coulson for that matter, since she had left the Silver Marches with him but was not with him when he entered Ten Towns those years ago. Perhaps Regis was correct, but more likely, Berkgar, who understood Icewind Dale and who knew the turmoil within Wolfgar, had deduced it correctly. So many men had ventured out alone on the tundra, to simply disappear into a bog, under the snow, into the belly of a monster. Wolfgar wouldn't have been the first, surely, nor would he be the last. "We make for 10 towns today," Drizzt informed the halfling. The dark elf stared up at the heavy grey sky, and knew that yet another snow was fast approaching, and one that would be colder and more driven by the winds, one that could kill them. Regis started to argue, but just nodded and gave a sigh. Wolfgar was lost to them. The pair set out forlornly, Regis following closely in Drizzt's trail, which wasn't much of a path in the snow, since the drow verily ran atop it across the flat, white emptiness. Many times even Drizzt, who knew Icewind Dale so well, had to pause for a long while to regain his bearings. By midday, the snow had begun to fall, lightly at first, but it steadily worsened, along with the howl of the northwestern gale. The pair bundled their cloaks tighter and leaned forward, pressing on. "We should find a cave," Regis shouted, his voice tiny against the wind. Drizzt turned back and nodded, but before he turned forward again, Regis gave a yelp of alarm. In the blink of an eye, Drizzt whirled, scimitars in hand, just in time to see a huge spear descend through the storm and drive into the ground just a few feet in front of him. He jumped back and tried to spot the thrower, but found his eyes drawn instead to the quivering weapon stuck into the ground before him. The head of a verbeeg was tied to it, dangling at the end of a leather strap at the back of the spear. Drizzt moved to it, glancing all around, and up, expecting a volley of similar missiles at any moment. The giant head rolled over the spear shaft with the gusts of wind, lolling back and forth, staring at Drizzt with empty, dead eyes. Its forehead was curiously scarred. Drizzt used Twinkle to brush aside its thick shock of hair to get a better look. "Wolfgar," Regis muttered, and Drizzt turned to regard him. The halfling stared at the verbeeg's scarred forehead. "Wolfgar?" Drizzt replied. "This is a verb." "The pattern," Regis said, pointing to the scar. Drizzt examined it more closely, and sucked in his breath with anticipation. The scar, a brand, really, was jumbled and imperfect, but Drizzt could make out the overlapping symbols of 3 dwarf gods, the same etching that Bruenor had carved into the head of Aegisfong. Wolfgar, or someone else holding Aegisfong, had used that warhammer's head to brand that verbeeg. Drizzt stood up straight and looked all around. In the storm, the thrower could not have been too far away, particularly if he wanted to be sure he didn't skewer either Drizzt or Regis. "Wolfgar!" He yelled, and it echoed off the nearby stones, but died quickly under the muffling blanket of falling snow and howling wind. It was him! Regis cried, and he, too, began shouting for their lost friend. But no voice came back to them, save the echoes of their own. Regis continued to shout for a while, until Drizzt, grinning knowingly, finally halted him. "What?" the halfling asked. "I know this place. I should have thought of this before." "Thought of what?" "A cave, not so far away," Drizzt explained. "A place where Wolfgar and I first fought side by side." "Against verbeegs," Regis said, catching on as he looked back to the spear. "Against verbeegs," Drizzt confirmed. "Looks like you didn't kill them all." "Come along," Drizzt bade him. The drow found his bearings, then called in Genhwavar and sent her off and running in search of the cave. Her roars led them through the mounting storm, and though the distance was not far, no more than a few hundred yards, it took the pair some time to at last come to the opening of a deep, dark cave. Drizzt moved just inside and spent a long while standing there staring into the deeper darkness, letting his eyes adjust. He replayed that long-ago battle as he did, trying to remember the twists and turns of the tunnels of Big Grin's lair. He took Regis by the hand and started in, for the halfling couldn't see nearly as well as the drow in unlit caverns. At the first intersection, a turn down to their left, they saw that not all the caverns were unlit. Drizzt motioned for Genhwavar to lead and for Regis to stay put, and drew his blades. He moved cautiously and silently, one slow, short step at a time. Ahead of him, Genhwavar reached the lit chamber, the fire within silhouetting her so clearly he saw her ears go up and her muscles relax as she trotted in, out of his view. He picked up his pace, replacing his blades in their sheaths. At the chamber entrance, he had to squint against the bright flames. He hardly recognized the man sitting on the far side of that fire, hardly recognized that it was a man at all at first, for with all the layers of furs, he surely could have passed for a giant himself. Of course, such had often been said of Wolfgar, son of Bjornigar. Drizzt started in, but Regis rushed past him, crying, "Wolfgar!" with great joy. The man managed to smile back through his thick blonde beard at the exuberant halfling. "We thought you were dead," Regis gushed. "I was," Wolfgar answered. "Perhaps I still am, but am nearly back to life." He pulled himself up straight but didn't stand as Drizzt and Regis neared. The barbarian motioned to two furs he had set out for them to sit upon. Regis looked curiously to Drizzt for some answers, and the drow, more versed in the way of the barbarians, seconded Wulfgar's motion and took his own seat opposite the man. "I have beaten 3 of the seasons," Wulfgar explained. "But the most difficult now steps before me in challenge." Regis started to question the curious wording, but Drizzt stopped him with an upraised hand, and led by example as they waited for Wulfgar to tell his tale. "Coulson is back with her mother in Orkney," Wulfgar began. "As it should be." "And her father, the foolish lord?" Drizzt asked. "His foolishness has been tempered by the companionship of a fine woman, it seems," Wulfgar answered. "It must have pained you," Regis remarked, and Wulfgar nodded slightly. "When I traveled from Orkney to the main north-south trail, I didn't know which way I would turn. I fear I have abandoned Bruenor, and that is no small thing." "He fares well," Drizzt assured his friend. "He misses you dearly, but his kingdom is at peace." "At peace, with a host of orcs outside his northern door?" said Wulfgar, and it was Drizzt's turn to nod. "The peace will not hold, and Bruenor will know war again," Wulfgar predicted. "It's possible," the drow replied. "But because he showed patience and tolerance, any outbreak of war by the orcs will be met by Mithril Hall and a host of mighty allies. Had Bruenor continued the war against Abood, he would have fought it alone, but now, should it come to blows. May the gods keep him, and all of you, safe," Wulfgar said. "But what brought you here?" "We journeyed to Mirabar as emissaries of Bruenor," the drow explained. "Since we were in your neighborhood," Regis quipped, an assertion made funny by its ridiculousness. Mirabar was nowhere near Icewind Dale. "We all wanted to know how you fared," Drizzt said. "All?" "We too, Bruenor, and Catti-brie." The drow paused to measure Wulfgar's expression, but to his relief saw no pain there. "She is well," he added, and Wulfgar smiled. "Never did I doubt otherwise." "Your father will return here soon to visit you," Regis assured the man. "Should he look for this cave?" Wulfgar smiled at that. "Seek the banner of the elk," he replied. "They think you dead," the halfling said. "And so I was. But Tempest has been kind and has allowed me a rebirth in this place, his home." He paused, and his crystal blue eyes, so much like the autumn sky of Icewind Dale, flashed. Regis started to say something, but Drizzt held him back. "I made errors upon my return, too many," the barbarian said somberly a few heartbeats later. "Icewind Dale does not forgive, and does not often offer a second chance to correct a mistake. I had forgotten who I was and who my people were, and most of all, I had forgotten my home." He paused and stared into the flames for what seemed like an hour. "Icewind Dale challenged me," he said quietly, as if speaking more to himself than to his friends. "Tempest dared me to remember who I was, and the price of failure would be will me life. But I have won thus far," he said, looking up at the pair. "I survived the bears and hunters of the spring, the bottomless bogs of the summer, and the last frenzy of feeding in the autumn. I made this my home and painted it with the blood of the goblinkin and giantkin who lived here." "We saw," Regis said dryly, but his smile was not infectious, not to Wulfgar at least. "I will defeat the winter, my quest will be at an end, and I will return to the tribe of the elk. I remember now. I am again the son of Icewind Dale, the son of Bjornigar." "They will have you back," Drizzt stated. Wulfgar paused for a long while, and finally nodded his agreement, though slowly. "My people will forgive me." "You will claim leadership again?" Regis asked. Wulfgar shook his head. "I will take a wife and have as many children as we can. I will hunt the caribou and kill the goblins. I will live as my father lived, and his father before him, as my children will live and their children after them. There is peace in that, Drizzt, and comfort and joy in endlessness." "There are many handsome women among your kin," Drizzt said. "Who wouldn't be proud to be the wife of Wulfgar, son of Bjornigar?" Regis scrunched up his face as he regarded the drow after that curious comment, but when he looked over at Wulfgar, he saw that Drizzt's words had apparently been well spoken. "I would have married more than a year ago," Wulfgar said. "There is one." His voice trailed off with a little laugh. "I was not worthy." "Perhaps she is still available," Drizzt offered, and Wulfgar smiled again, and nodded. "But they think you dead," Regis blurted, and Drizzt scowled at him. "I was dead," Wulfgar said. "On the day I left, I had never truly returned. Berkthgar knew it. They all knew it. Icewind Dale does not forgive." "You had to earn your way back to this life," said Drizzt. "I am again the son of Bjornigar." "Of the tribe of the elk after the winter," said Drizzt, and he offered a sincere nod and smile of understanding. "And you will not forget your friends?" Regis asked, breaking the silent communication between Drizzt and Wulfgar, both turning to regard him. "Well," he said stubbornly, Is there no place in the life of the son of Bjorniger for those who once knew him and loved him? Will you forget your friends? The halfling's warmth melted the ice from Wolfgar's face, and he grinned widely. How could I ever? He asked. How could anyone forget Drizzt Do'Urden, and the dwarf king of Mithril Hall, who was as my father for all those years? How could I forget the woman who taught me how to love, and who showed me such sincerity and honesty? Drizzt squirmed a bit at that reminder that it was his relationship with Catti-brie that had driven Wolfgar from them. But there was no malice, no regret, in Wolfgar's eyes. Just calm nostalgia and peace as Drizzt hadn't seen in him in many, many years. And who could ever forget Regis of Lonely Wood? Wolfgar asked. The halfling nodded appreciatively. I wish you would come home, he whispered. I am home, at long last, said Wolfgar. Regis shook his head and wanted to argue, but no words escaped the lump in his throat. You will one day challenge for the leadership of your tribe, Drizzt said. It's the way of Icewind Dale. I am old among them now, Wolfgar replied. There are many young and strong men. Stronger than the son of Bjorniger? Drizzt said. I think not. Wolfgar nodded in silent appreciation. You will one day challenge, and will again lead the tribe of the Elk, Drizzt predicted. Bertgar will serve you loyally, as you will serve him until that day arrives, until you are again comfortable among the people and among the Dale. He knows that. Wolfgar shrugged. I have yet to defeat the winter, he said. But I will return to them in the spring, after the first draw of light and dark. And they will accept me, as they tried to accept me when first I returned. From there, I don't know, but I do know, with confidence, that ever will you be welcome among my people, and we will rejoice at your visits. They were gracious to us even without you there, Drizzt assured him. Wolfgar again stared into the fire for a long, long while, deep in thought. Then he rose and moved to the back of the chamber, returning with a thick piece of meat. I share my meal with you this night, he said. And give you my ear. Icewind Dale will not be angry at me for hearing of that which I left behind. A meal for a tale, Regis remarked. We will leave at dawn's first light, Drizzt assured Wolfgar, and that drew a startled expression from Regis. Wolfgar, though, nodded in gratitude. Then tell me of Mithril Hall, he said. Of Bruenor and Catti-brie. Of Obold is dead now, I hope. Not remotely, said Regis. Wolfgar laughed, skewered the meat, and began to slow roast it. They spent many hours catching up on the last 4 years, with Drizzt and Regis doing most of the talking, Drizzt running the litany of events and Regis adding color to every incident. They told him of Bruenor's grudging acceptance of the Treaty of Garam's Gorge, for the good of the region, and of Obold's fledgling and tentative kingdom. Wolfgar just shook his head in obvious disapproval. They told him of Catti-brie's new endeavors alongside Lady Illustriel, turning to the art, and surprisingly, the barbarian seemed quite pleased with the news, though he did quip, she should bear your children. With much prodding, Wolfgar finally related his own adventures, the road with Coulson that led to Orkney and his decision that her mother should raise her and his insistence and relief that the foolish Lord of Orkney went along with the decision. She is better off by far, he said. Her blood is not the blood of Icewind Dale, and here she would not have thrived. Regis and Drizzt exchanged knowing looks, recognizing the open wound in Wolfgar's heart. Regis was fast to change the subject at Wolfgar's next pause, telling of Dudermont's war in Luskan, of the fall of the host tower and the devastation that was general throughout the city of Sails. I fear that he moved too boldly, too swiftly, Drizzt remarked. But he is beloved, Regis argued, and a brief discussion and debate ensued about whether or not their friend had done the right thing. It was brief, because both quickly realized that Wolfgar cared little for the fate of Luskan. He sat there, his expression distant, rubbing his hands along the thick, sleek fur of Genhuavar, who lay beside him. So Drizzt turned the discussion to times long past, to the first time he and Wolfgar had come to the Verbeeg's lair, and to their walks up Bruenor's climb on Kelvin's cairn. They replayed their adventures, those long and trying roads they had walked and sailed, the many fights, the many pleasures. They were still talking, though the conversation slowed as the fire burned low, when Regis fell fast asleep, right there on a little fur rug on the stone floor. He awoke to find Drizzt and Wolfgar already up, sharing breakfast. Eat quickly, Drizzt said to him. The storm has subsided and we must be on our way. Regis did so, silently, and a short while later, the three said their goodbyes at the edge of Wolfgar's temporary home. Wolfgar and Drizzt clasped hands firmly, eyes locking in deep and mutual respect. They fell into a tight hug, a bond that would last forever, then broke apart, Drizzt turning for the brightness outside. Wolfgar slapped Genhuavar on the rump as she trotted by. Here, Regis said to him, and held out a piece of scrimshaw had been working for some time. Wolfgar took it carefully and lifted it up before his eyes, his smile widening as he recognized it as a carving of the companions of the hall, Wolfgar and Drizzt, Catti-brie and Bruenor, Regis and Genhuavar, side by side, shoulder to shoulder. He chuckled at the likeness of Aegisfong in his miniature's hand, at the sculpture of Bruenner's axe and Cadibre's bow about carried by Drizzt, he noted as he examined the scrimshaw. I will keep it against my heart and in my heart for the rest of my days, the barbarian promised. Regis shrugged, embarrassed. If you lose the piece, he offered, well, if it's in your heart then you never can. Never, Wulfgar agreed, and he lifted Regis in a crushing hug. You will find your way back to Icewind Dale, he said in the halfling's ear. I will surprise you on the banks of Mare Dualdan. Perhaps I will even take the moment to bait your hook. The sun, meager though it was, seemed all the brighter to Regis and Drizzt that morning, as it reflected off the brilliant whiteness of new-fallen snow, glistening in their moist eyes. Principles and pragmatism. They are two men I love dearly, two men I truly respect, and as such, I'm amazed when I step back and consider the opposite directions of the roads of Wulfgar and Dudermont. Indeed, they are both true warriors, yet they have chosen different foes to battle. Dudermont's road, I think, was wrought of frustration. He has spent more than 2 decades sailing the Sword Coast in pursuit of pirates, and no person in the memories of old elves has ever been so successful at such a dangerous trade. All honors were bestowed upon Sea Sprite when she put into any of the major cities, particularly the all-important Waterdeep. Captain Dudermont dined with lords, and could have taken that title at his whim, bestowed by the grateful nobleman of Waterdeep for his tireless and effective service. But for all that, it was upon learning the truth of the newest pirate advances, that the host tower of the Arcane supported them with magic and coin, that Captain Dudermont had to face the futility of his lifelong quest. The pirates would outlive him, or at least, they would not soon run out of successors. Thus was Dudermont faced with an untenable situation and a lofty challenge indeed. He didn't shy, he didn't sway, but rather took his ship straight to the source to face this greater foe. His reaction to a more terrible and wider world was to fight for control of that which seemed uncontrollable. And with such courage and allies, he may actually succeed, for the spectre of the host tower of the Arcane is no more, Arklemgreith is no more, and the people of Luskan have rallied to Dudermont's noble cause. How different has been Wulfgar's path. Where Dudermont turned outward to seek greater allies and greater victories, Wulfgar turned inward, and returned his thoughts to a time and place more simple and straightforward. A time and place no less harsh or dangerous, to be sure, but one of clear definition, and one where a victory does not mean a stalemate with a horde of orcs, or a political concession for the sake of expediency. In Wulfgar's world, in Icewind Dale, there is no compromise. There is perfection of effort, of body, of soul, or there is death. Indeed, even absent mistakes, even if perfection is achieved, Icewind Dale can take a man, any man, at a whim. Living there, I know, is the most humbling of experiences. Still, I have no doubt that Wulfgar will defeat Icewind Dale's winter season. I have no doubt that upon his return to the tribe of the Elk at the spring equinox, he will be greeted as family and friend, to be trusted. I have no doubt that Wulfgar will one day again be crowned as chief of his tribe, and that, should a terrible enemy rise up in the Dale, he will stand forward, with all the inspired tribes gratefully at his back, cheering for the son of Bjorniger. His legend is secured, but hardly fully written. So one of my friends battles a lich and an army of pirates and sorcerers, while the other battles inner demons and seeks definition of a scattered and unique existence. And there, I think, rests the most profound difference in their respective roads. For Dudermont is secure in his time and place, and reaches from solid foundation to greater endeavors. He is confident and comfortable with, above all others, Dudermont. He knows his pleasures and comforts, and knows, too, his enemies within and without. Because he understands his limitations, so he can find the allies to help him step beyond them. He is, in spirit, that which Wulfgar will become, for only after one has understanding and acceptance of the self can one truly affect the external. I have looked into the eyes of Wulfgar, into the eyes of the son of Bjorniger, into the eyes of the son of Icewind Dale. I fear for him no longer, not in body, not in soul. And yet, even though Wulfgar seeks as a goal to be where Dudermont already resides, it's Dudermont for whom I now fear. He steps with confidence and so he steps boldly, but in Menzoberranzan we had a saying, Note Zin Lillevinson. Boldly stride the doomed. Drizzt Do'Urden. Chapter. Luskan's long winter night. The man walked down the alley, glancing left and right. He knew he was right to be careful, for the cargo he would soon carry was among the most precious of commodities in Luskan that harsh winter. He moved to a spot on the wall, one that seemed unremarkable, and knocked in a specific manner, 3 short raps, a pause, 2 short raps, a pause, and a final heavy thud. The boards of the house parted, revealing a cleverly concealed window. Yeah? Asked the grumpy old man within. Who ye for? 7, the man replied, and he handed over a note sealed with the mark of Ship Rethner, cupping it around 7 small chips, like those often used as substitutions for gold and silver in gambling games along the docks. Those 2 bore Ship Rethner's mark. 7, ye say? Replied the old man inside. But him knowin' ye, Firkus O'Duyana, and knowin' that ye got no wife and no brats, no brothers, and not but the one sister. That adds to 2, if me brain's not gone too feeble. 7 chips, Firkus argued. 5 bought, pocket-picked, or taken from a dead man, dot. If bought, then what's the harm? Firkus argued. I'm not stealing from my brothers of ship Rethner, nor killing them to take their chips. So ye admit ye bought 'em? Firkus shook his head. Kensiden's not looking kindly on any black marketeering here, I'm telling ye for your own sake. I offered to retrieve the goods for 5 others, Firkus explained. Me sister and me, and Darvis family, with no living man to come and no child old enough to trust to do it. Ah, and what might ye be getting from Mrs. Darvis in exchange for your helpfulness? The old codger asked. Firkus flashed a lewd smile. More than that, if I'm knowin' fear cousin I am, the old man said. You're taking part o' the bargain in flesh, I'm not doubting, but you're getting a fill for your pocket, too. How much? Has Kensiden outlawed that as well? Nay. Then. How much? The old man insisted. And he'll be asking Darvis' widow, and him knowin' her well, so ye best be tellin' me true. Firkus glanced around again, then sighed and admitted, 4 silver. 2 for me, said the old man, holding out his hand. When Firkus didn't immediately hand over the coins, he wagged his fingers impatiently. 2, or you're not eating. With a grumbled curse under his breath, Firkus handed over the coins. The old man retreated into the storehouse, and Firkus watched as he put 7 small bags into a single sack, then returned and handed them out the window. Again Firkus glanced around. Someone follow ye here? The old man asked. Firkus shrugged. Lots of eyes. Baram or Turl's men, I expect, as they're not eating so well. Kensiden's got guards all about the ship, the old man assured him. Baram and Tarl wouldn't dare to move against him, and Keth's been paid off with food. Likely them eyes you're seeing are the watching guards, and don't ye doubt that they'll not be friends o' Firkus, if Firkus is stealing or murdering them whore under the protection of Kensiden. Firkus held up the sack. For Widow Darvis, he said, and slung it over his shoulder as he started away. He hadn't gone more than a step when the window's shutter banged closed, showing no more than an unremarkable wall once more. Gradually, Firkus managed to take his thoughts off the watching eyes he knew to be peering out from every alley and window, and from many of the rooftops, as well. He thought of his cargo, and liked the weight of it. Widow Darvis had promised him that she had some spices to take the tanginess out of the curious meat Kensiden handed out to all under his protection, and many more had come under his protection, swearing fealty to ship Rethner, throughout that cold and threadbare winter. Between that and the strange, thick mushrooms, Firkus O'Duyana expected a wonderful meal that evening. He promised himself that he wouldn't get too greedy and eat it all, and that his sister, all alone in her house since her husband and 2 children had died in the explosion of the host tower, would get more than her 1/7 share. He glanced back once as he exited the alley, whispering his sincere thanks for the generosity of High Captain Kensiden. In another part of Luskan, not far from the road Firkus traveled, several men stood on a street corner, a fire blazing between them over which they huddled for warmth. One man's stomach growled from emptiness, and another punched him in the shoulder for the painful reminder. Ah, keep it quiet, he said. And how am I to stop it? The man with the grumbling belly replied. The rat I ate last night didn't go near to filling me, and I've been throwing up more of it than I put down. All our belly esra grumbling, a third man said. Baram's got food coming out tonight, so he says, a fourth piped in hopefully. Won't be near enough, said the first, who punched the other's shoulder again. Never near enough. I ain't been so hungry in all my days, not even when out on the water, days and days in a dead wind. A pity we're not for eating man flesh, the third said with a pathetic chuckle. Lots o' fat bodies out on Cutlass Island, eh? A pity we're not working for Rethner, ye mean, said the first, and the others all snapped surprised glances his way. Such words could get a man killed in short order. Ain't even Rethner's dead, so they're saying, said another. Aye, it's that boy o' his, the sneaky one they call the Crow, said the first. He's gettin' food. Not knowing how, but he's gettin' it and feed in his boys well this winter. I'm thinking that Baram'd be smart to stop arguing with him and start gettin' us some of that food. And I'm thinking you're talkin' of us dead in an alley, one of the others said in a tone that offered no room for argument. As much a threat as a warning, the harsh comment ended the discussion abruptly, and the group went back to rubbing their hands, saying nothing, but with their bellies doing enough complaining to aptly relay their foul sentiments. The mood in the Cutlass was fine that night, a small gathering, but of men who had eaten well and who had fed their families properly, and all thanks to the generosity of the son of Rethner. Behind the bar, Aram Gardpeck noticed a couple of new faces that night, as he was now seeing quite regularly. He nudged his friend and most reliable customer, Yossi Puddles, and nodded his chin toward the new pair who sat in a corner. I'm not liking it, Yossi slurred after glancing that way. It's our tavern. More patrons, more coin, Aram replied. More trouble, you mean, said Yossi, and as if on cue, Kensiden's dwarf walked in and moved right up to Aram. The dwarf followed their gazes to the corner, then said to Aram, from the avenue called Setting Sun, he said. Turl's men, then, Yossi replied. Or Kensiden's now, eh? Aram said to the dwarf, sliding the usual brew his way. The dwarf nodded, his eyes never leaving the two men as he brought the flagon to his lips and drained it in a single draw, ale spilling out over his black, beaded beard. He stayed there for some time, staring and hardly listening to the continuing conversation between Yossi and Aram. Every so often, he motioned for another ale, which Aram, who was eating quite well thanks to the generosity of Kensiden, was happy to supply. Finally the two men departed and the dwarf drained one last flagon and followed them out into the street. He wasn't far behind when he exited, despite pausing for his last drink, because the pair had to pause as well to retrieve their weapons as they left. On Kensiden's command, weapons weren't allowed inside Aram's establishment. That rule didn't apply to Kensiden's personal bodyguard, of course, and so the dwarf had not been similarly slowed. He made no effort to conceal the fact that he was following the pair, one of whom stupidly glanced back several times. The dwarf thought they would confront him out in the street, with so many witnesses around, but to his surprise and delight, the pair slipped down a dark and narrow alleyway instead. Grinning, he eagerly followed. Far enough, said a voice from the darkness beyond. Following the sound, the dwarf made out a single silhouette standing by a pile of refuse. I'm not liking your staring, Blackbeard, and liking your following even less. Year for calling Captain Turl's guards on me, I'm guessing, the dwarf replied, and he saw the man shift uncomfortably at the reminder that he was not on his home turf. Here Onan Refner's invitation, the man stammered. Here to eat, ye mean? I, as invited. Nay, friend, the dwarf said. Refner's welcoming them looking for a ship to crew, not them looking to come in, eat, and go home to tell each other high captains. You're a man o' Tarl, and good enough for ye. Switching, the man blurted. Wahahaha, the dwarf taunted. Ye been here 5 times now, yourself and your hiding friend. And 5 times ye been on the road back home. A lot o' your boys, too. Ye think we're for feeding ye, do ye? I'm paying well, the man stammered. For what's not for sale, said the dwarf. If they're for selling, then it's for sale, said the man, but the dwarf crossed his burly arms over his chest and shook his head slowly. From the roof to the dwarf's left came the man's companion, leaping down from on high, dagger thrust before him as if he thought himself a human spear. He apparently figured that he had the dwarf by surprise, an easy kill. So did his friend, down the alley, who started a whoop of victory, one that ended abruptly as the dwarf exploded into motion, throwing his arms forward and over his head and springing a backward somersault. As he went over, he deftly pulled out his twin Morningstars, and he landed solidly on the balls of his feet, leaning forward so that he easily reversed his momentum and plowed forward. With surprising agility, the diving man managed to adjust to his complete miss and tuck into a fairly nimble roll that brought him right back to his feet. He spun, slashing with his dagger to keep the dwarf at bay. The spiked head of a Morningstar met that extended hand, and if the blow wasn't enough to shatter it, a coating on the ball exploded with magical power. The dagger, a misshapen and twisted thing, flew away, along with 3 fingers. The man howled in agony and punched out with other hand as he brought the wounded one in close. But again the dwarf was way ahead of him. As his first, right-hand Morningstar swiped across to take the knife, his left arm went over his head, his second weapon spinning the same way as the first. Executing the block easily, the dwarf stepped forward and down. The punch went over his head as his second Morningstar whipped around, the spiked head reaching out at the end of its black chain to take the man on the side of the knee. The crack of bone drowned out the squeal of pain and the man's leg buckled and he flopped down to the ground. His charging friend nearly tripped over him, but somehow held his balance, brandishing sword and dagger at the low-crouched dwarf. He thrust and slashed wildly, trying to overwhelm the dwarf with sheer ferocity. And he almost got through the clever parries, but only because the dwarf was laughing too hard to more properly defend. Frantic, trying hard to block out the pitiful crying of his broken friend, the man stabbed again, rushing forward. He hit nothing, for the dwarf, in perfect balance, slipped out to the side. You're starting to try me patience, the dwarf warned. Ye might be leaving with just a beating. Too terrified to even comprehend that he had just been offered his life, the man spun and threw himself at the dwarf. By the time the second Morningstar ball smashed him on the side of his ribs, crunching them to dust, he realized his mistake. By the time that second ball smacked him again, in the head, he knew nothing at all. His friend howled all the louder when the swordsman fell dead before him, his brains spilling out all over the cobblestones. He was still howling when the dwarf grabbed him by the front of his shirt and with frightening strength stood him upright and smashed him against the wall. You're not listening to me, boy, the dwarf said several times, until the man finally shut up. Now you get back to setting sun and ye tell Turl's boys that this ain't your place, said the dwarf. If you're with Tarl then ye ain't with Rethner, and if ye ain't with Rethner, then go and catch yourself some rats to eat. The man gasped for breath. Ye hear me? The dwarf asked, giving him a rough shake, and though it was with just one hand, the man couldn't have any more resisted it than he could the pull of a strong horse. He nodded stupidly and the dwarf flung him down to the ground. Crawl out here, boy. And if you're meaning to crawl back, then do it with a pledge to ship Rethner. The man replied, yes, 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 yes over and over again as the dwarf calmly walked out of the alleyway, tucking his twin morning stars diagonally into their respective sheaths on his back as he went, and seeming as if nothing at all had just happened. You don't have to enjoy it so much, Kensidin said to the dwarf a short while later. Then pay me more. Kensidin gave a little laugh. I told you not to kill anyone. And I told yourself that if they're drawing steel, I'm drawing blood, the dwarf replied. Kensidin continued to chuckle and waved his hand in concession. They're getting desperate, the dwarf said. Not enough food in most quarters for Baram and Tarl. Good. I wonder how fondly they look upon Captain Dudermont now. Governor, ye mean? Kensidin rolled his eyes. Your friend Suljak's getting more than them other two, said the dwarf. If he was to send him a bit o' ours on top o' what he's getting from Dudermont, he might be climbing up behind yourself and Kurth. Very astute, Kensidin congratulated. Been playing politics since afore your daddy's daddy found his first breath, the dwarf replied. Then I would think you smart enough to understand that it's not in my interest to prop Suljak to new and greater heights. The dwarf looked at Kensidin curiously for just a moment, then nodded. You're making him Dudermont's stooge. Kensidin nodded. But he's to take it to heart, the dwarf warned. My father has spent years protecting him, often from himself, said Kensidin. It's past time for Suljak to prove he's worthy of our efforts. If he can't understand his true role beside Dudermont, then he's beyond my aid. Ye could tell him. And I would likely be telling Baram and Tarl. I don't think that's a good thing. How hard are ye meaning to press them? The dwarf asked. Dudermont's still formidable, and if they're throwing in with him. Baram hates Dudermont to his soul, Kensidin assured the dwarf. I count on you to gauge the level of discontent on the streets. We want to steal some of their men, but only enough to make sure that those two will understand their place when the arrows start flying. It's not in my interest to weaken them to anarchy, or to chase them to Dudermont's side for fear of their lives. The dwarf nodded. And no more killing, Kensidin said. Run the intruders out, show them a way to more and better food. Break a few noses. But no more killing. The dwarf put his hands on his hips, thoroughly flustered by the painful command. You will have all the fighting you desire and more when Dudermont makes his move, Kensidin promised. Ain't no more fightin' than I'm desiring. The spring, early on, Kensidin replied. We keep Luskan alive through the winter, but just barely. When the ships and the caravans don't arrive in the early spring, the city will disintegrate around the good-capped governor. His promises will ring as hollow as the bellies of his minions. He will be seen not as savior, but as a fraud, a flame without heat on a cold winter's eve. And so it went through Luskan's long winter night. Supplies reached out from Ship Rethner to Closeguard Island in Kurth, to Suljak, and even a bit to Dudermont's new palace, fashioned from the former Red Dragon Inn, north of the river. From Dudermont, what little he had to spare, supplies went out to the two high captains in dire need, though never enough, of course, and to the Mira barons holed up in the shield. And as the winter deepened, Suljak, prodded by Kensidin, came to spend more and more time by Dudermont's side. The many ships riding out the winter in port got their food from Kurth, as Kensidin ceded to him control of the quay. The coldest months passed, and were not kind to battered Luskan, and the people looked with weary eyes and grumbling bellies to the lengthening days, too weary and too hungry to truly hope for reprieve. I want do it, Maimon said, and Keth's eyes widened with surprise. A dozen ships, heavily laden and hardly guarded, the high captain argued. Could a pirate ask for more? Luskan needs them, said Maimon. Your people fared well throughout the winter, but the folk on the mainland. Your crew ate well. Maimon sighed, for indeed Kurth had been kind to the men and women of Thrice Lucky. You mean to drive Dudermont from power, the perceptive young pirate captain said. Luskan looks to the sea and to the south, praying for food, and grain to replant the fields. There is not enough livestock in the city to support a tenth of the people living here, though only half of what Luskan once was remains. Luskan is not a farming community. What, then? Maimon asked, but he knew the answer well enough. Kurth and Kensidin wanted a free port, a place of trade where no questions would ever be asked, where pirates could put in and answer only to other pirates, where highwaymen could fence jewels and hide kidnapped victims until the ransom arrived. Something had happened over the winter, Maimon knew, some subtle shift. Before the onset of the northern winds, the two plotting high captains had been far more cautious in their approach. In their apparent plan, Deutermont would rule Luskan and they would find ways around him. Now they seemed to want the town for their own, in full. "I won't do it," the young pirate captain said again. "I cannot so punish Luskan, whatever the expected outcome." Kurth looked at him hard, and for a moment, Maimon expected that he would have to fight his way out of the tower. "You are far too full of presumptions and assumptions," Kurth said to him. "Deutermont has his Luskan, and it serves us well to keep him here." Maimon knew the lie for what it was, but he didn't let on, of course. "The food will arrive from Waterdeep's fleet, but it will come through Closguard and not through Deutermont's palace," Kurth explained. "And the ground caravans belong to Kensidon, again not to Deutermont. The people of Luskan will be grateful. Deutermont will be grateful, if we're clever." "I had thought you to be clever." Maimon had no answer to the High Captain's scenario. Maimon knew Deutermont as well as any who were not currently crewing Sea Sprite, and he doubted the captain would ever be so foolish as to think Kurth and Kensidon the saviors of Luskan. Stealing for the reward was the oldest and simplest of pirate tricks, after all. "I offered Thrice Lucky the flagship role as a tribute," Kurth said. "An offer, not an order." "Then I politely refuse." Kurth nodded slowly and Maimon's hand slid down to his belted sword, with all expectation that he was about to be killed. But the blow never came, and the young pirate captain left Closguard Island a short while later, making all haste back to his ship. Back in Keth's chamber, a globe of darkness appeared in a far corner, signaling that the High Captain was not alone. "He would have been a big help," Kurth explained. "Thrice Lucky is swift enough to get inside the firing line of Waterdeep's fleet. The defeat of the Waterhavian flotilla is well in hand," the voice from the darkness assured him. "For the right price, of course." Kurth gave a sigh and rubbed his hand over his sharp features, considering the cost against the potential gain. He considered many times in those moments that Kensidon would certainly handle the land caravan, that Kensidon was walking ever more boldly and more powerfully in no small part because of the food those strangers in the darkness were providing. "See to it," he agreed. Chapter Civilizations Melt. "A tendy and a half," Regis complained as he and Drizzt made their way down the trail south of Bryn Shander. "These storms can arrive any time for the next 2 months, Drizzt replied. "Neither of us wants another 2 months in 10 towns. As he finished, he cast a sidelong glance at his companion to note the expected wistfulness in Regis' large eyes. It had not been a bad winter in 10 towns for the two of them, though the snow fell deep and the wind blew hard all those months. Still, strong too were the fires in the common rooms, and the many friendly conversations overwhelmed the wintry wind. But as the winter waned, Drizzt had grown increasingly impatient. His business with Wulfgar was done, and he was satisfied that he would see his barbarian friend again, in better times. He wanted to go home. His heart ached for Catti-brie, and though the situation had seemed stable, he couldn't help but fear for his friend Bruenor, living as he was under the shadow of 20,000 orcs. The Drow Ranger set a strong pace down the uneven trail, where mud had refrozen and melted many times over the past few days. Patches of snow had clung stubbornly to the ground, behind every rock and filling every crevice. It was indeed early to be making such a journey through the spine of the world, but Drizzt knew that to wait was to walk through deeper and more stubborn mud. Over the months, Icewind Dale had filled their sensibilities again, rekindling old memories and experiences, and bringing forth many of the lessons their years there had taught them. They wouldn't lose their way among familiar landmarks. They wouldn't be caught unaware by tundra yetis or bands of goblins. As Regis had feared, they awoke the next morning to find the air filled with snow, but Drizzt didn't lead the way to a cave. "It will not be a strong storm," he assured the halfling repeatedly as they trudged along, and through good instinct or simply good fortune, his prediction proved correct. Within a few days, they had made the trail through the spine of the world, and soon after they entered the pass, the wind diminished considerably and not even the long shadows of the tall mountains to either side of them could cover the signs that spring fast approached. "Do you think we'll meet the Lusker caravan?" Regis asked more than once, for his belt pouches bulged with scrimshaw and he was eager to get first pickings from the Lusker goods. "Too early," Drizzt always answered, but as they crossed the miles through the mountain range, every step bringing them closer to the warming breezes of spring, his tone became more hopeful with each response. After all, in addition to the welcome sound of new voices and the luxuries such a caravan might offer, a strong and early showing by Luskan and Icewind Dale would go a long way toward calming Drizzt's anxieties about the depth and endurance of Deutermont's victory. As they neared the southern end of the mountain pass, the trail widened and broke off in several directions. To Ocney and Coulson, Drizzt explained to Regis as they crossed one trail climbing up to the west. 2 days of marching, he answered in response to the halfling's questioning gaze. 2 days there and 2 days back. Straight to Luskan, then, for some sales and some food for the road east, Regis replied. Or is it possible that we might find a former host tower associate, Robillard, yes Robillard, to fly us home on a magical chariot? Drizzt chuckled in reply, and wished it were so. We will arrive back at Mithril Hall in good time, he said, if you can stride longer with those short legs. On they went, down out of the foothills, and soon after breaking camp one brilliant morning, they came over a rocky rise in sight of the city of sails. Their hearts didn't lift. Smoke hung low and thick over Luskan, and even from a distance, the companions could see that large swaths of the city were still but blackened husks. It had not been a kind winter in Dudermont City, if indeed it remained Dudermont City. Regis didn't complain as Drizzt picked up their pace, almost trotting down the winding road. They passed many farms north of the city but noted surprisingly little activity, though the melt had progressed enough south of the spine of the world for the early preparations of spring planting to begin. When it became apparent that they wouldn't make the city that day, Drizzt veered off the road and led Regis to the door of one such farmhouse. He rapped loudly, and when the door swung open, the woman noted the black skin of her unexpected and hardly typical guest, and she jumped in surprise and gave a little yelp. Drizzt Duerden, at your service, Drizzt said with a polite bow. Back from 10 towns in Icewind Dale to visit my good friend Captain Dudermont. The woman seemed to ease considerably, for surely anyone that close to Luskan had heard of Drizzt Duerden even before his exploits beside Dudermont in throwing down Arklam Greith. If it's shelter you're seeking, then put up in the barn, she said. The barn would be most hospitable, said Drizzt, but truly it's more good conversation and news of Luskan that would do we weary travelers good. Bah, but what news? News o' your friend the governor? Drizzt couldn't suppress a smile at hearing Dudermont still referred to as governor. He nodded his assent. What's to tell, then? Asked the woman. He gets his cheers, but don't he? And oh, but that one can wag a pretty tongue. A great feeder o' the pig, none's doubting. But? Drizzt prompted, catching the prissy sarcasm sharpening her voice. But not so much for feed in them that's feed in the pigs, eh? She said. And not so quick with the grain we're needing for the fields. Drizzt looked south toward Luskan. I'm sure the captain will see to it as soon as he is able, Regis offered. Which? The woman asked, and Regis realized that his use of Dudermont's old title had been taken to mean one of Luskan's high captains, and that inadvertent misunderstanding, given the woman's suddenly hopeful tone, had hinted to both Regis and Drizzt that Dudermont had not yet established control over those 5. So, are ye to be stayin'? The woman asked after a lengthy silence. Aye, the barn, Drizzt replied, turning to face her again and putting on a supremely pleasant and cheery expression as he did. The pair were out the next morning before the cock crowed, trotting fast down the road all the way to Luskan's North Gate. Luskan Sungirded North Gate, they realized to their surprise. The ironclad door was neither locked nor barred, and not a voice of protest came at them from either of the towers flanking it as they pushed it open and crossed into the city. To the Cutlass, or the Red Dragon? Regis asked, moving to the wide stone stairway of the upstream span bridge, which opened up into the northern section of the city wherein lay Dudermont's makeshift palace. But Drizzt shook his head and marched straight down the span, crossing the Mirar with Regis skipping at his heels. The market, he explained. The level of activity there will tell us much of Luskan's winter before we rendezvous with Dudermont. I think we've already seen too much of it, Regis muttered. Glancing left and right, it was hard for Drizzt to argue the sentiment. The city was a battered place, with many buildings crumbling, many more burned out, and with haggard folk covered in dirty layers of rags milling about the streets. The unmistakable look of hunger played on their dark faces, the profound hopelessness that could only be stamped by months of misery. Have ye seen the caravan, then? Came the quickly familiar question soon after the pair stepped off the upstream span and into the city proper. Luskan's caravan north to 10 towns? Regis asked. The man looked at him incredulously, so much so that Regis' heart sank. Waterdeep's, he corrected the halfling. A caravan's coming, don't ye know? And a great fleet of ships with food and warm clothes, and grain for the fields and pigs for the barn. Have ye seen it, boy? Boy? Regis echoed, but the man was too lost in his rambling to notice and pause for even a breath. Have ye seen the caravan? Oh, but she's to be a big one, they're saying. Enough food for to fill our bellies through the summer and the winter next. And all from Lord Brambleberry's people, they're saying. All around the old man, people nodded and attempted, at least, to cheer a bit, though the sound was surely pathetic. Barely 3 blocks into the city and still a long way from the market, Drizzt had seen enough. He turned Regis around and made for Daleth's span, the remaining usable bridges across the Mirar, the closest to the harbor and the Red Dragon. When at last they arrived at Dudermont's palace, the companions found warm greetings and wide smiles. The guards ushered them right to the inner chambers, where Dudermont and Robillard met with a surly red-bearded dwarf Drizzt remembered from the Mirabaran contingent at the Battle of the Host Tower. If we're interrupting, Drizzt started to apologize, but Dudermont cut him short, leaping up from his seat and saying, "Nonsense. It's a good day in Luskan when Drizzt and Regis return." "And Luskan's needing some good days," the dwarf remarked. "And some meetings are better off interrupted," Robillard mumbled. The dwarf turned on him sharply, drawing a smirk and a shrug from the cynical wizard. "Aye," the dwarf said, "and some meetings go on longer than all what's needed saying's been said." "Beautifully if confusedly expressed," said Robillard. "Ah, but it might be a wizard's addled brains what's needing unrattling," said the dwarf. "A good shake. A flaming dwarf," Robillard added. The dwarf growled and Dudermont sidled between the two. "Tell your fellows that their help through the winter was most appreciated," he said to the dwarf. "And when the first caravan arrives from the Silver Marches, we hope you will find your way to more generosity." "Aye, soon as our own bellies ain't growling," the dwarf agreed, and with a final glare at Robillard and a tip of his wide-brimmed hat to Drizzt and Regis, he took his leave. "It's good you have returned," Dudermont said, moving over to offer a handshake to his two friends. "I trust the Icewind Dale winter was no more harsh than what we suffered here." "The city is battered," said Drizzt. "And hungry," Regis added. "Every priest in Luskan toils away throughout every day in prayers to their gods, creating food and drink," Dudermont said. "But their efforts are not nearly enough." Over at the Shield, the Mira barons tightened their belts considerably through the months, rationing their supplies, for they alone in Luskan had storehouses properly prepared for the winter. "Not alone," Robillard corrected, and there was no missing the edge in his tone. Dudermont conceded the point with a nod. "Some of the high captains seem to have avenues of securing food." All praise to Suljak, who has funneled good meat through this palace to the citizens, even to those who were not of his ship. "He's an idiot," said Robillard. "He is a fine example to the other four," Dudermont quickly argued. "He puts Luskan above ship, and alone among them, it seems, is wise enough to understand that the fate of Luskan will ultimately determine the fate of their private little empires." "You have to act, and quickly," said Drizzt. "Or Luskan will not survive." Dudermont nodded his agreement with every word. "A flotilla has left Waterdeep, and a great caravan wins its way up from the south, both laden with food and grain, and with soldiers to aid in calming the city. The lords of Waterdeep have rallied around the work of the late Lord Brambleberry, that his efforts will not be in vain. They don't want one of their own to look as stupid as the whispers make him out to be," Robillard clarified, and even Drizzt couldn't help but chuckle at that. "Expect too much from the flotilla and caravan at your peril," the wizard warned Dudermont. "They're laden well with food, no doubt, but a few dozen sellswords would be a dozen or two more than he'll be willing to wager they've offered. They have a way of looking more generous than they actually are, these lords." Dudermont didn't bother to argue the point. "They will both arrive within the next couple of 10 days, say the scouts. I secured a promise of extra food from our dwarf friend Argithas of Mirabar." The Mira barons agreed to accelerate their tithing to the city in anticipation of the resupply, though their storehouses are near empty. "Mirabar has stood strong with me through the winter. I would bid you to relay our gratitude to March Ioni Lastil when you return to the Silver Marches." Drizzt nodded. "What choice did they have?" Robillard asked. "We're the only acre of sanity left in Luskan." "The caravans," said Dudermont, "are a temporary reprieve." Dudermont shook his head. "We will use the example of Suljak to enlist the other four," he reasoned. "They will end their foolish warring and support the city, or their people will turn against them, as the whole of the city turned against Arklam Greith." "The people on the streets appear desperate," said Regis, and Dudermont nodded. "The times are hard," he replied. "The relief of summer will allow them to look beyond their misery and seek long-term solutions to the ills of the city. Those solutions lie with me and not with the high captains, unless those old sea dogs are smart enough to understand the needs of the city beyond their own narrow streets." "They're not," Robillard assured him. "And would do well to climb on Sea Sprite and sail back to Waterdeep." "I would go without food for a winter and more if only I heard a word of encouragement from Robillard," Dudermont remarked with a heavy sigh. The wizard snickered, threw his arm across the back of his chair, and turned away. "Enough of our misery," Dudermont said. "Tell me of Icewind Dale, and of Wulfgar. Did you find him?" Drizzt's smile surely answered before the drow began to recant his tale of the journey. Chapter. Pressure. The small bit of water they had put in the pot bubbled and steamed away, its aroma eliciting many licks of anticipation. The dark meat, 20 pounds of basted perfection, glistened from the surface burns of fast cooking, for not a one of the band of highwaymen was willing to wait the hours to properly prepare the unexpected feast. The moment the cook announced it was done, the group began tearing at it eagerly, ripping off large chunks and shoving them into hungry mouths so that their cheeks bulged like rodents storing food for the winter. Every now and then one or another paused just long enough to lift a toast to Ship Rethner, who had supplied them so well. And all that the generous son of the recently deceased high captain had asked for in return was that the band waylay a caravan, and with all proceeds of the theft going to the highwaymen. They give us food for taking food, one rogue observed with a chuckle. And give us help in taking it, another agreed, indicating a small keg of particularly effective poison. So they cheered and they ate, and they laughed and cheered some more for the son of Ship Refner. The next morning, they watched from a series of low forested hills as the expected caravan, more than 24 wagons, wound its way up the road from the south. Many guards accompanied the train-proud Waterhavian soldiers and even several wizards. Remember that we've a whole 10 days, so Tinful McGree, the leader of the Lusker band, told his fellows. Sting and run, wear them down day after day. The others nodded as one. They didn't have to kill all of the guards. They didn't have to stop all of the wagons. If less than half of the wagons and less than half of the supplies got through to Luskan, Ship Refner would be satisfied and the highwaymen would share in the bounty. That morning, a volley of crossbow quarrels flew out at the teams of the last 2 wagons in line, horses and guards alike. From a safe distance and with light crossbows, such an attack would hardly have bothered the seasoned travelers, but even the slightest scratch from a poison quarrel brought down even the largest of the draft horses. The group of guards that charged out at the attackers similarly found their numbers halved with a second, more concentrated volley. Minor wounds proved devastating. Strong men crumbled to the ground in a deep and uncompromising sleep. The crossbowmen melted into the woods before any close engagement could begin, and from the other side of the road, a small group of grenadiers found their openings and charged the weakest spans of the caravan, hurling their fiery missiles of volatile oil and running off in fast retreat. When some guards gave chase, they found themselves caught in a series of spring traps, swinging logs and deviously buried spikes, all tipped, once again, with that devious poison. By the end of the encounter, 2 wagons and their contents were fully engulfed in flames and 2 others damaged so badly that the Waterhavians had to strip one to salvage the other. The caravan had lost several horses to flames or to injuries caused when the sleeping poison had sent them falling to the ground. A trio of guards had been murdered in the woods. They've no plan for the likes of us, so Tinful told his men that night as they shadowed the caravan. Like the dwarf told us they wouldn't. They're thinking that all the folk north of Waterdeep would welcome their passing and the food and grain they're bringing. A straight-on attack by monsters? Aye. A hungry band o' highwaymen? Aye. But not the likes of us, well-fed and not needing their goods, well-rewarded and not needing to fight them straight up. He ended with a laugh that proved infectious around the campfire, and he wondered what tricks he and his fellows might use on the caravan the following day. The next night, so Tinful congratulated himself again, for the heavy boulder his men had rolled down the hill had taken out another wagon, destroying 2 of its wheels and spilling sacks of grain across the ground. Their biggest cheer of all came 3 nights later, when a well-placed fiery arrow had lit up the oil-soaked understructure of a small bridge across a fast-moving stream, taking 2 wagons in the ensuing blaze and leaving 5 stranded on one side of the water, the men of the dozen and 4 on the other side staring helplessly. Over the next 2 days, so Tinful's men picked away at the Waterhavians as they tried to find a ford or rebuild some measure of a bridge that could get the rest of their wagons across the stream. The leader of the highwaymen knew the battered Waterhavians were approaching their breaking point, and he was not surprised, though surely elated, when they simply ferried the supplies back over the stream to the south, overloaded the remaining wagons, and set off to the south, back to Waterdeep. Kensidon would pay him well indeed. He is in her mind, the voice in the shadows said to Arklam Greith. Calming her, reminding her that her life remains and that eternity allows her to pursue that which she longs. The Lich resisted the urge to dispel the darkness and view the speaker, if only to confirm his guess about his identity. He looked over at poor Valindra Shadowmantle, who seemed at peace for the first time since had resurrected her consciousness inside her dead body. Arklam Greith knew well the shock of death, and of undeath. After his own transformation to lichdom, he had battled many of the same anxieties and losses that had so unsettled Valindra, and of course he had spent many years in preparation for that still shocking moment. Valindra's experience had been far more devastating to the poor elf. Her heritage alone meant that she had expected several more centuries of life. With elves, the craving for immortality was not nearly as profound a thing as the desperation of short-lived humans. Thus, Valindra's transformation had nearly broken the poor soul, and would likely have turned her into a thing of utter and unrelenting hatred had not the voice in the shadows and his associate unexpectedly intervened. He tells me that the effort to keep her calm will be great indeed, the voice said. As will the price, no doubt, Arklam Greith said. Soft laughter came back at him. What is your intent, Archmage? With Luskan. What remains of Luskan, you mean, Arklam Greith replied, in a tone that indicated he hardly cared. You remain within the city walls, said the voice. Your heart is here. It was a profitable location, well situated for the arcane brotherhood, the Lich admitted. It can be again. Despite not wanting to play his hand, Arklam Greith couldn't help but lean forward. Not as it was, to be sure, but in other ways, said the voice. All we have to do is kill Dudermont. Is that what you are asking of me? I'm asking nothing, except that your plans remain known to me. That is not nothing, said Arklum In many circles, such a price would be considered extravagant. In some circles, Valindra Shadowmantle would lose her mind. Arklum had no answer to that. He glanced again at his beloved. Dudermont is well guarded, said the voice. He is not vulnerable while still in Luskan. The city is under considerable stress, as you might expect, and Dudermont's future as governor will depend upon his ability to feed and care for the people. So he has turned to his friends in Waterdeep, by land and by sea. You ask me to be a highwayman? I told you that I ask nothing other than to know your plans as you evolve them, said the voice. I had thought that one such as you, who need not draw air, who feels not the cold of the sea, would be interested to know that your hated enemy Dudermont is desperately awaiting the arrival of a flotilla from Waterdeep. It is presently sailing up the coast, and the soft belly of supply ships is too well guarded for any pirates to even think of attacking. Arklum sat perfectly still, digesting the information. He looked again at Valindra. My friend is not in her mind any longer, said the voice, and Arklum sharpened his focus on the undead woman, and was greatly encouraged as she didn't melt into a well of despair. He has shown her possibilities, said the voice. He will return to her to reinforce the message and help her through this difficult time. Arklum turned to the magical darkness. I'm grateful, he said, and sincerely. You will have many years to repay us, said the voice, and it melted away as the darkness dissipated. Arklum went to his beloved Valindra, and when she didn't respond to him, he sat and draped an arm around her. His thoughts, though, sailed out to sea. It has not been a good winter, Dudermont admitted to Drizzt and Regis in the palace that day. Too many dead men, too many shattered families. And during it all, the idiots fought each other, Robillard interjected. They should have been out fishing and hunting, preparing the harvested crops and pooling their supplies. But would they? He scoffed and waved his hand at the city beyond the window. They fought amongst themselves, high captains posturing, guildless rogues murdering. Drizzt listened to every word, but never took his eyes off Dudermont, who stared out the window and winced at every one of Robillard's points. There was no disagreement, how could there be, with smoke rising from every quarter of Luskan and with bodies practically lining the streets? There was something else in Dudermont's posture that, even more than the words, revealed to Drizzt how brutal the winter had been. The weight of responsibility bowed the captain's shoulders, and worse, Drizzt realized, was breaking his heart. The winter has passed, the drow said. Spring brings new hope and new opportunities. Dudermont finally turned, and brightened just a bit. There are promising signs, he said, but Robillard scoffed again. It's true. High Captain Suljak sat behind me on that day when I was appointed as governor, and he has stood behind me since. And Baram and Tarl have hinted at coming around to a truce. Only because they have some grudge with Shiprethner and fear the new leader of that crew, this creature Kensidon, whom they call the Crow, said Robillard. And only because Shiprethner ate well through the winter, but the only food Baram and Tarl could find came from the rats or came through us. Whatever the reason, Dudermont replied. The Mira Barons suffered greatly in the explosion of the host tower and have not opened the gates of the Shield District to the new Luskan, but with the spring, they may be persuaded to look toward the opportunities before us instead of the problems behind us. And we will need them this trading season. I expect March Ion Elastil will let the food flow generously, and on credit. Drizzt and Regis exchanged concerned looks at that, neither overly impressed by the goodness of Elastil's heart. They had dealt with the man several times in the past, after all, and more often than not, had left the table shaking their heads in dismay. Elastil's daughter, Arabeth, survived the war and may help us in that, Dudermont said, obviously noting their frowns. It's all about food, Robillard said. Who has it and who will share it, whatever the price? You speak of Baram and Tarl, but they're our friends only because we have the dark meat and the fungus. Curiously put, said Drizzt. From Suljak, Robillard explained, who gets it from his friend in Shiprethner. Suljak has been most generous, while that young high captain of Rethner ignores us as if we don't exist. He is unsure, like the Mira Barons, perhaps, Regis offered. Or he is too sure of his position, Robillard said in a grim tone that Kensidon, had he heard, would have certainly taken as a warning. The spring will be our friend, Dudermont said as the door opened and his attendant indicated that dinner was served. Caravans will arrive by land and by sea, laden with goods from the grateful lords of Waterdeep. With that bargaining power in my hands, I will align the city behind me and drag the high captains along, or I will rouse the city behind me and be rid of them. I hope for the latter, Robillard said, and Drizzt and Regis were not surprised. They moved into the adjacent room and sat at Dudermont's finely appointed table, while attendants brought out trays of the winter's unexpected staple. Eat well, and may Luskan never be hungry again. Dudermont toasted with his fey wine, and all the others cheered the thought. Drizzt gathered up knife and fork and went to work on the large chunk of meat on his plate, and even as that first morsel neared his lips, a familiar sensation came over him. The consistency of the meat, the smell, the taste. He looked at the side dish that ringed his main course, light brown mushrooms speckled with dots of purple. He knew them. He knew the meat deep broth. The drow fell back in his chair, mouth hanging open, eyes unblinking. Where did you get this, Dot? Suljak, Dudermont replied. Where did he get it? Kensidon, likely, said Robillard as both he, Dudermont, and Regis stared at Drizzt curiously. And he? Robillard shrugged and Dudermont admitted, I know not. But Drizzt was afraid that he did. If Valindra Shadowmantle's corpse had indeed been animated, she didn't show it those hours subsequent to the stranger's visit in Arklemgreith's subterranean palace. She didn't sway, didn't moan, didn't blink her dead eyes, and any attempts to reach the woman were met with utter emptiness. But it will pass, Arklemgreith told himself repeatedly as he moved through the sewers beneath Ilisk and Closegard Island, collecting allies for his journey. All the while, he considered the intruders to his subterranean palace. How had they so easily gotten past his many wards and glyphs? How had they even known that his extra-dimensional room had been anchored down there in the sewers? What magic did they possess? Psionics, he knew, from the one who had entered Valindra's consciousness to calm her, but were they truly powerful enough in those strange arts to utilize them to neuter his own skilled magical wards? An involuntary shudder coursed Greith's spine the first time anything like that had happened in his decades of lichdom, but it was true. Arklemgreith feared the visitors who had come unbidden, and Arklemgreith rarely feared anything. That fear, as much as his hatred for Captain Dudermont, drove the Lich along his course. With an army of unbreathing, undead monsters behind him, Arklemgreith went out into the harbor, then out to sea, steadily, tirelessly moving south. He found more of his unbreathing soldiers in the deeper waters. Ugly Leiston Gulsand easily brought them under his sway. The undead were his to control. Skeletons and zombies, ghouls and ghasts, wights and wraiths proved no match for his superior and dominating willpower. Arklemgreith swept them up in his wake, continuing south all the while, paralleling the shore as he knew the watered Havian ships would do. His army needed no rest in the depths, where day and night were not so different. With their webbed, clawing hands, the Leistons moved with great speed, weaving through the watery depths with the grace of dolphins and the impunity of a great shark or whale. They stayed low, far from the surface, sliding past the reeds and weeds, crossing low over reefs, or even the mighty and fierce eels stayed deep in their holes to avoid the undead things. Only through a great expenditure of magic could Arklemgreith hope to pace the aquatic ghouls, and so he commanded a pair to tow him along with them. Every so often, the powerful Lich opened dimensional doors, transporting himself and his ghoulish coachman far ahead of the undead army, that he would note the ships long before engaging them. Well versed in the ways of the ocean, Greith suspected that the ships might be near when he first spotted the inevitable companions of any such flotilla, a lazily swimming and circling school of hammerhead sharks, common as vultures along the perilous Sword Coast. Greith could have led his Leiston army wide of the small group, but the Lich had grown bored of the long journey. He willed his escorts in a straight line ascent toward the school, and he started the festivities by rolling forth a ball of lightning at the nearest sharks. They popped and jerked at the sparking intrusion, a pair hung stunned in the water and several others darted fast out of sight in the murky water. The Leistons swam furiously past Greith, their hunger incited. They tore into the closest sharks, and the stunned pair thrashed and rolled. A ghoulish arm was torn free, and floated down past the amused Arklemgreith. He watched as another Leiston, clamped firmly in the jaws of a hammerhead, was shaken to pieces. But the undead could not be intimidated, and they swarmed the shark with impunity, their claws slashing through its tough skin, filling the dark water with blood. The school came on in full, a frenzy of biting and tearing, a bloodlust that made ghoul and shark alike a target for those razor teeth. Greith stayed safely to the side, reveling in the fury, the primal orgy, the ecstasy and agony of life and pain, death and undeath. He measured his losses, the ghouls bitten in half, the limbs torn asunder, and when he finally reached the point of balance between voyeuristic pleasure and practical consideration, he intervened in a most definitive way, conjuring a cloud of poison around the entirety of the battlefield. The Leistons were immune, of course. The sharks fled or died, violently and painfully. It took great concentration for Greith to control the bloodthirsty ghouls, to keep them from pursuing, to put them back in line and on course, but soon enough the undead army moved along as if nothing had transpired. But Greith knew that they were even more anxious and eager than normal, that their hunger consumed them. Thus, when at last those ships floated over Arklemgreith's army, Greith was well prepared and his beastly army was more than ready to strike. In the dark of night, the ships at half sail and barely moving in still air and calm waters, Arklemgreith turned his forces loose. 70 Leistons swam up beneath one boat like a volley of swaying arrows. One by one, they disappeared out of the water, and the Archmage could only imagine them scaling the side of the low, cargo-laden ship, padding softly onto the deck where half-asleep lookouts yawned with boredom. The Lich lamented that he wouldn't hear their dying screams. He knew soon after that his ghoulish soldiers were tearing apart the crew and rigging, for the ship above him turned awkwardly and without apparent purpose. A second ship came in fast, as Audiobooks had expected, and it was his to intercept. Many ships of the great ports were well guarded from magical attacks, of course, with wards all along their decks and hull. But those defenses were almost always exclusively above or just below the waterline. The Lich led the way into the bottom of the ship with a series of small magical arrows. He concentrated his firing and soon the water near his target points hissed and fizzed as the arrows pumped acid into the old wood of the hull. By the time Audiobooks arrived at the spot, he could easily punch his hand through the compromised planks. From that hand flew a small fiery pea, arcing up into the hull before exploding into a raging fireball. Again the Lich could only imagine the carnage, the screams and confusion. In moments, men began diving into the water, and his Lestons, their job complete on the first ship, plunged in behind. What beauty those creatures showed in their simple and effective technique, swimming up gracefully below the splashing sailors, tearing at their ankles, and dragging them down to watery deaths. The ship he had fireballed continued on its course, not slowing in the least as it reached the first target. Audiobooks couldn't resist. He swam up and poked his head out of the water, and nearly cackled with glee in watching the tangled ships share the hungry fire. More ships approached from every direction. More desperate men jumped into the water and the Lestons dragged them down. All the darkness echoed with horrified screams. Audiobooks picked a second target and turned it, too, into a great fiery disaster. Calls for calm and composure could not match the terror of that night. Some ships dropped sail and clustered together, while others tried to run off under full sail, committing the fatal error of separating from their companion vessels. For they couldn't outrun the Lestons. The ghouls fed well that night. Chapter. Wrong choice. There's not enough, Suljak complained to Kensidon after the most recent shipment of food had arrived. Barely half of the last load. 2/3, Kensidon corrected. Ah, we're running low, then? No. The flat answer hung in the air for a long while. Suljak studied his young friend, but Kensidon didn't blink, didn't smirk, gave no expression at all. We're not running low? Suljak asked. Kensidon didn't blink and didn't answer. Then why 2/3, if that's what it was? It's all you need, Kensidon replied. More than you need, judging from the load you dropped at the Red Dragon Inn. I trust that Dudermont paid you well for the effort. Suljak licked his lips nervously. It's for the better. For whose better? Mine? Yours, Luskan's, said Suljak. What does that even mean? Asked Kensidon. Luskan's? For the betterment of Luskan? What is Luskan? Is it Turl's Luskan, or Baram's? Koth's or Rethnar's? It's no time to be thinking of it like that, Suljak insisted. We're one now, for the sake of all. One, behind Dudermont. Aye, and it was you that put me behind him that day when he became governor and you should have been there. Then you'd know. The people ain't caring about which high captain's which, or about which streets are whose. They're needing food, and Dudermont's helping. Because you're giving my supplies to Dudermont. I'm giving them to Luskan. We've got to stand as one. We knew the winter would be difficult when we go to Dudermont to attack the host tower, said Kensidon. You do remember we did that, yes? You do understand the purpose of it all, yes? I know it all full well, but things change now. The city's desperate. We knew it would be. But not like this. Suljak insisted. Little kids starving dead in their mother's arms. I could sink a ship and watch her crew drown and not think a bit about it. You know it, but I can't be watching that. Kensidon shifted in his chair and brought one hand up to cup his chin. So Dudermont is the savior of Luskan? This is your plan? He's the governor, and through it all, the people are with him. With him all the more if he's doling out food to them, I would expect, said Kensidon. Am I to expect him to be a friend to Ship Rethner when Baram and Tarl unite against me? Am I to expect those now growing more loyal to Dudermont to turn from him to support my work? He's feeding them. So am I. Kensidon shouted, and all the guards in the room turned sharply, and used to hearing such volatility from the always composed son of Rethner. As suits me, as suits us. You want me to stop supplying him. Brilliant deduction. You should apply to the host tower, if we ever revive it. What I want more is for you to remember who you are, who we are, and the point of all of this trouble and planning. Suljak couldn't help himself as he slowly shook his head. Too many fallen, he said quietly, talking to himself more than to Kensidon. Too high a price. Luskan stands as one, or falls. He looked up, into the eyes of an obviously unimpressed crow. If you've not the stomach for this, Kensidon began, but Suljak held up his hand to defeat the notion before it could be fully expressed. "I will give him less," he said. Kensidin started to respond, sharply, but bit it off. He turned to one of his attendants instead, and said, "Get the other third of Suljak's supplies packed on a wagon." "Good man," Suljak congratulated. "Luskan stands as one, and shall get through this time of pain." "I'm giving them to you," Kensidin said, his tone biting. "To you. They are yours to do with as you see fit, but remember our purpose in all of this. Remember why we put Dudermont together with Brambleberry, why we let the good captain know of the host tower's involvement with the pirates, why we tipped the silver marches to the advances of the Arcane Brotherhood. Those events were planned with purpose. You alone among my peers know that. So I give to you your rations, in full, and you are to do with them as you judge best." Suljak started to respond, but bit it off and stood taking a long measure of Kensidin. But again, of course, the crow assumed an unreadable posture and expression. With a nod and a smile of gratitude, Suljak left the room. The dwarf slowly followed, letting the high captain get long out of earshot before he whispered to Kensidin, "He's to choose Dudermont." "Wrong choice," Kensidin replied. The dwarf nodded and continued out behind Suljak. Amid the cries and the men rushing around, Suljak ran to the window overlooking the dark street, the dwarf close behind. "Bahram or Tarl?" the high captain asked Phyllis, one of his most trusted guards, who knelt beside a second window, bow in hand. "Might be both," the man replied. "Too many," said another of the guards in the room. "Both, then," said another. Suljak rubbed his hands across his face, trying to comprehend the meaning of it all. The second shipment had arrived from Shiprethner earlier that same day, but it had come with a warning that High Captains Bahram and Tarl were growing increasingly angry with the arrangements. Suljak had decided to send the excess food to Dudermont anyway. Directly below him in the street, the fighting had all but ended, with the combatants moving off to the alleyways, Suljak's men in pursuit, and the stripped and shattered wagons lay in ruins. "Why would they do this?" the High Captain asked. "Might be that they're not liking yourself climbing over them in Dudermont's favor," said the dwarf. "Or might be that both o' them re still hating Dudermont O.C. Sprite too much to agree with your choices." Suljak waved him to silence. Of course he knew all of that reasoning, but still it shocked him to think that his peers would strike out so boldly at a time of such desperation, even with relief reportedly well on its way. He came out of his contemplation at the sound of renewed fighting across the street below him, and just down an alleyway. When one man came into view, looking back and down the alley, Phyllis put up his bow and took deadly aim. "Bahram or Tarl?" Suljak asked as Phyllis let fly. The arrow struck true. The man let out a howl and staggered back under cover, just as another man, one of Suljak's, came screaming out of the alley, blood streaming from a dozen wounds. "That's Emnak!" Phyllis cried, referring to a favored young soldier of the ship. "Go! Go! Go!" Suljak yelled to his guards, and they all ran from the room, except for the dwarf and Phyllis. "Kill any who come out in pursuit," Suljak instructed his deadly archer, who nodded and held his bow steady. As the room all but cleared, Suljak went closer to the window, pulling it open and peering out intently. "Bahram, Tarl, or both?" he asked quietly, his gaze roving the street, looking for some hint. Across the way, the man Phyllis had pegged stumbled out and away. A second arrow shot off, but missed the staggering thief, though it came close enough to make the man turn and look up at the source. Suljak's jaw dropped open when he recognized the minor street thug. "Wrath?" he started to ask when he heard a thump to the side. He turned to see Phyllis lying on the floor, his head split open, a familiar spiked morningstar lying beside him. He turned farther to see the dwarf, holding Phyllis' bow, drawn and set. "WH?" he started to ask as the dwarf let fly, the arrow driving into Suljak's gut and taking his breath. He staggered and fought to stand as the dwarf calmly reloaded and shot him again. On the ground and crying, Suljak started to crawl away. He managed to gasp, "Why?" "Ye forgot who ye were," the dwarf said, and put a third arrow into him, right in the shoulder blade. Suljak continued to crawl, gasping and crying loudly. A fourth arrow nicked his spine and stabbed into his kidney. "You're just making it hurt more," the dwarf calmly explained, his voice distant, as if coming from far, far away. Suljak hardly felt the next arrow, or the one after that, but he somehow knew that he wasn't moving anymore. He tried futilely to cry out, but found one last fleeting hope when he heard the dwarf cry out, "Murder!" He managed to shift his head far enough to see the dwarf holding Phyllis up in the air, and with 3 short running strides, he launched the already dead guard crashing through the window to plummet to the hard street below. Phyllis' broken bow, the dwarf having snapped it in half, followed in short order. The last thing Suljak saw before darkness closed was the dwarf sliding down beside him. The last thing he heard was the dwarf crying out, "Murder!" He shot the boss. Phyllis the dog shot the boss. Oh, murder! Chapter Dudermont's Gauntlet. 3 spears flew down the alley almost simultaneously, all thrown with great anger and strength. Desperate defenders angled bucklers to deflect or at least minimize the impact. But the spears never made it to the opposing lines, for a lithe figure sprang from an open window, tumbled to the street, and a pair of curved blades worked fast to chop at the missiles as they passed, driving them harmlessly aside. The defenders cheered, thinking a new and mighty ally had come, and the spearmen cursed, seeing their impending doom in the fiery eyes and spinning blades of the deadly dark elf. "What madness is this?" Drizzt demanded, turning repeatedly to encompass all the combatants with his accusation. "Be asking them!" cried one of the spearmen. "Them who killed Suljak. Be asking them!" The leader of the defenders retorted. "Them who came to wage war." "Murderers!" cried a spearman. "By your lies!" came the response. "The city is dying around you," Drizzt cried. "Your disputes can be resolved, but not until they ended their sins," with another cry of "murderers." The spearmen flooded into the alleyway and charged. On the opposite side, the defenders responded with "lying thieves," and similarly rushed, leaving Drizzt caught in the middle. Suljak or Tarl? The question swirled in Drizzt's thoughts as the choice became urgent. With which ship would he side? Whose claim was stronger? How could he assume the role of judge with so little information? All of those thoughts and troubling questions played through his mind in the few heartbeats he had before being crushed between the opposing forces, and the only answer he could fathom was that he could not choose. He belted his scimitars and ran to the side of the alleyway, springing upon the wall and pulling himself up out of harm's way. He found a perch on a windowsill and turned to watch helplessly, shaking his head. Fury drove the Suljak crew. Those behind the leading wall of flesh who couldn't punish their enemies in melee through any missiles they could find, spears, daggers, even pieces of wood or stone they managed to tear from neighboring buildings. Turl's defenders seemed no less resolute, if more controlled, forming a proper shield wall to defend the initial collision, showing patience as the rage of the attackers played out. Drizzt didn't have the detachment necessary to admire or criticize either side's tactics, and didn't have the heart to even begin to predict which side would win. He knew in his gut that the outcome was assured, that all of Luskan would surely lose. Only his quick instincts and reflexes saved his life as one of Suljak's men, unable to get a clear shot at Turl's defenders, instead lifted his crossbow at Drizzt and let fly. The drow dodged at the last instant, but still got slashed across the back of his shoulder before his mithril shirt turned the bolt. The effort nearly sent him tumbling from his perch. His hand went to his scimitar, and his eyes discerned a path down the wall and to the alleyway near the archer. But pity overruled his anger, and he responded instead by calling upon his hereditary power to create a globe of darkness around the fool with the crossbow. Drizzt understood that he had no place in that fight, that he could accomplish nothing positive with combatants who were beyond reason. The weight of that tugged at him as he scaled the building to the roof and made off from the alley, trying to leave the screams of rage and pain behind him. They were before him as well, however, just 2 streets down, where 2 mobs had engaged in a vicious, confused battle along the avenue separating the ships of Baram and Tarl. As he ran along the rooftops above them, the drow tried to make out the allegiance of the fighters, but whether it was ship Baram against ship Tarl, or Suljak against Baram, or a continuation of Suljak and Turl's fight, or perhaps even another faction altogether, he couldn't tell. Off in the distance, halfway across the city, near the eastern wall, flames lit up the night. Triple the guard at the mainland bridge, High Captain Kurth instructed one of his sergeants. And set patrols to walk the length and breadth of the shoreline. "Aye," replied the warrior, clearly understanding the urgency as the sounds of battle drifted to Closeguard Island, along with the smell of smoke. He ran from the room, taking a pair of soldiers with him. "It's mostly Tarl and Suljak's crews," I'm told, another of the Kurth sergeants informed the High Captain. "Baram's in it thick," another added. "It's mostly the kid O'Rethner, from my guess," said another of the men, moving to stand beside Kurth as he looked out to the mainland, where several fires blazed brightly. That prompted a disagreement among the warriors, for though rumors abounded about Kensidan's influence in the fighting, the idea that Tarl and Baram had gone against Suljak without prompting was not so far-fetched, particularly given the common knowledge that Suljak had thrown in with Dudermont. Kurth ignored the bickering. He knew full well what was going on in Luskan, who was pulling the strings and inciting the riots. "Will there be anything left when that fool crow is through?" he mumbled under his breath. "Closeguard," answered the sergeant standing beside him, and after a moment's thought, Kurth nodded appreciatively at the man. A stark cry, a shriek, from outside the room ended the bickering and interrupted Kurth's contemplation. He turned, his eyes and the eyes of every man and woman in the room widening with shock as an uninvited guest entered. "You live!" one man cried, and Kurth snickered at the irony of that notion. Arklam Greith had not lived in decades. Be at ease, the Lich said to all around, holding up his hands in an unthreatening manner. I come as a friend. The host tower was blasted apart. The man beside Kurth shouted. 'Twas beautiful, yes? The Lich responded, smiling with his yellow teeth. He tightened up almost immediately, though, and turned directly to High Captain Kurth. I would speak with you. A dozen swords leveled on Arklam Greeth. I understand and accept that you had no real choice but to open the bridges, said Arklam Greeth, but not a sword lowered at the assurance. How are you alive, and why are you here? Kurth asked, and he had to work very hard to keep the tremor from his voice. As no enemy, surely, the Lich replied. He looked around at the stubborn warriors and gave a profound, but breathless, sigh. If I came to do ill, I would have engulfed the lowest floor of this tower in flames and would have assailed you with a magical barrage that would have killed half of your ship before you ever realized the source, he said. Please, my old friend. You know me better than to think I would need to get you alone to be rid of you. Kurth spent a long while staring at the Lich. Leave us, he instructed his guards, who bristled and muttered complaints, but eventually did as they were told. Kensidon sent you? Kurth asked when he was alone with the Lich. Who? Arklam Greeth replied, and he laughed. No. I doubt the son of Rethner knows I survived the catastrophe on Cutlass Island. Nor do I believe he would be glad to hear the news. Kurth cocked his head just a bit, showing his intrigue and a bit of confusion. There are others watching the events in Luskan, of course, said Arklam Greeth. The Arcane Brotherhood, reasoned Kurth. Nay, not yet. Other than myself, of course, for once more, and sooner than I expected by many years, I find myself intrigued by this curious collection of rogues we call a city. No, my friend, I speak of the voices in the shadows. 'Twere they who guided me to you now. Kath's eyes flashed. It will end badly for Captain Dudermont, I fear, said Arklam Greeth. And well for Kensidon and Ship Rethner. And for you, Arklam Greeth assured him. And for you? Kurth asked. It will end well, said the Lich. It already has, though I seek one more thing. The throne of Luskan? Kurth asked. Arklam Greeth again broke out in that wheezing laugh. My day in public here is done, he admitted. I accepted that before Lord Brambleberry sailed into the Mirror. It's the way of things, of course. Expected, accepted, and well planned for, I assure you. I could have defeated Brambleberry, likely, but in doing so, I would have invoked the wrath of the Watered Havian lords, and thus caused more trouble for the Arcane Brotherhood than the minor setback we received here. Minor setback? Kurth indignantly replied. You have lost Luskan. Greeth shrugged, and Kit's jaw clenched in anger. Luskan, said again, giving the name great weight. It is but one city, rather unremarkable, said Greeth. Not so, Kurth replied, calling him on his now obvious bluff. It is a hub of a great wheel, a center of weight for regions of riches, north, east and south, and with the waterways to move those riches. Be at ease, friend, said Greeth, patting his hands in the air. I do not diminish the value of your beloved Luskan. Koth's expression aptly reflected his disagreement with that assessment. Only because I know our loss here to be a temporary thing, Greeth explained. And because I expect that the city will remain in hands competent and reasonable, he added with a deferential and thoroughly disarming bow toward Kurth. And so you plan to leave? Kurth asked, not quite sorting it all out. He could hardly believe, after all, that Arklam Greeth fearsome and ultimately deadly Archmage Arcane would willingly surrender the city. The Lich shrugged, a collection of mucus and seawater in its lungs crackling with the movement. Perhaps. But before I go away, I wish to repay a certain traitorous wizard. Two, actually. Arabeth Roram, Kurth reasoned. She plays both sides of the conflict, moving between Dudermont and Ship Rethner. Until she is dead, said the Lich. Which I very much intend. And the other, Robillard of Sea Sprite, the Lich said in a tone as close to a sneer as the breathless creature could imitate. Too long have I suffered the righteous indignation of that fool. Neither death would sadden me, Kurth agreed. I wish you to facilitate that, said Arklam Greeth, and Kurth lifted an eyebrow. The city unravels. Dudermont's dream will falter, and very soon. Unless he can find food and relief will not come, the Lich insisted. Not soon enough, at least. You seem to know much for one who has not shown himself in Luskan for many months. And you seem to be quite certain in your assurances. Voices in the shadows. Arklam Greeth replied with a sly smile. Let me tell you of our observant and little-seen allies. Kurth nodded and the Lich spoke openly, only confirming that which Morik the Rogue, at Kensidon's bidding, had already explained. The High Captain did well to hide his consternation at the further unwelcome evidence of yet another powerful player in the tug-of-war that was Luskan, particularly a player with a reputation so vile and unpredictable. Not for the first time did High Captain Kurth question Kensiden's judgment in helping to facilitate the Luskan disaster. And not for the last time, either, he thought as Arklum Greith told his dark tale of laced-on ghouls and murdered sailors. "We act now or we lose Luskan," Governor Dudermont announced to Robillard, Drizzt, Regis, and some of his other commanders almost as soon as Drizzt delivered the news of the melee in the streets. "We must calm them until the caravans arrive." "They will hear no reason," said Drizzt. "Simpletons," Robillard muttered. "They seek a focus for their frustrations," said Dudermont. "They are hungry and frightened, and grieving. Every family has suffered great losses." "You overestimate the spontaneity of the moment," Robillard warned. "They are being goaded and supplied." "The High Captains," Dudermont replied, and the wizard shrugged at the obvious answer. "Indeed," the governor continued. "The four fools construct small empires within the city and posture now with swords." Drizzt glanced at the luncheon platters still set on the table, and the scraps of meat off deep Rotheatan. He wondered if there was even more posturing going on than the infighting of the High Captains. He kept his fears silent, though, as he had when they first surfaced at dinner the previous night. He had no idea who had opened the trade channels necessary to get deep rotten underdark mushrooms, or with whom that enterprising High Captain might be trading, but there was chaos in Luskan, and Drizzt's life experiences associated that state with one race in particular. "We must act immediately," Dudermont announced. He turned to Robillard. "Go to the Mirror Barons and bid them to reinforce and keep safe the Red Dragon Inn." "We're leaving?" Regis asked. "To see Sprite, I pray," said Robillard. "We need to cross the bridge," Dudermont answered. "Our place now is in Luskan proper. The Mirror Barons can control the north bank. Our duty is to step into the middle of the fighting and force the competing High Captains back to their respective domains." "One ship is without her captain," Drizzt reminded him. "And there we will go," Dudermont decided. "To Suljak's palace, which I will declare as the temporary governor's residence, and we will ally with his people in their time of need." "Before the vultures can tear the carcass of ship Suljak to bits?" Regis asked. "Precisely. Sea Sprite would be a better choice," said the wizard. "Enough, Robillard. You weary me. Luskan is already dead, Captain," the wizard added. "You haven't the courage to see it clearly." "The Mirror Barons?" Dudermont asked in a sharper tone, and Robillard bowed and said no more, leaving the room immediately and the Red Dragon soon after to enlist the men and dwarves of the Shield District. "We will announce our presence in no uncertain terms," Dudermont explained when the wizard was gone. "And will fight to protect any and all who need us. Through strength of resolve and sword we will hold Luskan together until the supplies arrive, and we will demand fealty to the city and not the ship." It was obvious that he was thinking on his feet. "Call in the magistrates and all of the city guard," he said, speaking as much to himself as to anyone else. "We will show them stakes. Now is the time for us to stand strong and resolute, the time to rally the city around us and force the High Captains to acquiesce to the greater good." He paused and looked directly at Drizzt, showing the drow his strength before squarely laying down the gauntlet. "Or they will lose their standing," he said. "We will dissolve the ship of any who will not swear fealty to the office of governor." "To you, you mean," said Regis. "No, to the office and to the city. They are bigger than any man who occupies the seat." "A bold statement," said Drizzt. "Lose their standing?" "They had their chance to show their value to Luskan throughout the long winter night," Dudermont steadfastly replied. "Other than Suljak, to a one, they failed." The meeting adjourned on that grim note. "ES on our side, what?" One of the soldiers formerly of ship Suljak who had just signed on with Dudermont asked his companion when they exited the palace to join the fighting, only to spot Drizzt Duerden at work on a couple of Baram's ruffians. "Aye, and that's why myself's noddin' yes to Dudermont," said the other. The first nodded back as they watched the drow in action. One of Baram's boys took an awkward swing, apparently trying to cut the drow's legs out from under him, but Drizzt nimbly jumped, snapping a kick in the man's face as he came over. The second thug came in hard with a straight thrust from the side, but the drow's scimitars beat him to the mark. One blade crossed to easily drive the thug's sword out wide, the other stabbed straight out, driving right against the man's throat. Drizzt then swept his free blade back across in time to loop it over the other ruffian's blade as it came up from its low position. A twist and flick of the drow's wrist had that one flying free, and the suddenly unarmed ruffian, like his friend who stood immobilized with a sharp tip against his throat, was caught. "The fight is done for you," Drizzt announced to the pair, and neither was in a position to disagree. The two men rushed down the alley to join the drow, skidding to an abrupt stop as Drizzt turned a wary eye on them. "We're with Dudermont," they yelled together. "Just signed up," one clarified. These two are fairly caught, Drist explained, and turned to his prisoners. I will have your words of honor that you are out of the fight, or I will spill your lifeblood here and now. Baram's boys looked at each other helplessly, then offered undying oaths as Drist prodded with his blades. Take them to the eastern wing of the first floor, Drist instructed the new Dudermont recruits. No harm is to come to them. But they're with Baram. One protested. Was them what killed Suljak? Said the other. Drist silenced them with an even stare. They're caught. Their fight is ended. And when this foolishness is done, they will again become a part of Luskan, a city that has seen far too much death. Oh yes, Mr. Regis, sir, a voice interrupted, and all five at Drist's encounter glanced to see Regis entering the far end of the alleyway. A pair of Thugsturl's boys trailed him stupidly, their eyes locked on a particularly fascinating ruby that Regis spun at the end of a chain. No more fightin' for me, said the other hypnotized fool. Regis walked right by Drist and the others, offering a profound sigh at the inanity of it all. We win by preserving the heart and soul of Luskan, Drist explained to the thoroughly confused new recruits. Not by killing everyone who's not now with our cause. Drist nodded to the still-armed ruffian to drop his blade, and when he didn't immediately respond, the drow prodded him again in the throat. His blade fell to the cobblestones. With his scimitars, Drist then guided the pair to the new recruits. Take them to the eastern wing. Prisoners, one of the new recruits said, nodding. I, said the other, and they started off, the captured thugs before them and following the same line as Regis and his two captives. Despite the enormity of the calamity around them, the streets around Dudermont's new palace were thick with fighting, as both Baram and Tarl, at least, had come against the governor fully. Drist couldn't help but chuckle, particularly at Regis and his effective tactics. That grin was blown away a few moments later, however, when Drist ran to the far end of the alleyway, arriving just in time to see the less subtle Robillard engulf an entire building in a massive fireball. Screams emanated from inside the burning structure and one man leaped out of a second-story window, his clothing fully aflame. Despite his and Dudermont's hopes to keep the battle as bloodless as possible, Drist understood that before the fight was over, many more Lusker would lie dead. The drow rubbed his weary eyes and blew a long and resigned sigh. Not for the first time and not for the last, he wished he could rewind time to when he and Regis had first arrived in the city, before Dudermont and Lord Brambleberry had begun their fateful journey. Chapter: The Proverbial Straw. Dudermont, Robillard, Drist, Regis, and the others gathered in the governor's war room shared a profound sense of dread from the look on Waylon Mykendy's face as he entered the room. Watered Havian flotilla came in, the man said. And? Dudermont prompted. One boat, Mykendy replied. One? Robillard growled. Battered, and with her crew half dead, Mykendy reported. All that's left of the flotilla. Some turned back, most are floating empty or have been sent to the bottom. He paused, but no one in the room had the strength to ask a question or offer a response, or even, it seemed, to draw breath. Was Laystons, they said, Mykendy went on. Sea ghouls. Scores of them. And something bigger and stronger, burning ships with fire that came up from the deep. Those ships were supposed to be guarded. Robillard fumed. Aye, and so they were, Waylon Mykendy replied, but not from below. Hundreds of men dead and most all of the supplies lost to the waves. Dudermont slipped into his chair, and it seemed to Drist that if he had not, he might have just fallen over. The folk of Luskan won't like this, Regis remarked. The supplies were our bartering card, Dudermont agreed. Perhaps we can use the sea ghouls as a new, common enemy, Regis offered. Tell the high captains that we have to join together to win back the shipping lanes. Robillard scoffed loudly. It's something. The halfling protested. It's everything, perhaps, Dudermont agreed, to Regis' surprise most of all. We have to stop this warring, the governor went on, addressing Robillard most of all. Declare a truce and sail side by side against these monstrosities. We can sail all the way to Waterdeep and fill our holds with. You've lost your mind, Robillard interrupted. You think the 4 high captains will join an expedition that will only secure your power? For their own good as well, the governor argued. To save Luskan. Luskan is already dead, said Robillard. Drist wanted to argue with the wizard, but found no words to suffice. Send word to the high captains for parley, Dudermont ordered. They will see the wisdom in this. They will not. Robillard insisted. We have to try. Dudermont shouted back and the wizard scoffed again and turned away. Regis sent a concerned look Drist's way, but the drow had little comfort to offer him. They both had spent the previous day battling in the streets around Suljak's palace, and both knew that Luskan teetered on the brink of disaster, if indeed she wasn't already there. The only mitigating factor seemed to be the wealth of supplies streaming up from Waterdeep, and if most of those were not to arrive. We have to try, Dudermont said again, his tone and timbre more quiet, even, and controlled. But there was no mistaking the desperation and fear embedded in that voice. Bahram and Tarl wouldn't come to him personally, but sent a single emissary to deliver their message. Kurth and Kensidon didn't even answer his request for a parley. Dudermont tried to put a good face on the rejection, but whenever he thought that Robillard or Drizzt weren't looking his way, he sighed. 27? Robillard asked in a mocking tone. A whole day of fighting, a dozen men dead or near it on our side, and all we've got to show for our work are 27 prisoners, and not a one of them pledging to our cause? But all agreeing that they're out of the fight, so if we win. Drizzt started to reply. Robillard cut him off with a smirk and said, if? Drizzt cleared his throat and glanced at Dudermont, then went on, when we win, these men will join with us. Luskan need not be burned to the ground. Of that much, I'm sure. That isn't much, Drizzt, Robillard said, and the drow could only shrug, having little evidence to prove the wizard wrong. They had held Suljak's palace the first day, but the enemy seemed all around them, and several of the adjoining streets were fully under the control of Bahram and Tarl. They had indeed lost at least 12 fighters, and who knew how many more had been killed out in the streets near the palace? Dudermont couldn't win a war of attrition. He didn't have thousands behind him, unlike when he'd gone against Auclam Greith. The supplies might have renewed that faith in him, but the main source had been destroyed at sea and nothing else had arrived. Regis entered the war room then to announce the arrival of Bahram and Tarl's ambassador. Dudermont sprang out of his seat and rushed past the other two, urging Regis along to the audience chamber. The man, a scruffy-looking sea dog with a hairline that had receded to the back of his scalp, wild grey strands hanging all about him, waited for them, picking his nose as Dudermont entered the room. Don't waste me time, he said, flicking something off to the floor and staring at Dudermont the way a big dog might look upon a cornered rodent, hardly the usual look Captain Dudermont of Sea Sprite was used to seeing from such a bilge rat. Bahram and Tarl should have come and saved you the trouble then, Dudermont replied, taking a seat before the man. They had my word that no harm would befall them. The man snickered. Same word ye give to Suljak, not a doubt. You believe I was involved in the death of Suljak? Dudermont asked. The man shrugged as if it hardly mattered. Bahram and Tarl ain't no fools, like Suljak, he said. They'd be needing more than your word to believe the likes of Captain Dudermont. They project their own sense of honor upon me, it would seem. I'm a man of my word, he paused in motion for the man to properly introduce himself. Me own name ain't important, and I ain't for tellin' it to the likes o' yourself. Behind Dudermont, Robillard laughed and offered, I can discover it for you, Cap Governor. Bah, no one tell ye. The ambassador said with a growl. Oh, you would tell me, and do not doubt it, the wizard replied. Perhaps I would even etch it on your gravestone, if we bothered to get you a gravesto. So much for your word, Captain? The sea dog said with a broken-toothed grin, just as Dudermont held up his hand to silence the troublesome Robillard. Bahram and Tarl sent you here to hear my offer, said Dudermont. Tell them. The filthy ambassador started laughing and shaking his head. Nothing they want to hear, he interrupted. They sent me here with their offer. Their only offer. He stared at Dudermont intensely. Captain, get on your sea sprite and sail away. We're giving ye that, and it's more than ye deserve, ye fool. But be knowing that we're giving ye it on your word that ye'll not ere again sink any ship what's carrying the colors o' Luskan. Dudermont's eyes widened then narrowed dangerously. That's your deal, the sea dog said. I'm going to burn this city to rubble, Robillard growled under his breath, but then he shook his head and added, take the offer, Captain. To the 9 hells with Luskan. Beside Robillard, Drizzt and Regis exchanged concerned glances, and both of them were thinking the same thing, that maybe it was time for Dudermont to admit that he could not succeed in the City of Sails, as had hoped. They had been out on the streets the previous day, after all, and had seen the scale of the opposition. For a long while, the room lay silent. Dudermont put his chin in his hand and seemed deep in thought. He didn't look back to his 3 friends, nor did he pay any heed at all to the ambassador, who stood tapping his foot impatiently. Finally, the governor of Luskan sat up straight. Bahram and Tarl air, he said. Only deal you're gettin', said the pirate. Go and tell your bosses that Luskan will not go to the 9 hells, but that they surely shall, said Dudermont. The people of Luskan have entrusted me to lead them to a better place, and to that place we will go. And where might all these people be? The pirate asked with dripping sarcasm. Might they be shooting arrows at your boys even as we're talkin'? Begone to your masters, said Dudermont. And know that if I see your ugly face again, I will surely kill you. The threat, delivered so calmly, seemed to unsettle the man, and he staggered backward a few steps, then turned and rushed from the room. Secure a route from here to the wharves, Dudermont instructed his friends. If we're forced into retreat, it will be to see Sprite. We could just walk there, openly, said Robillard, and he pointed at the door through which the ambassador had just exited. If we leave, it will be a temporary departure, Dudermont promised. And woe to any ship we see flying Luskan's colors. And woe to the high captains when we return, watered Havian lords at our side. The reports from the street are unequivocal, Kensidon announced. This is it. There will be no pause. Dudermont wins or he loses this day. He loses, came the voice from the shadows. There is no relief on the way from Waterdeep. I don't underestimate that one, or his powerful friends, said the crow. Don't underestimate his powerful enemies, the voice replied. Kurth succeeded in defeating the flotilla, though no ships from Luskan got near to it. That turned Kensidon away from the window, to peer at the globe of darkness. Kurth has an ally, the voice explained. One Dudermont believes destroyed. One who does not draw breath, save to find his voice for powerful magical dweomers. The crow considered the cryptic clues for a moment, then his eyes widened and he seemed as near to panic as anyone had ever seen him. Greeth, he mumbled. Arklam Greeth himself, said the voice. Seeking revenge on Dudermont. The crow began to stalk the room, eyes darting all around. Arklam Greeth will not challenge you, the voice in the darkness promised. His days of ruling Luskan are at an end. He accepted this before Dudermont moved on the host tower. But he aligns with Kurth. Whatever your assurances regarding the Archmage Arcane, you cannot make the same with regard to Kurth. The Lich will not go against us, whatever High Captain Kurth might ask of him, the unseen speaker said with confidence. You cannot know that. A soft chuckle came from the darkness, one that ended any further debate on the subject, and one that sent a shiver coursing Kensidon's spine, a reminder of who it was he was dealing with, of who he had trusted, throughout his entire ordeal. Move decisively, the voice prompted. You are correct in your assessment that this day determines Luskan's future. There is nothing but the angled wall of a corner behind you now. Chapter. The one I would kill. We should be on the shore with the captain. One woman cried. We can't be letting him fight that mob alone. Said another of Sea Sprite's increasingly impatient and upset crew. Half the city's come against him. We were told to guard Sea Sprite, Waylon Mykendy shouted above them all. Captain Dudermont put no one less in our orders. He said stay with Sea Sprite and keep her safe, and that's what we're to dole of us. While he gets himself killed? He's got Robillard with him, and Driss Duerden, Waylon argued back, and the mention of those two names did seem to have a calming effect on the crew. Hell get to us if he needs to get to using what a sorry bunch of sailors would be to lose the ship and his one chance at escaping. Now, to your stations, one and all, he ordered. Turn your eyes to the sea and the many pirates moored just outside the harbor. They all fought with us, a crewman remarked. Against Arklam Greeth, said Waylon. And most of those coming against Captain Dudermont now marched with him to the host tower. The game's changed, so be on your guard. There was a bit of grumbling, but Sea Sprite's veteran crew scurried back to their respective watch and gunnery posts and most managed to tear their eyes from the signs of fighting in the city proper to focus again on any possible threats to their own position. And not a moment too soon, for Waylon Mykendy had barely finished speaking when the crewman in the crow's nest shouted down, starboard. Then clarified, the waterline. As Mykendy and others rushed to the rail. As chance would have it, the first laced-on scaling Sea Sprite's hull pulled over the rail right in front of Mykendy himself, who met it with a heavy slash of his saber. Ghouls! He cried. Ghouls aboard Sea Sprite, ... And so came Arklam Greeth's horrid minions, splashing out of the water all around the pirate hunter. Crewmen rushed to and fro, weapons drawn, determined to cut the beasts down before they could get a foothold, for if the lacedons managed to get onto the deck, they all knew that their own ranks would quickly thin. Waylon Mykendy led the way, bludgeoning and cutting ghoul after ghoul, rushing from starboard to port just in time to drive back over the rail the first of the lacedons attacking that side of the vessel. Too many. Came a cry from aft, near the catapult, and Waylon turned to see ghouls standing up straight on the deck, and to see a pair of the catapult crew fall paralyzed to the deck. His gaze immediately went out to the deeper waters and the many ships anchored there. The catapult was down. Sea Sprite was vulnerable. He charged the breach, calling for crewmen to join him, but when one rushed into his wake, Waylon, recognizing the terrible danger, stopped the woman. Contact Robillard, he bade her. Tell him of our situation. We can win, the woman, an apprentice of Robillard's, replied. But Waylon was hearing none of it. Now. Tell him. The mage nodded reluctantly, her gaze still locked on the fight on the aft deck. She did turn, though, and scrambled down the bulkhead. Sitting invisibly in Sea Sprite's hold, Arklam Greeth watched her move to the crystal ball with great anticipation and amusement. The same force that destroyed the Waterhavian flotilla, Dudermont remarked when Robillard relayed the predicament of Sea Sprite. Perhaps they followed the one surviving ship to us. The wizard considered the reasoning for a moment, then nodded, but he was thinking of much more sinister possibilities given the nature and coordination of the Layston attack, and the fact that it was occurring right in Luskan Harbor, where such attacks were unprecedented. Go to them and clear Sea Sprite, Dudermont bade his friend. We have our own problems here, Captain, Robillard reminded him, but it was clear from his tone that he didn't really disagree with Dudermont's command. Be quick then, said the captain. Above all else, that ship must remain secure. Robillard glanced at the door leading to the stairs and the palace's front exit. I will go, and hopefully return at once, the wizard announced. But only on your promise that you will find Drizzt Do'Urden and stay tight to his side. Dudermont couldn't suppress a grin. I survived for many years without him, and without you, he said. True, and your old arms aren't nearly as swift with your sword anymore, the wizard replied without hesitation. He threw the captain a wink and collected his gear, then began casting a spell to transport him to Sea Sprite's deck. High Captain Baram slapped aside the frantic scout and took a clearer look at the influx swarming through the square just 3 blocks from Suljak's palace and Dudermont. Tarl rushed up beside him, similarly holding his breath, for they both knew at once the identity of the new and overpowering force that had come on the scene. Ship Rethner was about to join the fight in full. For us, or for Dudermont? Tarl asked. Even as he finished, one small group of Baram's boys inadvertently charged out in front of Rethner's swarm. Baram's eyes widened, and Tarl let out a gasp. But the dwarf leading the way for Rethner engaged those men with words, not Morningstar's, and as the forces parted, Ship Rethner's contingent angling off to the side, the 2 high captains found their hope for answer. Ship Rethner had come out in full against Dudermont. Oh, Regis said from his perch on a low roof overlooking an alley from which Drizzt had just chased a trio of Turl's ruffians. Drizzt started to ask the halfling for a clarification, but when he saw the look on Regis' face, he just ran to the spot, leaped and spun to catch the trim of the roof in a double backhanded grasp, then curled and tucked his legs, rolling them right up over him to the roof. As soon as he set himself up there, he understood the halfling's sentiments. Like a swarm of ants, Ship Rethner's warriors streamed along several of the streets, chasing Dudermont's forces before them with ease. And out there, Regis remarked, pointing to the northwest. Drizzt's heart sank lower when he followed that motion, for the gates on Closeguard Island were open once more, High Captain Kith's forces streaming onto and across the bridge. Looking back to Kensiden's fighters, it wasn't hard to figure out which side Kurth favored. It's over, said Drizzt. Luskan's dead, Regis agreed. And we've got to get Dudermont out of here. Drizzt gave a shrill whistle, and a moment later Genhuavar leaped from rooftop to join him. Go to the docks, Gwen, the drow bade the panther. Find a route for me. Genhuavar gave a short growl and leaped away. Let us hope that Robillard has a spell of transportation available and ready, Drizzt explained to Regis. If not, Gwen will lead us. He jumped down to the alleyway and helped slow Regis' descent as the halfling came down behind him. They turned back the way they had come, picking the fastest route to the palace, toward a service door for the kitchen. They had barely gone a few steps, though, when they found the way blocked by a most strange-looking dwarf. I once met me Drizzt the drow, he chanted. The 2 of us Surin did have a good row. He did dart and did sting, how his blades they did sing, till me Morningstars landed a blow. Drizzt and Regis stared at him open-mouthed. Wahahaha! The dwarf bellowed. What a curious little beast, Regis remarked. Robillard landed on the deck of Sea Sprite holding up a gem that spread forth a most profound and powerful light, as if he had brought a piece of the sun with him. All around him, Laystons cowered and shrieked, their greenish-gray skin curling and shriveling under the daunting power of that sun-like beacon. Kill them while they cower. Waylon Mykendy shouted out, seeing so many of the crew stunned by the sudden and dominating appearance of their heroic wizard. Drive them off. Another man shouted, and his gaff hook tore into a ghoul as it shielded its burning eyes from the awful power of the gemstone. All over the deck, the veteran crew turned the tide of the battle, with many Laystons simply leaping overboard to get away from the awful brightness and many more falling to deadly blows of sword and club and gaff hook. Robillard sought out Mykendy and handed him the brilliant gem. Clear the ship, he told the dependable sailor. And prepare to get us out of the harbor and to open waters. I'm off for Dudermont. He started casting a teleport spell to return him to the palace then, but nearly got knocked off his feet as Sea Sprite shuddered under the weight of a tremendous blast. Licks of flame poked up from the deck planks, and Robillard understood then the blast to be magical, and to have come from Sea Sprite's own hold. Without a word to Mykendy, the wizard rushed to the bulkhead and threw it wide. He leaped down the stairs and saw his apprentice at once, lying charred and quite dead beside the burning table upon which still sat the crystal ball. Robillard's gaze darted all about and stopped cold when he saw Arklam Greith, sitting comfortably on a stack of grain sacks. "Oh, do tell me that you expected me," the Lich said. "Certainly you were smart enough to realize that I hadn't destroyed myself in the tower." Robillard, his mouth suddenly very dry, started to answer, but just shook his head. With great reluctance, Captain Dudermont headed out of his audience chamber toward the kitchen and the service door, where he knew Driz to be. For the first time in a long time, the captain's thoughts were out to see Sprite and his many crewmen still aboard her. He couldn't begin to guess what had precipitated the attack of undead monsters, but surely it seemed too detrimental and coordinated with the fighting in the streets to have been a coincidence. A shout from a corridor on his left stopped Dudermont and brought him back to the moment. "Intruders in the palace!" came the cry. Dudermont drew out his sword and started down that corridor, but only a couple of steps. He had promised Robillard, and not out of any thought for his own safety. It was not his place, it could not be his place, to engage in street fights unless there was some hope of winning out. Somewhere in the vast array of rooms behind him, a window shattered, then another. Enemies were entering Suljak's palace, and Dudermont had not the force to repel them. He turned fast again, cursing under his breath and speeding for the kitchen. The form came at him from the side, from a shadow, and the captain only noticed it out of the corner of his eye. He spun with cat-like grace, swiping his sword across in a gradual arc that perfectly parried the thrusting spear. A sudden reversal sent the sword slashing back down across the chest of his attacker, opening a wide gash and sending the man crashing back into the shadows, gurgling with pain. Dudermont rushed away. He needed to link up with Drizzt and Regis, and with them pave an escape route for those loyal to his cause. He heard a commotion in the kitchen and kicked open the door, sword at the ready. Too late, Dudermont knew, as he watched a cook slide to the floor off the end of a sword, clutching at the mortal wound in his chest. Dudermont followed the deadly line to the swordsman, and couldn't hide his surprise at the garish outfit of the flamboyant man. He wore a puffy and huge red and white striped shirt, tied by a green sash that seemed almost a wall between the bright colors of the shirt and the even brighter blue of the man's pants. His hat was huge and plumed, and Dudermont could only imagine the wild nest of hair crimped beneath it, for the man's beard nearly doubled the size of his head, all black and wild and sticking out in every direction. "We're knowing your every move then, ain't we, Captain Dudermont?" the pirate asked, licking his yellow teeth eagerly. "Argus Wretch," Dudermont replied. "So, the reports of your insult to good taste weren't exaggerated after all." The pirate cackled with laughter. "Paid good gold for these," he said, and wiped his bloody sword across his pants, and though the blade did wipe clean, his obviously magical pants showed not a spot of the blood. Dudermont resisted the urge to reply with a snide comment regarding the value of such an outfit and the possible fashion benefits of soiling the damned ugly thing, but he held his tongue. There would be no bargaining with the pirate, obviously, nor did the captain want to, particularly since a man loyal to Dudermont, an innocent man, lay dead at Wretch's feet. In reply, then, Dudermont presented his sword. "You got no crew to command here, Captain," Argus Wretch answered in response, lifting his own blade and drawing out a long dirk in his other hand. "Oh, but you're the best at maneuvering ships, ain't ye? Let's see how you turn a blade." With that, he leaped forward, stabbing with his sword, and when that got deflected aside, he turned with the momentum and slashed his dirk across wildly. Dudermont leaned back out of range of that swipe and quickly brought his sword before him, managing a thrust of his own that didn't get near to hitting the pirate, but managed to steal Wretch's offensive initiative and force him back on his heels. The pirate went down low then, legs wide, blades presented forward, but wide apart, as well. He began to circle in measured steps. Dudermont turned with him, watching for some sign that the man would explode into an aggressive attack once more, and also take in the room, the battlefield. He noted the island counter, all full of cooking pots and bowls, and the narrow cabinets lined side to side along the side wall. Wretch's jaw clenched and Dudermont noted it clearly, and so he was hardly surprised as the pirate leaped forward, sword stabbing. Dudermont easily slipped beside the cooking island, and Wretch's succeeding dagger swipe missed by several feet. "Stand still and fight me, ye dog!" Wretch bellowed in protest, giving chase around the island. Dudermont grinned at him, egging him on. The captain continued his retreat down the backside of the island, then around to the front, putting himself between the island and the row of cabinets. Wretch pursued, growling and slashing. Dudermont stopped and let him close, but only so that he could grab the nearest cabinet with his free left hand and topple it forward, to fall right in front of the pirate. Wretch leaped it, only to bang against the second cabinet as it similarly toppled, then the fourth, Dudermont having safely retreated past the third without pulling it down. "I knew ye was a coward," Wretch cried, ending in a sputter as Dudermont used the moment while the pirate dodged the falling cabinet to swing his sword low and hard across the top of the island, smashing bowls and sending liquid and powdery flour flying at Argus Wretch. The pirate waved his hands, futilely trying to block, and wound up with his face powdered and white, with several wet streaks along one cheek. His beard, too, lost its black hue in the flower storm. Sputtering and spitting, he came forward, and turned his shoulder to rush sidelong past as Dudermont reached out for yet another cabinet to topple. But Dudermont didn't pull down the cabinet. Instead, he used Wretch's defensive turn and the line of his free hand to step forward. He executed a quick double parry, sword and dirk, then stepped inside Wretch's sword reach and slugged the pirate hard in the face. Wretch's nose cracked and blood poured forth to cake with the flour on his lip. Dudermont started back, or seemed to, but in truth, he was merely rotating his shoulders, having reached back and turned his own sword expertly. Wretch came forward in outraged pursuit, thinking to stab the captain with his dagger, and shouting, "Curse ye, cheatin' dog," but... At least, that's what he meant to say, but he found his dagger going right by the captain and his words choked short as Dudermont's fine sword drove up under his jaw, through his mouth and into his brain, and right through that with such force as to lift the hat right from Argus Wretch's head. Dudermont did get stuck by the dagger for his daring move, but there was no strength behind the strike, for the pirate was already dead. Still, Wretch kept that surprised and outraged, wide-eyed expression for a long few heartbeats before falling forward, past the dodging captain, to land face down on the floor. "I wish I had the time to extend our battle, Argus Wretch," Dudermont said to the corpse, "but I've business to attend to more important than satisfying the sense of fair play from the likes of you. Good that you're slowin'. Ye'd be smarter to be rowin', 'cause this way ye ain't goin', ye know?" The dwarf bellowed, apparently amusing himself beyond all reason as he ended with a howling, "Wahaha." "Oh, do kill him," Regis said to Drizzt. "The fight is over, good dwarf," Drizzt said. "I ain't thinking that," replied the dwarf. "I'm going to get my captain, to usher him away," Drizzt explained. "Luskan is not for Dudermont, so it has been decided by the Lusker themselves. Thus, we go. There is no reason to continue this madness." "Nah," the dwarf spouted, unconvinced. "I been wantin' to test me morning stars against the likes o' Drizzt Do'Urden since I heard your name, elf. And I been hearing your name too many times." He drew his morning stars from over his shoulders. Drizzt's scimitars appeared in his hands as if they had been there all along. "Wahahaha!" The dwarf roared in laughing applause. "As quick as they're saying, are ye?" "Quicker," Drizzt promised. "And again I offer you this chance to be gone. I've no fight with you." "Now there's a wager I'm willin' to take," said the dwarf, and he came forward, laughing maniacally. Chapter: Sunset in Luskan. There could be no mistaking the crow's forward-leaning posture as he approached Arabeth Roram, who had been summoned to his audience chamber at 10 Oaks. "Where lie your loyalties?" he asked. Arabeth tried to keep her own posture firm and aggressive, but failed miserably as the small but strangely intimidating young man strode toward her. "Are you threatening me, an over-wizard of the host tower of the arcane?" "The what?" "The achievement still merits respect," said Arabeth, but her voice faltered just a bit when she noted that the crow had drawn a long, wicked dagger. "Back, I warn you." She retreated a few quick steps and began waving her arms and chanting. Kensidon kept the measure of his approach and seemed in no hurry to interrupt her spellcasting. Arabeth blasted him full force with a lightning bolt, one that should have lifted him out of his high boots, however tight the lacing, and sent him flying across the room to slam into the back wall, a blast that should have burned a hole into him and sent his black hair to dancing, a blast that should have sent his heart to trembling before stopping altogether. Nothing happened. The lightning burst out from Arabeth's fingers, then just stopped. Arabeth's face crinkled in a most unflattering expression and she gave a little cry and stumbled to her right, toward the door. At that moment, Kensidon, tingling with power, knew had been right to trust the voices in the darkness all along. He rushed forward just enough to tap Arabeth on the shoulder as she rushed past, and in that touch, he released all of the energy of her lightning bolt, energy that had been caught and held. The woman flew through the air, but not so far, for she had enacted many wards before entering the room and much of the magic was absorbed. Of more concern, a globe of blackness appeared at the door, blocking her way. She gave a little yelp and staggered off to the side again, the crow laughing behind her. 3 figures stepped out from the globe of darkness. Kensidon watched Arabeth all the while, grinning as her eyes opened, as she tried to scream, and stumbled again, falling to the floor on her behind. The second of the dark elves thrust his hands out toward her, and the woman's screams became an indecipherable babble as a wave of mental energy rushed through her, jumbling her thoughts and sensibilities. She continued her downward spiral to lay on the floor, babbling and curling up like a frightened child. "What is your plan?" said the leader of the drow, the one with the gigantic plumed hat and the foppish garb. "Or do you intend to have others fight all of your battles this day?" Kensidon nodded, an admission that it did indeed seem that way. "I must make my mark for the greater purpose we intend," he agreed. "Well said," the drow replied. "Dudermont is mine," the High Captain promised. "A formidable foe," said the drow. "And one we might be better off allowing to run away." Kensidon didn't miss that the psionicist gave his master a curious, almost incredulous look at that. Afraid Deutermont wouldn't give up the fight, and would surely return with many powerful allies. We shall see, was all the crow could promise. He looked to Arabeth. Don't kill her. She will be loyal and pleasurable enough. The drow with the big hat tipped it at that, and Kensidon nodded his gratitude. Then he flipped his cloak up high to the sides, and as it descended, Kensidon seemed to melt beneath its dropping black wings. Then he was a bird, a large crow. He flew to the sill of his open window and leaped off for Suljak's palace, a place he knew quite well. He will be a good ally, King Muriel said to Jarlaxle, who had resumed the helm of Bregenderth. As long as we never trust him. A wistful and nostalgic sigh escaped Jarlaxle's lips as he replied, just like home. Any thoughts Regis had of rushing in to help his friend disappeared when Drizzt and this curious dwarf joined in battle, a start so furious and brutal that the halfling figured it to be over before he could even draw his in light of the titanic struggle suddenly exploding before him. Pitiful little mace. Morningstar and Scimitar crossed in a dizzying series of vicious swings, more a matter of the combatants trying to get a feel for each other than either trying to land a killing blow. What stunned Regis the most was the way the dwarf kept up with Drizzt. He had seen the dark elf in battle many times, but the idea that the short, stout, thick-limbed creature swinging unwieldy Morningstars could pace him swing for swing had the halfling gaping in astonishment. But there it was. The dwarf's weapon hummed across and Drizzt angled his blade, swinging opposite, just enough to force a miss. He didn't want to connect a thin scimitar to one of those spiked balls. The Morningstar head flew past and the dwarf didn't pull it up short, but let it swing far out to his left to connect on the wall of the alleyway, and when it did, the ensuing explosion revealed that there was more than a little magic in that weapon. A huge chunk of the building blasted away, leaving a gaping hole. Pulling his own swing short, his feet sped by his magical anklets, Drizzt saw the opening and charged ahead, only wincing slightly at the crashing blast when the Morningstar hit the wooden wall. But the slight wince was too much, the momentary distraction too long. Regis saw it and gasped. The dwarf was already into his duck and turn as the spiked ball took out the wall, coming fast around, his left arm at full extension, his second Morningstar head whistling out as wide as it could go. If his opponent hadn't been a dwarf, but a taller human, Drizzt likely would have had his left leg caved in underneath him, but as the Morningstar head came around a bit lower, the drow stole his own forward progress in the blink of a surprised eye and threw himself into a leap and backflip. The Morningstar hit nothing but air, the drow landing lightly on his feet some 3 strides back from the dwarf. Again, against a lesser opponent, there would have been a clear opening then. The great twirling swing had brought the dwarf to an overbalanced and nearly defenseless state. But so strong was he that he growled himself right out of it. He ran a couple of steps straight away from Drizzt, diving into a forward roll and turning as he did so that when he came up, over, and around, he was again directly square to the drow. More impressively, even as he came up straight, his arms already worked the Morningstars, creating a smooth rhythm once again. The balls spun at the ends of their respective chains, ready to block or strike. How do you hurt him? Regis asked incredulously, not meaning for Drizzt to hear. The drow did hear, though, as was evidenced by his responding shrug as he and the dwarf engaged yet again. They began to circle, Drizzt sliding to put his back along the wall the Morningstar had just demolished, the dwarf staying opposite. It was the look on Drizzt's face as he turned the backside of that circle that alerted Regis to trouble, for the drow suddenly broke concentration on his primary target, his eyes going wide as he looked Regis' way. Purely on instinct, Regis snapped out his mace and spun, swinging wildly. He hit the thrusting sword right before it would have entered his back. Regis gave a yelp of surprise, and still got cut across his left arm as he turned. He fell back against the wall, his desperate gaze going to Drizzt, and he found himself trying to yell out, "No!" As if all the world had suddenly turned upside down. For Drizzt had started to sprint Regis' way, and so quick was he that against almost any enemy, he would have been able to cleanly disengage. But that dwarf wasn't any enemy, and Regis could only stare in horror as the dwarf's primary hand weapon, the one that had blown so gaping a hole in the building, came on a backhand at the passing drow. Drizzt sensed it, or anticipated it, and he dived into a forward roll. He couldn't avoid the Morningstar, and his roll went all the faster for the added momentum. Amazingly, the blow didn't prove lethal, though, and the drow came right around in a full run at Regis' attacker who, spying his certain doom, tried to run away. He didn't even begin his turn, backstepping still, when Drizzt caught him, scimitars working in a blur. The man's sword went flying in moments, and he fell back into the ground, his chest stabbed 3 separate times. He stared at the drow and at Regis for just a moment before falling flat. Drizzt spun as if expecting pursuit, but the dwarf was still far back in the alleyway, casually spinning his Morningstars. "Get to Deutermont," Drizzt whispered to Regis, and he tucked one scimitar under his other arm and put his open hand out and low. As soon as Regis stepped into it, Drizzt hoisted him up to grab onto the low roof of the shed and pull himself over as Drizzt hoisted him to his full outstretched height. The drow turned the moment Regis was out of sight, scimitars in hand, but still the dwarf had not approached. Could have killed ye to death, Darkskin, the dwarf said. Could have put me magic on the ball that clipped ye, and oh, but ye'd still be rollin'. Clear out o' the streets and into the bay, ye'd still be rollin'. Wahahaha, dot. Regis looked to Drizzt, and was shocked to see that his friend was not disagreeing. Or I could have just chased ye down the hall, the dwarf went on. Quick as ye were rid o' that fool wound've been quick enough to set yourself against the catastrophe coming your way from behind. Again, the drow didn't disagree. But you didn't, Drizzt said, walking slowly back toward his adversary. You didn't enact the Morningstar's magic and you didn't pursue me. Twice you had the win, by your own boast, and twice you didn't take it. Bah, wasn't fair. Bellowed the dwarf. What's the fun in that? Then you have honor, said Drizzt. Got nothin' else, elf. Then why waste it? Drizzt cried. You are a fine warrior, to be sure. Join with me and with Dudermont. Put your skills. What? The dwarf interrupted. To the cause of good? There ain't no cause of good, ye fool elf. Not in the fightin'. There's only them wantin' more power, and the killers like yourself and myself helpin' one side or the other side, they're both the same side, ye see climb to the top o' the hill. No, said Drizzt. There is more. Wahahaha. Roared the dwarf. Still a young one, I'm guessin'. I can offer you amnesty, here and now, said Drizzt. All past crimes will be forgiven, or at least not asked about. Wahahaha. The dwarf roared again. If ye only knowed the half of it, elf, you wouldn't be so quick to put Athrogate by your side. And with that, he charged, yelling, have at it. Drizzt paused only long enough to look up at Regis and snap, go. Regis had barely clambered 2 crawling steps up the steep roof when he heard the pair below come crashing together. Scream louder, the crow ordered, and he twisted his dagger deeper into the belly of the woman, who readily complied. A moment later, Kensidon, giggling at his own cleverness, tossed the pained woman aside, as the door to the room crashed open and Captain Dudermont, diverted by the screams from his rush to the kitchen service door of Suljak's palace, charged in. Noble to a fault, said Kensidon. And with the road of retreat clear before you. I suppose I should salute you, but alas, I simply don't feel like it. Dudermont's gaze went from the injured woman to the son of Rethner, who reclined casually against a window sill. Have you taken in the view, Captain? Kensidon asked. The fall of the city of Sails, it's a marvelous thing, don't you think? Why would you do this? Dudermont asked, coming forward in cautious and measured steps. I. Kensidon replied. It was not Ship Rethner that went against the host tower. That fight is ended, and won. This fight is that fight, you fool, said Kensidon. When you decapitated Luskan, you set into motion this very struggle for power. We could have joined forces and ruled from a position of justice. Justice for the poor, yes, that is the beauty of your rhetoric, Kensidon replied in a mocking tone, and he hopped up from the windowsill and drew his sword to complement the long dagger. And has it not occurred to the captain of a pirate hunter that not all the poor of Luskan are so deserving of justice? Or that there are afoot in the city many who wouldn't prosper as well under such an idyllic design? That is why I needed the high captains, fool, Dudermont countered, spitting every word. Can you be so innocent, Dudermont, as to believe that men like us would willingly surrender power? Can you be so cynical, Kensidon, son of Rethner, as to be blind to the possibilities of the common good? I live among pirates, so I fought them with piracy, Kensidon replied. You had a choice. You could have changed things. And you had a choice. You could have minded your own business. You could have left Luskan alone, and now, more recently, you could have simply gone home. You accuse me of pride and greed for not following you, but in truth, it's your own pride that blinded you to the realities of this place you would remake in your likeness, and your own greed that has kept you here. A tragedy, indeed, for here you will die, and Luskan will steer onto a course even farther from your hopes and dreams. On the floor, the woman groaned. Let me take her out of here, Dudermont said. Of course, Kensidon replied. All you have to do is kill me, and she's yours. Without any further hesitation, Captain Dudermont launched himself forward at the son of Rethner, his fine sword cutting a trail before him. Kensidon tried to execute a parry with his dagger, thinking to bring his sword to bear for a quick kill, but Dudermont was far too fast and practiced. Kensidon wound up only barely tapping the thrusting sword with his dagger before flailing wildly with his own sword to hardly move Dudermont's aside. The captain retracted quickly and thrust again, pulled up short before another series of wild parry attempts, then thrust forth again. Oh, but you are good, said Kensidon. Dudermont didn't let up through the compliment, but launched another thrust, then retracted and brought his sword up high for a following downward strike. Kensidon barely got his sword up horizontally above him to block, and as he did, he turned, for his back was nearing a wall. The weight of the blow had him scrambling to keep his feet. Dudermont methodically pursued, unimpressed by the son of Rethner's swordsmanship. In the back of his mind, he wondered why the young fool would dare to come against him so. Was his hubris so great that he fancied himself a swordsman? Or was he faking incompetence to move Dudermont off his guard? With that warning ringing in his thoughts, Dudermont moved at his foe with a flurry, but measured every strike so he could quickly revert to a fully defensive posture. But no counterattack came, not even when it seemed as if he had obviously overplayed his attacks. The captain didn't show his smile, but the conclusion seemed inescapable: Kensidon was no match for him. The woman groaned again, bringing rage to Dudermont, and he assured himself that his victory would strike an important blow for the retribution he would surely bring with him on his return to the City of Sails. So he went for the kill, skipping in fast, smashing Kensidon's sword out wide and rolling his blade so as to avoid the awkward parry of the dagger. Kensidon leaped straight up in the air, but Dudermont knew he would have him fast on his descent. Except that Kensidon didn't come down. Dudermont's confusion only multiplied as he heard the thrum of large wings above him and as one of those large black feathered appendages batted him about the head, sending him staggering aside. He turned and waved his sword to fend him off, but Kensidon the crow wasn't following. He sat down with a hop on three-toed feet, a gigantic, man-sized crow. His bird eyes regarded Dudermont from several angles, head twitching left and right to take in the scene. A nickname well-earned, Dudermont managed to say, trying hard to parse his words correctly and coherently, trying hard not to let on how off-balance the man's sudden transformation into the outrageous creature had left him. The crow skipped his way and Dudermont presented his sword defensively. Wings going wide, the crow leaped up, clawed feet coming forward, black wings assaulting Dudermont from either side. He slashed at one, trying to fall back, and did manage to dislodge a few black feathers. But the crow came on with squawking fury, throwing forward his torso and feet as he beat his wings back. Dudermont tried to bring his sword in to properly fend the creature off. 6 toes, widespread, all ending with lethal talons clawed at him. He managed to nick one of the feet, but the crow dropped it fast out of harm's way, while the other foot slipped past the captain's defenses and caught hold of his shoulder. The wings beat furiously, the crow changing his angle as he raked that foot down, tearing the captain from left shoulder to right hip. Dudermont brought his sword slashing across, but the creature was too fast and too nimble, and the talon foot slipped out of his reach. The bird came forward and pecked the captain hard in the right shoulder, sending him flying to the ground, stealing all sensation and strength from his sword arm. A wing beat and a leap had the crow straddling the fallen man. Dudermont tried to roll upright, but the next peck hit him on the head, slamming him back to the floor. Blood poured down from his brow across his left eye and cheek, but more than that, opaque liquid blurred the captain's sight as, thoroughly dazed, he faded in and out of consciousness. Regis kept his head down, focusing solely on the task before him. Crawling on hands and knees, picking each handhold cautiously but expediently, the halfling made his way up the steep roof. Have to get to Dudermont, he told himself, pulling himself along, increasing his pace as he gained confidence with the climb. He finally hit his stride and was just about to look up when he bumped into something hard. High, black boots filled his vision. Regis froze and slowly lifted his gaze, up past the fine fabric of well-tailored trousers, up past a fabulously crafted belt buckle, a fine grey vest and white shirt, to a face he never expected. You! He cried in dismay and horror, desperately throwing his arms up before his face as a small crossbow leveled his way. The exaggerated movement cost the halfling his balance, but even the unexpected tumble didn't save him from being stuck in the neck by the quarrel. Down the roof Regis tumbled, darkness rushing up all around him, stealing the strength from his limbs, stealing the light from his eyes, stealing even his voice as he tried to cry out. The dwarf's swings didn't come any slower as he rejoined battle against Drizzt. And Drizzt quickly realized that the dwarf wasn't even breathing hard. Using his anklets to speed his steps, Drizzt pushed the issue, scampering to the left, then right back around the dwarf, and out and back suddenly as the furious little creature spun to keep up. The drow worked a blur of measured strikes and exaggerated steps, forcing the stubby-limbed dwarf to rush every which way. The flurry went on, scimitars rolling one over the other, morning stars spinning to keep pace, and even, once in a while, to offer a devious counterstroke. And still Drizzt pressed, rushing left and back to center, right and all the way around, forcing the dwarf to continually reverse momentum on his heavier weapons. But Athragate did so with ease, and showed no labored breath, and whenever a thrust or parry connected, weapon to weapon, Drizzt was reminded of the dwarf's preternatural strength. Indeed, Athragate possessed it all: speed, stamina, strength, and technique. He was as complete a fighter as Drizzt had ever battled, and with weapons to equal Drizzt's own. The first Morningstar kept coating over with some explosive liquid, and the second head leaked a brownish fluid. The first time that connected in a parry against icing death, Drizzt was sure he felt the scimitar's fear. He brought the blade back for a quick inspection as he broke away, angling for a new attack, and noted dots of brown on his shining metal. It was rust, he realized, and realized, too, that only the mighty magic of icing death had saved the blade from rotting away in his hand. And Athrogate just kept howling, "Blah!" and charging on with abandon. Seeming abandon, because never ever did the dwarf abandon his defensive technique. He was good. Very good. But so was Drizzt Do'Urden. The Dark Elf slowed his attacks and let Athrogate gain momentum, until it was the dwarf, not the drow, pressing the advantage. Wahahaha! Athrogate roared, and sent both his morning stars into aggressive spins, low and high, working one down, the other up in a dizzying barrage that nearly caught up to the dodging, parrying drow. Drizzt measured every movement, his eyes moving 3 steps ahead. He thrust into the left, forcing a parry, then went with that block to send his scimitar out wide but in an arcing movement that brought it back in again, sweeping down at his shorter opponent's shoulder. Athrogate was up to the task of parrying, as Drizzt knew he would be, bringing his left-hand Morningstar flying up across his right shoulder to defeat the attack. But it wasn't really an attack, and Icing Death snuck in for a stab at Athrogate's side. The dwarf yelped and leaped back, clearing 3 long strides. He laughed again, but winced, and brought his hand down against his rib. When he brought that hand back up, both Drizzt and he understood that the drow had drawn first blood. "Well done," he said, or started to, for Drizzt leaped at him, scimitars working wildly. Drizzt rolled them over each other in a punishing alternating downward and straightforward slash, keeping them timed perfectly so that one Morningstar could not defeat them both, and keeping them angled perfectly so that Athrogate had to keep his own weapons at a more awkward and draining angle, up high in front of his face. The dwarf's grimace told Drizzt that his stab in the ribs had been more effective than Athrogate pretended, and holding his arms up in such a manner was not comfortable at all. The drow kept up the roll and pressed the advantage, driving Athrogate ever backward, both combatants knowing that one slip by Drizzt would do no more than put them back at an even posture, but one slip by Athrogate would likely end the fight in short order. The dwarf wasn't laughing anymore. Drizzt pressed him even harder, growling with every rolling swing, backing Athrogate back down the alley the way Drizzt had come, away from the palace. Drizzt caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, a small form rolling limply off the roof. Without a whimper, without a cry of alarm, Regis tumbled to the ground and lay still. Athrogate seized the distraction for his advantage, and cut back into his right, then smashed his Morningstar across to bat the drow's chopping scimitar out far to the side with such force and an added magical explosion that Drizzt had to disengage fully and scamper to the opposite wall to simply hold onto the blade. Drizzt got a look at Regis, lying awkwardly twisted in the alleyway's gutter. Not a sound, not a squirm, not a whimper of pain. He was somewhere past pain. It seemed to Drizzt as if his spirit had already left his battered body. And Drizzt couldn't go to him. Drizzt, who had chosen to return to Luskan, to stand with Dudermont, couldn't do anything but look at his dear friend. At sea, it's said that danger can be measured by the scurry of the rats, and if that model held true, then the battle between Robilard and Arklemgreith in the hold of Sea Sprite ranked right up alongside beaching the boat on the back of a dragon turtle. All manner of evocations flew out between the dueling wizards, fire and ice, magical energy of different colors and inventive shapes. Robilard tried to keep his spells more narrow in scope, aiming just for Arklemgreith, but the Lich was as full of hatred for Sea Sprite herself as he was for his old peer in the host tower. Robilard threw missiles of solid magic and acidic darts. Greith responded with forked lightning bolts and fireballs, filling the hold with flame. Robilard's work on the hull with magical protections and wards, and all manner of alchemical mixtures, had been as complete and as brilliant as the work of any wizard or team of wizards had ever put on any ship, but he knew with every mighty explosion that Arklemgreith tested those wards to their fullest and beyond. With every fireball, a few more residual flames burned for just a few heartbeats longer. Every successive lightning bolt thumped the planking out a bit wider, and a little more water managed to seep in. Soon enough, the wizards stood among a maelstrom of destruction, water up to their ankles, Sea Sprite rocking hard with every blast. Robilard knew he had to get Arklemgreith out of his ship. Whatever the cost, whatever else might happen, he had to move the spell duel to another place. He launched into a mighty spell, and as he cast it, he threw himself at Greith, thinking that both he and his adversary would be projected into the astral plane to finish the insanity. Nothing happened, for the Archmage Arcane had already applied a dimensional lock to the hold. Robilard staggered as he realized that he was not flying on another plane of existence, as he had anticipated. He threw his arms up defensively as he righted himself, for Arklemgreith brought in a gigantic disembodied fist that punched at him with the force of a titan. The blow didn't break through the stone-skin dwemer of mighty Robilard, but it did send him flying back to the other end of the hold. He hit the wall hard, but felt not a thing, landing lightly on his feet and launching immediately into another lightning bolt. Arklemgreith, too, was already into a new casting, and his spell went off right before Robilard's, creating a summon wall of stone halfway between the combatants. Robilard's lightning bolt hit that stone with such tremendous force that huge chunks flew, but the bolt also rebounded into the wizard's face, throwing him again into the wall behind him. And he had exhausted his wards. He felt that impact, and felt, too, the sizzle of his own lightning bolt. His heart palpitated, his hair stood on end. He kept his awareness just enough to realize that Sea Sprite was listing badly as a result of the tremendous weight of Greith's summon wall. From up above he heard screaming, and he knew that more than one of Sea Sprite's crew had fallen overboard as a result. Across the way, beyond the wall, Greith cackled with delight, and in looking at the wall, Robillard understood that the worst was yet to come. For Greith had offset it on the floor and had lined it along with the length and not the breadth of the ship, but he had not anchored it. So as Sea Sprite listed under the great weight, so too leaned the wall, and it was beginning to tip. Robillard realized that he couldn't stop it, so he found a moment of intense concentration instead and focused on his most hated enemy. The wall fell, clearing the ground between the wizards, and Robillard let fly another devastating lightning blast. So intent was he on his stone wall tumbling into Sea Sprite's side planking, crashing through the wood, that Greith never saw the bolt coming. He flew backward under the power of the stroke and hit the wall even as the side of the hull broke open and Luskan Harbor rushed in. Robillard beat the rush of water, launching himself upon Greith. Energy crackled through his hands, one electrical discharge after another. Greith fought back physically, tearing at Robillard with undead hands. They held their death grip on each other as the sea turned Sea Sprite farther on her side, taking her down into the harbor. Spell after spell leaped from Robillard's fingers into the Lich, blasting away at his magical defenses, and when those were finally beaten, as was his very life force, still Greith merely held on. The Lich didn't need to breathe, but Robillard surely did. The pitch of the sinking ship sent them out through the hole in the hull, tumbling amidst the debris, rocks, and weeds of Luskan Harbor. Robillard felt his ears pop under the pressure and knew his lungs wouldn't be far behind. But he held on, determined to end the struggle at whatever cost. The sight of Sea Sprite, the wreckage of his beloved Sea Sprite, spurred him on and he resisted the urge to break free of Greith and focused instead on continuing his electrical barrage on the Lich even though every powerful discharge stung him as well in the conducting water. It seemed like a dozen spells. It seemed like his lungs would surely burst. It seemed like Greith was mocking him. But the Lich simply let go, and the face the surprised Robillard looked into was dead, not undead. Robillard shoved away and kicked off the bottom, determined not to die in the arms of the hideous Greith. Instinctively he clawed for the surface, and saw the water growing lighter above him. But he knew he wouldn't make it. Sea Sprite! More than one sailor of Thrice Lucky, and of every other ship moored in the area, cried out in astonishment. To those men and women, friend and enemy of Deutermont's ship alike, the sight before them seemed impossible. The waves took Sea Sprite and smashed her up on a line of rocks, just one rail of her glorious hull and her three distinctive masts protruding from the dark waters of Luskan Harbor. It could not be. In the minds of those who knew the ship as friend or foe, the loss of Sea Sprite proved no less traumatic than the disintegration of the host tower of the Arcane, a sudden and unimaginable change in the landscape that had shaped their lives. Sea Sprite! They cried as one, pointing and jumping. Morik the Rogue and Bellany rushed to Thrice Lucky's rail to take in the awful scene. What are we to do? Morik asked incredulously. Where is my mun? He knew the answer, and so did many others echoing that very sentiment, for their captain had gone ashore less than an hour earlier. Some crewmen called for lifelines, to weigh anchor to rush to the aid of the crew in the water. Bellany did likewise and started for a lifeboat, but Morik grabbed her by the shoulder and spun her to face him. Make me fly. He bade her, and she looked at him curiously. Give me flight. He screamed. You've done it before. Flight? Do it! Bellany rubbed her hands together and tried to focus, tried to remember the words as the insanity around her only multiplied. She reached out and touched Morik on the shoulder and the man leaped up to the rail and out from the ship. He didn't fall into the water, though, but flew out across the bay. He scanned, trying to figure out where he was most needed, then cut across for the downed vessel herself, fearing that some of the crew might be trapped aboard her. Then he crossed over a form in the water, just under the surface but sinking fast, and willed himself to stop. He slapped his hand down, plunging it through the waves, and grabbed hard on the fine fabric of a wizard's robes. Ah, the glorious pain, Kensidin taunted. Deutermont again tried to pull himself up and the crow pecked him hard on the forehead, slamming him back to the floor. The room's door banged open. No! Cried a voice familiar to both men. Let him go! Are you mad, young pirate? The crow cackled as he turned to regard Maimon. He spun back and slammed Deutermont hard again, smashing him flat to the floor. Maimon responded with a sudden and brutal charge, flashing sword leading the way. Kensidin beat his wings and tried to extricate himself from the close quarters, but Maimon's fury was too great and his advantage too sudden and complete. The wings battered around the perimeter of the fight, but Maimon's sword cut a narrower and more direct line. In the span of a few heartbeats, Maimon had Kensidon pinned at the end of his blade, and when Kensidon tried to turn the sword with his beak, Maimon got the blade inside the crow's mouth. Given that awkward and devastating clutch, Kensidon could offer no further resistance. Maimon, breathing hard, clearly outraged, held the pose and the pin for a long breath. "I give you your life," he said finally, easing the blade just a bit. "You have the city, there will be no challenge. I will go, and am taking Captain Dudermont with me." Kensidon looked over at the battered and bloody form of Dudermont and started to cackle, but Maimon stopped that with a prod of his well-placed blade. "You will allow us clear passage to our ships, and for our ships out of Luskan harbor." "He is already dead, fool, or soon enough to be," the crow argued, slurring every word, as he spouted them around the hard steel of a fine blade. The words nearly buckled Maimon's knees. His thoughts swirled back in time to his first meeting with the captain. He had stowed away on Sea Sprite, fleeing a demon intent on his destruction. Dudermont had allowed him to stay. Sea Sprite's crew, generous to a fault, had not abandoned him when they'd learned the truth of his ordeal, even when they discerned that having Maimon aboard made them targets of the powerful demon and its many deadly allies. Captain Dudermont had saved young Maimon, without a doubt, and had taken him under his wing and trained him in the ways of the sea. And Maimon had betrayed him. Though he had never expected it to come to so tragic an end, the young pirate captain could not deny the truth. Paid by Kensidon, Maimon had sailed Erebeth to quell his folly. Maimon had played a role in the catastrophe that had befallen Luskan, and in the catastrophe that had lain Captain Dudermont low before him. Maimon turned back sharply on Kensidon and pressed the sword in tighter. "I will have your word, Crow, that I will be allowed free passage, with Dudermont and Sea Sprite beside me." Kensidon stared at him hatefully with those black crow eyes. "Do you understand who I am now, young pirate?" He replied slowly, and as evenly as the prodding blade allowed. "Luskan is mine. I am the Pirate King. And you're to be the dead Pirate King if I don't get your word," Maimon assured him. But even as Maimon spoke, Kensidon all but disappeared beneath him, almost instantly reverting to the form of a small crow. He rushed out from under the overbalanced Maimon and with a flap of his wings, fluttered up to light on the windowsill across the room. Maimon wrung his hands on his sword hilt, grimacing in frustration as he turned to regard the crow, expecting that his world had just ended. "You have my word," Kensidon said, surprising him. "I have nothing with which to barter," Maimon stated. The crow shrugged, a curious movement from the bird, but one that conveyed the precise sentiment clearly enough. "I owe Maimon a thrice lucky that much, at least," said Kensidon. "So we will forget this incident, eh?" Maimon could only stare at the bird. "And I look forward to seeing your sails in my harbor again," Kensidon finished, and he flew away out the window. Maimon stood there stunned for a few moments, then rushed to Dudermont, falling to his knees beside the broken man. His first attacks after seeing Regis fall were measured, his first defenses almost half-hearted. Drist could hardly find his focus, with his friend lying there in the gutter, could hardly muster the energy necessary to stand his ground against the dwarf warrior. Perhaps sensing that very thing, or perhaps thinking it all a ploy, Athrogate didn't press in those first few moments of rejoined battle, measuring his own strikes to gain strategic advantage rather than going for the sudden kill. His mistake. For Drist internalized the shock and the pain, and as he always had before, took it and turned the tumult into a narrowly focused burst of outrage. His scimitars picked up their pace, the strength of his strikes increasing proportionately. He began to work Athrogate as he had before the fall of Regis, moving side to side and forcing the dwarf to keep up. But the dwarf did match his pace, fighting Drist to a solid draw strike after thrust after slash. And what a glorious draw it was to any who might have chanced to look on. The combatants spun with abandon, scimitars and morning stars humming through the air. Athrogate hit a wall again, the spiked ball smashing the wood to splinters. He hit the cobblestones before the backward-leaping drow and crushed them to dust. And there Drist scored his second hit, Twinkle nicking Athrogate's cheek and taking away one of his great beard's braids. "Ah, but you'll pay for that, elf!" the dwarf roared, and on he came. To the side, Regis groaned. He was alive. He needed help. Drist turned away from Athrogate and fled across the alleyway, the dwarf in close pursuit. The drow leaped to the wall, throwing his shoulders back and planting one foot solidly as if he meant to run right up the side of the structure. Or, to Athrogate's discerning and seasoned battle sensibilities, to flip a backward somersault right over him. The dwarf pulled up short and whirled, shouting "Bwaha! I'm knowin' that move." But Drist didn't fly over him and come down in front of him, and the drow, who had not used his planted foot to push off, and who had not brought his second foot up to further climb, replied, "I know you know." From behind the turned dwarf, down the alley, Genuavar roared, like an exclamation point to Drist's victory. For indeed the win was his, he could only pray that Regis was not beyond his help. Icing Death slashed down at Athrogate's defenseless head, surely a blow that would split the dwarf's head apart. He took little satisfaction in that win as his blade connected against Athregate's skull, as he felt the transfer of deadly energy. But the dwarf didn't seem to even feel it, no blood erupted, and Drist's blade didn't bounce aside. Drist had felt that curious sensation before, as if he had landed a blow without consequence. Still, he didn't sort it out quickly enough, didn't understand the source. Athragate spun, morning stars flying desperately. One barely clipped Drist's blade, but in that slightest of touches, a great surge of energy exploded out of the dwarf and hurled Drist back against the wall with such force that his blades flew from his hands. Athragate closed, weapons flying with fury. Drist had no defense. Out of the corner of one eye, he noted the rise of a spiked metal ball, glistening with explosive liquid. It rushed at his head, the last thing he saw. Epilogue. Don't you die. Don't you die on me. Maimon cried, cradling Dudermont's head. Damn you. You can't die on me, dot. Dudermont opened his eyes, or one, at least, for the other was crusted closed by dried blood. I failed, he said. Maimon hugged him close, shaking his head, choking up. I have been a fool, Dudermont gasped, no strength left in him. No. Maimon insisted. No. You tried. For the good of the people, you tried. And something strange came over young Maimon in that moment, a revelation, an epiphany. He was speaking on Dudermont's behalf at that moment, trying to bring some comfort in a devastating moment of ultimate defeat, but as he spoke the words, they resonated within Maimon himself. For Dudermont had indeed tried, had struck out for the good of those who had for years, in some cases for all their lives, suffered under the horror of Arklemgreith and the 5 corrupt high captains. He had tried to be rid of the awful prisoners' carnival, to be rid of the pirates and the lawlessness that had left so many corpses in its bloody wake. Maimon's own accusations against Dudermont, his claims that Dudermont's authoritarian nature was no better for the people he claimed to serve than were the methods of the enemies he tried to defeat, rang hollow to the young pirate in that moment of great pain. He felt unsure of himself, as if the axioms upon which he had built his adult life were neither as resolute nor as morally pure, and as if Dudermont's imposition of order might not be so absolutely bad, as he had believed. You tried, Captain, he said. That is all any of us can ever do. He ended with a wail, for he realized that the captain had not heard him, that Captain Dudermont, who had been as a father to him in years past, was dead. Sobbing, Maimon gently stroked the captain's bloody face. Again he thought of their first meeting, of those early, good years together aboard Sea Sprite. With a growl of defiance, Maimon cradled Dudermont, shoulders and knees, and gently lifted the man into his arms as he stood straight. He walked out of Suljak's palace, onto Luskan streets, where the fighting had strangely quieted as news of the captain's demise began to spread. Head up, eyes straight ahead, Maimon walked to the dock, and he waited patiently, holding Dudermont all the while, as a small boat from Thricelucky was rowed furiously to retrieve him. Oh, but what a shot ye took on your crown, and if your head's hurting as much as me own, then sirring your head's huttin' more 'n ever ye've known. Wah ha ha ha. The dwarf's rhyming words drew Drist out of the darkness, however much he wanted to avoid them. He opened his groggy eyes, to find himself sitting in a comfortably adorned room in the Red Dragon Inn, he realized, a room in which he and Dudermont had shared several meals and exchanged many words. And there was the dwarf, Athragate, his adversary, sitting calmly across from him, weapons tucked into their sheaths across his back. Drist couldn't sort it out, but then he remembered Regis. He bolted upright, eyes scanning the room, hands going to his belt. His blades were not there. He didn't know what to think. And his confusion only heightened when Jarlaxle Benra and Kim Muriel Ablodra walked into the room. It made sense, of course, given Drist's phalanxonically blocked strike against Athragate, and he placed then the moment when he had felt that strange sensation of his energy being absorbed before, in a fight with Artemis Entreri, a fight overseen by this very pair of drow. Drist fell back, a bitter expression clouding his face. I should have guessed your handiwork, he grumbled. Luskan's fall? Jarlaxle asked. But you give me too much credit or blame, my friend. What you see around you was not my doing. Drist eyed the mercenary with clear skepticism. Oh, but you wound me with your doubts. Jarlaxle added, heaving a great sigh. He calmed quickly and moved to Drist, taking a chair with him. He flipped it around and sat on it backward, propping his elbows on the high back and staring Drist in the eye. We didn't do this, Jarlaxle insisted. My fight with the dwarf? We did intervene in that, of course, the drow mercenary admitted. I couldn't have you destroying so valuable an asset as that one. And yes, you surely could have, Kim Muriel muttered, speaking in the language of the drow. All of it, I mean, Jarlaxle went on without missing a beat. This was not our doing, but rather the work of ambitious men. The high captains, Drist reasoned, though he still didn't believe it. And Dudermont, Jarlaxle added. Had he not surrendered to his own foolish ambition? Where is he? Drizzt demanded, sitting up tall once more. Jarlaxle's expression grew grim and Drizzt held his breath. Alas, he has fallen, Jarlaxle explained. And Sea Sprite lays wrecked on rocks in the harbor, though most of her crew have escaped the city aboard another ship. Drizzt tried not to sink back, but the weight of Dudermont's death fell heavily on his shoulders. He had known the man for so many years, had considered him a dear friend, a good man, a great leader. This was not my work, Jarlaxle insisted, forcing Drizzt to look him in the eye. Nor the work of any of my band. On my word. You lurked around its edges, Drizzt accused, and Jarlaxle offered a conciliatory shrug. We meant to indeed, we mean to make the most of the chaos, Jarlaxle said. I'll not deny my attempt to profit, as I would have tried had Dudermont triumphed. He would have rejected you, Drizzt spat, and again, Jarlaxle shrugged. Likely, he conceded. Then perhaps it's best for me that he didn't win. I didn't create the end, but I will certainly exploit it. Drizzt glared at him. But am not without some redeeming qualities, Jarlaxle reminded. You are alive, after all. I would have won the fight outright, had you not intervened, Drizzt reminded him. That fight, perhaps, but what of the 100 following? Drizzt just continued to glare, unrelenting until the door opened and Regis, battered, but very much alive, and seeming quite well considering his ordeal, stepped into the room. Robillard stood at the rail of Thrice Lucky, staring back at the distant skyline of Luskan. Was Morik the rogue who plucked you from the waves, Maimon said to him, walking over to join him. Tell him I won't kill him, then, Robillard replied. Today. Maimon chuckled, though there remained profound sadness behind his laugh, at the unrelenting sarcasm of the Dar wizard. Do you think Sea Sprite might be salvaged? He asked. Do I care? Maimon found himself at a loss to reply to the blunt answer, though he suspected it to be more an expression of anger and grief than anything else. Well, if you manage it, I can only hope that you and your crew will be too busy exacting revenge upon Luskan to chase the likes of me across the waves, the young pirate remarked. Robillard looked at him, finally, and managed to smirk. Neither fight seems worth a pile of rotting fish, he said, and he and Maimon looked at each other deeply then, sharing the moment of painful reality. I miss him, too, Maimon said. I know you do, boy, said Robillard. Maimon put a hand on Robillard's shoulder, then walked away, leaving the wizard to his grief. Robillard had guaranteed him safe passage for Thrice Lucky through Waterdeep, and he trusted the wizard's words. What the young pirate didn't trust at that moment were his own instincts. Dudermont's fall had hit him profoundly, had made him think, for the first time in many years, that the world might be more complicated than his idealistic sensibilities had allowed. We could not have asked for a better outcome, Kensidon insisted to the gathering at Ten Oaks. Baram and Tarl exchanged doubtful looks, but Kurth nodded his agreement with the crow's assessment. The streets of Luskan were quiet again, for the first time since Dudermont and Lord Brambleberry had put into the docks. The high captains had retreated to their respective corners, only Soljak's former domain remained in disarray. The city is ours, Kensidon said. Aye, and half of it's dead, and many others have run off, Baram replied. Unwanted and unnecessary fodder, said Kensidon. We who remain, control. None who don't trade for us or fight for us or otherwise work for us belong here. This is no city for families and mundane issues. Nay, my comrades, Luskan is a free port now. A true free port. The only true free port in all the world. Can we survive without the institutions of a real city? Kurth asked. What foes might come against us, I wonder? Waterdeep? Mirabar? Tarl asked. Kensidon grinned. They will not. I have already spoken to the dwarves and men of Mirabar who live in the Shield District. I explained to them the benefits of our new arrangement, where exotic goods shall pass through Luskan's gates, in and out, without restriction, without question. They expressed confidence that Marchion Elastil would go along, as has his daughter, Arabeth. The other kingdoms of the Silver Marches will not pass over Mirabar to get to us. He looked slyly to Kurth as he added, they will accept the profits with feigned outrage, if any at all. Kurth offered an agreeing grin in return. And Waterdeep will muster no energy to attack us, Kensidon assured them. To what end would they? What would be their gain? Revenge for Brambleberry and Dudermont, said Baram. The rich lords, who will get richer by trading with us, will not wage war over that, Kensidon replied. It is over. Arklam Greith and the Arcane Brotherhood have lost. Lord Brambleberry and Captain Dudermont have lost. Some would say that Luskan herself has lost, and by the old definition of the City of Sails, I could not disagree. But the new Luskan is ours, my friends, my comrades, he went on, his ultimately calm demeanor, his absolute composure, lending power to his claims. Outsiders will call us lawless because we care not for the minor matters of governance. Those who know us well will call us clever because we four will profit beyond anything we ever imagined possible. Kurt stood up, then, staring at Kensadin hard. But only for a moment, before his face cracked into a wide smile, and he lifted his glass of rum and toast, to the City of Sails, he said. The other three joined in the toast. Beneath the City of Sails, Valindra's shadow mantle sat unblinking, but hardly unthinking. She had felt it, the demise of Arklam Greith, stabbing at her as profoundly as any dagger ever could. The two were linked, inexorably, in undeath. She is the unbreathing child of the Master Lich, and so his fall had stung her. She at last turned her head to the side, the first movement she had made in many days. There on a shelf, from within the depths of a hollowed skull, it sparkled in with more than simple reflection of the enchanted light set in the corners of the decorated chamber. Nay, that light came from inside the gem, the phylactery. That sparkle was the spark of life, of undeath existence, of Arklam Greith. With great effort, her skin and bones crackling at the first real movement in so many days, Valindra stood and walked stiff-legged over to the skull. She rolled it onto its side and reached in to retrieve the phylactery. Lifting it to her eyes, Valindra stared intently, as if trying to discern the tiny form of the lich. But it appeared as just a gem with an inner sparkle, a magical light. Valindra knew better. She knew that she held the spirit, the life energy, of Arklam Greith in her hand. To be resurrected into undeath, a lich once more, or to be destroyed, utterly and irrevocably. Valindra's shadow mantle smiled and for just a brief moment, forgot her calamity and considered the possibilities. He had promised her immortality, and more importantly, he had promised her power. Perhaps that was all she had left. She stared at the phylactery, the gemstone prison of her helpless master, feeling and basking in her power. It's all there, Jarlaxle insisted to Drizzt on the outskirts of Luskan as evening fell. Drizzt eyed him for just a moment before slinging the pack over his shoulder. If I meant to keep anything, it would have been the cat, certainly, Jarlaxle said, looking over, and leading Drizzt's gaze to Genhwavar, who sat contentedly licking her paws. Perhaps someday you'll realize that I'm not your enemy. Regis, his face all bruised and bandaged from his fall, snorted at that. Well, I didn't mean for you to roll off the roof. Jarlaxle answered. But of course, I had to put you to sleep, for your own sake. You didn't give me everything back, Regis snarled at him. Jarlaxle conceded the point with a shrug and a sigh. Almost everything, he replied. Enough for you to forgive me my one indulgence and rest assured that I have replaced it with gems more valuable than anything it would have garnered on the open market. Regis had no answer. Go home, Jarlaxle bade them both. Go home to King Bruenor and your beloved friends. There is nothing left for you to do here. Luskan is dead, Drizzt said. To your sensibilities, surely so, Jarlaxle agreed. Beyond resurrection. Drizzt stared at the City of Sails for a few moments longer, digesting all that had transpired. Then he turned, draped an arm over his halfling friend, and led Regis away, not looking back. We can still save Longsaddle, perhaps, Regis offered, and Drizzt laughed and gave him an appreciative shake. Jarlaxle watched them go until they were out of sight. Then he reached into his belt pouch to retrieve the one item he had taken from Regis, a small scrimshaw statue the halfling had sculpted into the likeness of Drizzt and Genhwavar.